Jiang Lige transmigrated into a novel. She became the male protagonist's vicious ex-girlfriend, the wicked supporting character destined for a tragic death. The male protagonist, Ji Siye, was the heir to a top-tier wealthy family. After being sabotaged by his enemies, he fell into the sea and lost his memory, only to be rescued by Jiang Lige's father. After Jiang's father passed away, the original Jiang Lige used his life-saving favor to force Ji Siye into marriage. But on the day of their wedding, the Ji family arrived with his childhood sweetheart, the true female protagonist of the novel, and his legitimate fiancée. Although his memories had yet to return, the instinct engraved deep in his bones made him softly call out, "Qianqian." The original Jiang Lige immediately broke down and rushed to the rooftop to commit suicide. That was when Jiang Lige transmigrated into her body. Thinking about the tragic fate awaiting her, the newly awakened Jiang Lige tore off her veil. "Got you. My dad's dying wish wasn't for us to become husband and wife. He wanted you to be my brother, my real brother. Big brother, please accept my vow." What good was a man? Why not use the favor of saving his life to live in comfort and luxury instead? From then on, Jiang Lige strictly maintained a sibling-like distance from him. Afraid that Ji Siye wouldn't believe her, she practically went so far as to change her surname to his. His younger brother was her younger brother. His parents were her parents. His fiancée. She happily called her sister-in-law and did everything she could to bring them together. But when Ji Siye watched the formerly 160-pound, three-year college graduate Jiang Lige transform into a highly educated, beautiful heiress who became the darling of the entire family, spent his money, went on blind dates, and even raised ducks on the side, he finally couldn't take it anymore. He cornered her against the wall, leaned down, and kissed her fiercely until the corners of her eyes turned red. "Who said I wanted to be siblings with you? You saved my life, so I'm supposed to repay you with myself. That's the rule." Jiang Lige. Was this really how it worked? But she genuinely thought of him as her brother. Hashtag Chapter 1. I've transmigrated into a novel. Jiang Lige, get down here right now. The wind howled past her cheeks. A man's voice, clearly suppressing his fury, came from in front of her. Jiang Lige jolted and snapped back to reality. She slowly raised her head. About a meter away stood a man in a cheap black suit. He had long legs, a narrow waist, and deep, striking features. He was devastatingly handsome. Yet the man was staring directly at her with intense anger, while his forearms, hanging at his sides, trembled slightly. Jiang Lige stared at him for a moment before breaking into a silly grin. Sure enough, spring had arrived. This was already the umpteenth time recently that she had dreamed about a handsome man who was exactly her type. Since this was a spring dream, then next. Hee. Jiang Lige swallowed nervously and suddenly opened her arms wide. "Handsome guy, here I come." But as she moved, a chorus of startled cries erupted around her. The man before her instantly went deathly pale, veins bulging on his neck and wrists. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "I never said I wouldn't marry you, and I'm not going anywhere with them. Just get down first." Jiang Lige. What on earth was he talking about? "Yes, young lady, life is precious. Think about your friends and family." "Bah, shameless homewrecker. You'd be better off dead. My brother and Yu Qian have been childhood sweethearts. Their families arranged their marriage before they were even born. Who the hell do you think you are?" The dream was way too realistic. Confused, Jiang Lige turned toward the source of the voices. Only then did she notice that she was standing in an open area surrounded by buildings. Security guards had put up a cordon. Beyond it, a teenage boy was red-faced with rage as he shouted abuse at her. He was supporting a delicate and beautiful young woman who was crying so hard she could barely stand. Standing beside them was a middle-aged couple dressed in an unmistakably wealthy, old money style. They, too, stared at her with nervous and sorrowful expressions. What kind of dream was this? Jiang Lige frowned. Then she lowered her head and discovered that she was wearing a wedding dress, standing on a step. She casually glanced down. There were crowds of people, trees, police cars, and an inflatable rescue cushion below. Were the steps in dreams always this high? The next second, Jiang Lige suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. This wasn't a staircase. She was standing on a rooftop. Jiang Lige was terrified of heights. She covered her eyes, but her body had already stiffened from sheer shock. Then, boom, a strange sensation exploded inside her mind. A flood of memories that did not belong to her surged into her consciousness, becoming vivid and real. She had actually transmigrated into a novel. It was a female-oriented tragic romance novel about the male and female protagonists enduring countless hardships before finally rekindling their broken relationship. And the man she had just seen was none other than the male protagonist of the story, Ji Siye. However, she wasn't the female protagonist. Not only was she not the heroine, she was the male protagonist's vicious ex-girlfriend, a villainous supporting character destined for a miserable ending. The character who shared her name, Jiang Lige, was 20 years old. She came from a modest, well-off family in a coastal city. Her family ran a small supermarket, not rich enough to splurge, but comfortably able to make ends meet. Her mother had died when she was young, and her father never remarried. He raised her alone. Feeling guilty that she had grown up without a mother's love, he compensated for it with limitless paternal affection, eventually spoiling her into a willful, arrogant girl who looked down on everyone. 3 years earlier, Jiang's father had been diagnosed with cancer. That same day, he discovered an unconscious, injured man by the coast. Taking pity on him, he sent the man to the hospital. That man was the male protagonist, Ji Siye. However, when Ji Siye woke up, he had lost his memory. With nowhere else to go, Jiang's father brought him back to the Jiang family home. From then on, Ji Siye diligently repaid the life-saving favor while also taking care of Jiang Lige, the family's spoiled young lady. The turning point came 3 years later. Now, according to the novel, shortly after taking over his family's corporation, Ji Siye was sabotaged by a branch of the family and fell into the sea. He remained missing for years. Everyone in the Ji family believed he was dead and eventually gave up searching for him. Everyone except the female protagonist, Qianqian. She never stopped looking. Then, by chance, she came across a video on social media in which Jiang Lige showed off her wedding photos. And the groom in the video was none other than Ji Siye. The Ji family and the Su family were both among the most powerful families in the country. Finding out the truth was easy for them. They rushed over and happened to arrive right in the middle of today's wedding. In the original story, Ji Siye had never had romantic feelings for Jiang Lige. He had always regarded her as a younger sister and looked after her accordingly. But Jiang Lige had fallen deeply in love with him. A month earlier, Jiang's father had died from cancer. Before he passed away, he had told her, "When I found him, he had a gunshot wound on him. From the way he has spoken and conducted himself over these past 3 years, I know he's definitely not an ordinary man. I'll have him protect you for the rest of your life as your brother. As for anything else, don't think about it. A forced melon isn't sweet, and don't go looking for trouble. All your father wants is for you to live a safe and happy life." But Jiang Lige refused to listen. Whether a forced melon was sweet or not, she would only know after twisting it off the vine herself. So on the very day her father died, she tearfully confronted the late-arriving Ji Siye. "Dad's dying wish was for us to become husband and wife. You owe me your life, so you have to repay me. If you refuse, you'll be an unfilial son. I'll go straight to the underworld and report to Dad." And so, after all kinds of threats and emotional manipulation, Ji Siye agreed. The two of them took care of Jiang's father's funeral arrangements and held their wedding as scheduled. They were in the middle of exchanging wedding rings when members of the Ji family and Qianqian suddenly burst in. They were utterly shocked. Then they revealed Ji Siye's true identity and insisted on taking him away. Qianqian, the female protagonist, couldn't believe it. Her childhood sweetheart, the fiancée she had waited and longed for all these years, had actually forgotten her and was now about to marry another woman. Heartbroken and devastated, she grabbed Ji Siye's hand and recounted their past together. She even showed him the keepsakes they had exchanged. Although Ji Siye's memories had not returned, he was clearly moved. When Qianqian cried until she fainted, he instinctively caught her and called out, "Qianqian." Naturally, Jiang Lige completely lost it. In her mind, Ji Siye had been rescued by her father and was about to become her husband. Therefore, whether it was his person or his fate, he belonged to her. No one was allowed to take him away. But the bodyguard stopped her and refused to let her approach Ji Siye. With nowhere else to turn, Jiang Lige broke down and rushed to the rooftop, intending to kill herself. "Miss Jiang, I've looked into your background." Jiang Lige, who was still processing the memories, was suddenly interrupted. She looked through the gaps between her fingers and saw Qianqian standing outside the cordon. She had already wiped away her tears and once again looked elegant and striking. But when she looked at Jiang Lige, hatred was unmistakable in her eyes. After looking her up and down, Qianqian spoke with undisguised contempt. "Whether it's your family background, education, figure, or appearance, There's not a single thing about you that makes you worthy of Yi. Don't even dream of using this opportunity to climb into a wealthy family and become a rich young mistress. The Su family will never allow you through our doors. But your father did save Ye's life. Whether it was a coincidence or deliberate, if you're willing, the Su family and I can give you a check. You can write any amount you want. It will guarantee you a lifetime of food and comfort. You put on this whole performance because you wanted money, didn't you? Take the money, and don't get greedy for anything else. Her words were painfully harsh, condescending, and full of disdain. Jiang Lige froze. In the original novel, Jiang Lige had never been good at studying. Piano was the only thing she excelled at. But during her college entrance examination year, her father was diagnosed with cancer. Her priorities shifted, and she barely managed to get into a third-tier arts college. Her father had leukemia. She had desperately forced herself to gain weight, going from 90 pounds to 160 pounds. Also, she could donate bone marrow to him. Unfortunately, the transplant ultimately failed because of rejection and incompatibility. Her father still died. Suddenly, Jiang Lige's nose stung, and tears began streaming down her face. In her original world, she had been an orphan and had never experienced familial love. Yet the memories flooding her mind were filled with Jiang's father's love and indulgence toward his daughter. She truly envied it, and she truly mourned it. That's not true. Hearing the accusation hidden in Su Yueqian's words, Jiang Lige suddenly revealed her face and shouted uncontrollably. My dad didn't even know what kind of wealthy heir he was. My dad saved him without expecting anything in return. I won't let you slander him. Heh. Su Yueqian sneered and took a step forward. But our people have been searching for him for the past 3 years. Information about his disappearance has occupied the top spots on major news platforms for years. I don't believe you or your father could have completely failed to see it. Perhaps saving him was a coincidence. But what about afterward? Ji Siye's brows suddenly knitted together. Enough. Jiang Lige's face flushed with anger. Although she had always loved reading witty comebacks and arguments online, whenever she actually got into an argument herself, her mind instantly went blank. In the heat of the moment, she subconsciously rolled up her sleeves, intending to climb down and properly argue with Su Yueqian. But she accidentally stepped on the heavy hem of her wedding dress. Her body suddenly lost its balance and toppled backward. Oh no. Hashtag chapter 2. How could you send them away? When Jiang Lige woke up again, the strong smell of disinfectant filled her nose. Above her was the clean, plain ceiling of a hospital room. There was no one around. She had no idea where Ji Siye had gone. Jiang Lige tried to sit up, but the moment she moved, her head began spinning violently. She quietly waited for a while before finally managing to prop herself up against the headboard. She moved her arms, then her legs. Good. Everything was still intact. There was a small mirror on the bedside table. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Lige picked it up and held it in front of her face. Whoa, what a round face. Her chubby cheeks were fair and smooth, without a single wrinkle, like a plump steamed bun. A pair of round, black eyes resembling obsidian was set into her face, and every feature was delicately carved. It was obvious that she was a beauty in the making. Unfortunately, Jiang Lige couldn't smile right now. According to the plot, Ji Siye wouldn't gradually recover his memories until a year later. During that year, the original Jiang Lige would use the life-saving favor as leverage and behave outrageously. She stubbornly refused to let Ji Siye return to Jing City, forcing the Ji family to stay behind and look for another solution. Whenever she saw members of the Ji family or Su Yueqian, she would go crazy. Behind their backs, she would spread rumors and deliberately sow discord between them and Ji Siye. She drove Ji Siye's parents so mad that they ended up hospitalized. Ji Siye's younger brother, Ji Qianqian, hated her the most, so she went to his school with a loudspeaker and publicly accused him of being heartless, destroying someone else's marriage, and being jealous because he was impotent. Ji Siye's younger brother became a laughingstock and performed poorly on his college entrance exams. And even that wasn't enough for Jiang Lige. In order to keep Ji Siye by her side for good, she decided that having a child would be the safest option. But Ji Siye only regarded her as his younger sister and refused to sleep with her no matter what. Jiang Lige blamed everything on Su Yueqian. She began using every possible means against her. She threatened Ji Siye with his life-saving debt, threatened him with suicide, tried seduction and drugging, and at the same time constantly schemed to frame Su Yueqian. Under her relentless schemes, Ji Siye eventually became completely disgusted with Su Yueqian. He cut ties with her and ordered her to leave immediately. Regardless of who he really was, he didn't need a fiancée with such a vicious mind. Qianqian was heartbroken, but still refused to give up. It wasn't until she saw Ji Siye accompanying Jiang Lige to a prenatal checkup that she finally broke down. She drove away at high speed and got into a serious car accident, suffering severe injuries that left her in a vegetative state. It was also at that moment that Ji Siye remembered everything. After investigating all the evil things Jiang Lige had done, he determined that she had completely exhausted the life-saving favor. Then he began taking revenge on her mercilessly. First, Ji Siye forcibly had her pregnancy terminated. Then he sent her to prison, where she spent 8 years. Jiang Lige thought that after all that, Ji Siye would finally let her go. But on the very day she was released, Ji Siye's people came and took her away. By then, Qianqian had already awakened and forgiven Ji Siye. Jiang Lige was brought to their grand wedding and forced to watch from afar. After that, she was subjected to another round of revenge and eventually died a miserable death on the street. Jiang Lige clenched her teeth. The original Jiang Lige had really brought all of this upon herself. If she were reading the novel, she would probably hate such a vicious supporting character too. She might even want to transmigrate into the story just to spit on her corpse and say, "Serves you right. I love watching wicked women get what they deserve." But if that wicked supporting character were herself, she still wanted to say, "I did all of it because I loved him." Surely that wasn't enough to deserve death, right? Her chubby hands covered her face as she sobbed miserably. She really didn't want to die. Click. The door opened. Jiang Lige immediately lowered her hands and looked up. She met Ji Siye's eyes as he walked in carrying a container of porridge. You're awake." Ji Siye was startled when he saw her, but quickly returned to his usual composure. He placed the food container to the side, then sat down expressionlessly. Looking at Jiang Lige's reddened eyes, his throat bobbed slightly. His fingers curled, but he didn't move. He stared at her and said coldly, "You're not crippled. Just a moderate concussion. If you're not satisfied, you can jump again. I guarantee there won't be an inflatable safety cushion this time." Jiang Lige had no idea how to respond. She could tell him that she hadn't intended to fall, but he probably wouldn't believe her. Her thoughts were still a mess, so she lowered her head and fiddled with her fingers without saying a word. The room fell silent for a long while. Eventually, Ji Siye resigned himself to his fate and opened the food container. He scooped up a spoonful of hot porridge and held it to her lips. "Eat your fill before you go." Jiang Lige had little appetite, but the porridge contained corn and minced meat, and it looked delicious. Before she could even think about it, her mouth had already opened. She swallowed a huge mouthful. After chewing enthusiastically, her eyes suddenly lit up. The tiny reaction made Ji Siye's stern expression soften almost imperceptibly. By the time she finished the entire bowl of porridge, Jiang Lige finally remembered what really mattered. Where are they?" Ji Siye replied, "My name isn't Jiang Lige was speechless. Back when Ji Siye had lost his memory, Jiang's father had been forced to temporarily give him a name, Jiang Huayan. It came from an old poetic line, expressing the hope that he would have a peaceful and prosperous life from then on. But now that the Ji family had brought his real identity and name to light, she obviously couldn't keep calling him that as casually as before. "Call me whatever you're used to." Jiang Lige had no choice but to brace herself and say, "Brother Huayan, where are your family and your fiancé?" Ji Siye's hand stopped moving. He looked at her as though he had seen a ghost. After pondering for 2 seconds, he said, "I sent them away." "What?" Jiang Lige shot upright. She completely forgot about the dizziness and nausea. "They're your family. How could you send them away? And your fiancé? You two are genuine childhood sweethearts. She spent 3 years looking for you and waiting for you. How could you? How could you?" Jiang Lige looked as though she was about to cry. Her expression clearly accused Ji Siye of being a heartless scumbag. But whether Ji Siye was a heartless scumbag had nothing to do with her. What mattered was her life. Ji Siye stopped what he was doing completely. He stared suspiciously at her for a long time before silently pressing the call button. Jiang Lige. Did this guy think she had hit her head so hard that she'd gone crazy? First of all, they claimed to be my family, but apart from photographs, there's no solid evidence proving it. For example, a paternity test. Ji Siye crossed his legs. Even though he had lost his memory, he still carried the imposing demeanor of someone accustomed to being in control. Of course, any previous paternity test can't be trusted either. It has to be done again now. But the Ji family is one of the most powerful and prestigious families. There's no reason for them to lie to me, nor do they need to. However, I suffered a gunshot wound and lost my memory. That means I must have enemies. I've heard that wealthy families have complicated internal relationships. I don't know whether my enemies are inside or outside the family, nor do I know their motives. And I haven't recovered my memories yet. I'm practically defenseless right now. If I suddenly return, my enemies could easily take advantage of the situation again. So even if they really are my biological family, this isn't the right time for us to reunite. They would only push me into the spotlight again. Jiang Lige listened, completely stunned. As expected of a big shot, he had managed to analyze the entire situation and weigh all the risks in such a short time. Secondly, they claim they care about me and have been worried about me, yet they came here to question and hurt the person who saved my life. They look down on you, which, in reality, means they look down on me. When he remembered the scene of Jiang Lige being driven to jump off the building, Ji Siye's expression darkened uncontrollably. Finally, the man suddenly let out a mocking laugh and looked at her with an ambiguous expression. Aren't I your husband? Wasn't your father's dying wish for us to become husband and wife? So how could you push me towards someone else so easily? 3 questions in a row. Jiang Lige was rendered speechless. She was about to cry again, but she couldn't exactly tell him she was afraid of dying. And she certainly couldn't tell him this was a fictional world inside a novel. She unconsciously gripped the blanket tightly. Clenching her back teeth, she took 3 deep breaths before suddenly raising her head. As if she had finally made up her mind, she said solemnly, Jiang Huayan, there's something I need to confess to you. Whether she died sooner or later, she was going to die anyway. If she confessed now, perhaps there was still a slim chance of survival. Actually, Dad's dying wish wasn't for us to become husband and wife. It was. Before she could finish speaking, the door opened again. The Ji family had returned, bringing Su Yueqian with them. Su Yueqian seemed to have been crying. She walked forward with guilt written across her face. Miss Jiang, I came to apologize to you. Chapter 3, Discharged from the hospital. The words she hadn't finished saying caught in Jiang Lige's throat. She stared at the sudden appearance of several people, unable to react for a moment. An apology? What were they apologizing for? Oh my goodness. The true female lead was apologizing to her. Was she trying to make Jiang Lige die even faster? Jiang Lige forced a flattering, ingratiating smile onto her face. She was just about to say, You're too kind, sister-in-law, when Ji Siye pinned her in place with a warning look. The man shifted his position slightly and stood protectively in front of Jiang Lige without making it obvious. Seeing this, Su Yueqian's eyes reddened even more. She clenched her fingers and said hoarsely, I shouldn't have questioned or insulted you and your father. You saved Yi, which means you're my saviors too. After all, if something had happened to Yi, I don't know how I could have gone on living. Miss Jiang, I sincerely thank you and your father. With that, Su Yueqian bent forward at a full 90-degree angle and gave her a very formal apology. Oh, so that was what this was about. Jiang Lige leaned back against the bed. Thinking back to what Su Yueqian had said before she fell from the rooftop, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable. But on one hand, she knew it was better to let things go now that Su Yueqian had apologized. And on the other hand, Su Yueqian's suspicions weren't entirely unreasonable. However, in the original novel, the original Jiang Lige and her father truly hadn't known Ji Siye's real identity. Her thoughts were still somewhat jumbled. She pursed her lips and replied, And no problem. Ji Siye's mother, Tang Wan, was gentle, quiet, elegant, and dignified. Although she was over 50, there wasn't a single wrinkle on her face. However, after days of worry and exhaustion, she looked somewhat haggard. She sighed softly and patted Su Yueqian on the shoulder before walking to the bedside. She spoke carefully and gently. Your name is Jiang Lige, right? Lige? May I call you that? She looked Jiang Lige over as well. There was no contempt in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with affection and gratitude, along with a hint of pity. I'm very sorry for disrupting your wedding today, but your Jiang Huayan really is my son, and he is the heir of the Ji family. You're so young, and you've just lost your father. Yet we came rushing in and tried to take Yi away from you like this. We were too abrupt. We'll stay here and wait until Yi regains his memories and accepts us. But could you promise me something? Before then, please don't become husband and wife in the true sense. Her final sentence was somewhat euphemistic, but everyone present was an adult. No one could possibly misunderstand what she meant. For a moment, the expressions of everyone in the room became rather complicated. Everyone except the second-year college student Qianqian, who was standing at the doorway, huffing unhappily. Ji Siye's brows knitted tightly. He quickly glanced at Jiang Lige before speaking coldly. Sorry, Mom. This is my family matter, and she needs to rest. Brother, how can you protect that fat woman? Do you know how much you used to love Sister Yueqian? We're your real family. We genuinely care about you. That bitch and her father must be after our family's money. Shut up. Ji Jian rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge into the room to argue when his father's furious shout made him freeze where he stood. He glared hatefully at Jiang Lige, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly returned to the doorway. Tang Wan displeasedly glanced at her younger son. She reached out, intending to gently pat Jiang Lige on the head, but Ji Siye blocked her. She could only give up. Bending down, she lowered her voice and said to Jiang Lige, in the past, Yi and Yueqian really were very close. I'm saying this for your own good. I'm afraid you'll be hurt in the future. But don't be afraid. If you're willing, once Yi regains his memories, your uncle and I will take you back to Jing City with us and treat you like our own daughter. Whether you want to continue your studies, find a job, or get married, your uncle and I will make all the arrangements for you. Your aunt is right. Ji Siye's father stepped forward as well, his broad voice filled with warmth. I only have 2 useless sons in my entire life. I've always wanted a daughter. Of course, that is, if you're willing. Jiang Lige, sob. My eyes are about to start leaking, What wonderful people the Ji family were. The couple had built a business empire from nothing, yet they had always remained humble and courteous. In the original novel, the Ji couple had always treated the original Jiang Lige well, partly because of the life-saving favor Ji Siye owed her, but also because Jiang Lige had lost her mother at a young age and had now lost her father as well. The only person she had left by her side was a husband whose identity was still uncertain. She was truly pitiful. So even when the original Jiang Lige behaved outrageously, the Ji couple repeatedly tolerated her. When Ji Jian humiliated and bullied her, his father was the first to step forward and scold him. He even cut off Ji Jian's credit cards for quite some time and forced him to apologize to Jiang Lige. When he learned that Jiang Lige and Ji Siye had become a real married couple, he even tried to persuade Su Yueqian, nearly falling out with the Su family. And after learning that Jiang Lige was pregnant, the couple, who had stood at the very top of the social pyramid and been admired by countless people for half their lives, had eagerly rushed over themselves to take care of her. Even after the original Jiang Lige died miserably on the street with no one to care about her, it was Tang Wan, soft-hearted as she was, who ordered someone to collect her body so that she could be buried properly. Okay, now her eyes really were about to start leaking. The original Jiang Lige was seriously determined to get herself killed. What exactly was she so obsessed with Ji Siye for? Finding a 4-legged toad might be difficult, but were 2-legged men really that hard to find? The original Jiang Lige had been spoiled and had never experienced the hardships of working for a living. But Jiang Lige had. These days, even if you worked as the boss's mistress, you still had to finish sleeping with him and then rush back to work on the proposal. There were plenty of greasy middle-aged supervisors who abused their authority and reached out with their disgusting hands. If a wealthy old money couple suddenly appeared out of nowhere, asked for nothing in return, recognized her as their daughter, spoiled her, gave her money, opportunities, and warmth, and perhaps even found her a rich husband later, why on earth would she refuse? She'd probably wake up laughing even in her dreams. And now such an opportunity was right in front of her. If she didn't take it, she'd be an idiot. Her emotions soaring, Jiang Lige suddenly threw off the blanket and climbed out of bed. She had forgotten that she still had a concussion. The moment she stood up, dizziness washed over her. Her legs went weak. Thump. She dropped to her knees directly in front of Tang Wan and Ji Siye's father. Everyone. Was she wishing them a happy new year already? Wasn't it a little early for that? Thank you, uncle and auntie. In front of everyone, I have something I need to confess. Jiang Lige desperately endured the spinning sensation in her head and the nausea churning violently in her stomach. She gathered her courage and spoke in broken fragments. Actually, Dad's dying wish was, not for us to become husband and wife, but for me to be his bro. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Bleak. Jiang Lige vomited up the porridge she had just eaten, emptying nearly the entire bowl. Most of it splattered onto Ji Siye's trouser leg. Ji Siye. His back teeth clenched. He grabbed Jiang Lige by the collar with one large hand, intending to lift her up like a little chick. But the moment he pulled, Jiang Lige went completely limp and fainted. Jiang Lige. Ji Siye's pupils contracted. Without caring about anything else, he quickly caught her and lifted her into his arms so she wouldn't collapse onto the mess. Just then, a young nurse arrived. She happened to witness Jiang Lige kneeling in front of several people with red eyes, saying something before suddenly fainting. She immediately let out a piercing scream. Soon, the hospital security guards came rushing over in a swarm. For the 10 days between that incident and Jiang Lige's discharge, neither the Ji family nor Su Yueqian came again. According to the patient in the neighboring bed, the whole thing had been a huge misunderstanding that day. The young nurse had thought Jiang Lige was being bullied. After all, the Ji family and Su Yueqian were clearly dressed like extremely wealthy people. And then Jiang Lige had actually knelt down and fainted in front of them. The nurse thought something terrible had happened. The entire security team had rushed over. Ji Qianqian was different from Ji Siye. He was a spoiled, rich second-generation heir who had grown up pampered, so naturally, he wasn't going to tolerate being treated that way. When the security guards pushed them toward the exit, apparently causing Tang Wan and Su Yueqian to stumble slightly, Ji Qianqian immediately rushed forward and started fighting with them. And then, the police arrived. After everything was explained, the police left. Still, the incident had created a terrible impression. Numerous patients and family members filed complaints. The hospital temporarily closed the ward on the grounds that the patients needed rest, allowing each patient to have only one family member stay with them. For the entire 10 days, Ji Siye was practically glued to Jiang Lige's side. Apart from buying food and going to the bathroom, he barely left. But he didn't talk to her. Even when Jiang Lige tried to say something, Ji Siye would maintain his cold expression and refuse to engage. The atmosphere was unbelievably awkward. Several times, she wanted to explain everything to him, but eventually gave up. Forget it. She'd explain after she was discharged. Sitting in a chair, Jiang Lige sighed as she watched Ji Siye pack their things. Ji Siye moved efficiently. He quickly packed everything they had brought for the hospital stay. He even folded the blankets and bedding on the hospital bed neatly for her. After checking one last time to make sure nothing had been left behind, he finally deigned to spare her a glance. Let's go home. Chapter 4. Your idea of sleeping is different from mine? After completing the discharge procedures and receiving a few more instructions from the doctor, the two of them finally left the hospital. Ji Siye took out his phone and called a ride. Jiang Lige suddenly tugged at his sleeve and pointed toward the parking lot 10 meters to the south. They're here. Following the direction of her finger, he saw a limited edition Maybach. The Ji couple and Su Yueqian were standing beside the car. Tang Wan was even holding a bouquet of flowers. Ji Qianqian hadn't come. All three of them looked eager to approach, yet they hesitated and didn't dare come any closer. Ji Siye glanced at them only once before looking away. What does that have to do with you? Jiang Lige. It didn't have anything to do with her? Weren't they here to pick her up from the hospital? Sure, they were ultimately here because they wanted to get closer to Ji Siye, but it was an indirect connection. How did that not count? Just as she was about to persuade him a little more, the ride he had called arrived. He put his backpack into the trunk, casually opened the rear passenger door, and then got into the front passenger seat himself. He didn't pay her any attention the entire time. Jiang Lige fell silent for 2 seconds. She could only give the group a friendly wave before getting into the ride and slipping away. After they left, Su Yueqian immediately choked up. In a low voice, she sobbed. Uncle, Annie, do you think Yi might really never remember us again? If he stays here and spends the rest of his life with that girl, how can that be okay? She had been Ji Siye's little shadow ever since childhood. And because their families had arranged their marriage when they were young, she had long since regarded Ji Siye as the most important and irreplaceable person in her life. He had always been outstanding and dependable, a favored son of heaven who had been surrounded by admiration wherever he went. And she had always followed in his footsteps, working hard to become better so that she could stand beside him. She was absolutely certain that he was her other half. Yet that other half of her life had suddenly disappeared without a trace. And when she finally found him again, he had not only forgotten her, but was also protecting a girl who seemed to have no redeeming qualities whatsoever. If this had happened in the past, Su Yueqian felt that girl wouldn't even have been qualified to enter their villa as a maid. Ji Siye was a notorious neat freak. In the past, even if the slightest speck of dust got on his clothes, he would immediately take a shower and change. Yet now, after Jiang Lige had vomited all over him, leaving him covered in foul-smelling filth, he merely went to the bathroom to clean himself up after the doctor confirmed that she was fine, then continued staying by her bedside. How could the proud Su Yueqian possibly accept that? If she had known things would turn out like this, she would rather, Rather, Qianqian, we have to trust Yi. You've seen his medical records too. Yi was incredibly lucky to survive. The fact that he's alive is more important than anything else. Thinking about everything they had learned over the past few days, and seeing the photographs of Ji Siye lying on a hospital bed covered in blood and barely clinging to life back then, Tang Wan's heart ached. As a mother, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. Ji Siye's father quickly pulled her into his arms and comforted her softly. He had been injured so severely and had suffered multiple fractures. Yet now, when they saw him again, there wasn't even a trace of an external injury. He looked just as healthy and handsome as he had been back then. It was obvious how well the Jiang family had treated him over the years. The wind dried Tang Wan's tears. She raised her head and said, "Old Ji, have someone find Mr. Jiang's grave. Let's go pay our respects together." Ji Siye's father nodded. "We should." Su Yueqian froze for several seconds, seemingly wanting to say something. In the end, she silently followed them back. The Jiang family's small supermarket was located near the sea. It was summer, and there were plenty of tourists along the coast. The surrounding shops, restaurants, and guest houses were all bustling with activity. Only the Jiang family's Pampan supermarket stood out from the rest, its doors firmly closed. "Oh, Pampan and Huayan are back." Pampan was Jiang Lige's childhood nickname. Her father had once explained that after marrying Jiang Lige's mother, they had remained childless for years. Eventually, they had given up hope. Then, when they were nearly 40, they heard that Putuan Mountain was especially effective for those praying for children. So the couple went to Puji Temple and made their way up the steps, bowing with every step. That very night, Jiang Lige's mother dreamed that a bodhisattva placed a little girl in her arms. Not long afterward, she really did become pregnant. Jiang Lige was the child the entire family had waited and prayed for over many years. So they gave her the nickname Pampan. It represented their hope that every beautiful wish they had for her would come true. The elderly Mrs. Wu from next door, who was taking care of her grandson, greeted them warmly when she saw them. Remembering the rumors that had been circulating around town these past few days, she secretly glanced at Ji Siye several times. Jiang Lige smiled and greeted her. "Hello, Grandma Wu." Grandma Wu didn't respond. Instead, she continued sneaking glances at Ji Siye as he took out his keys and unlocked the door. Then she winked and made meaningful expressions at Jiang Lige. Jiang Lige froze. Then she awkwardly smiled twice. The Ji family must have come looking for him earlier. Now everyone probably knew his true identity. Sigh. Ji Siye opened the supermarket door. After entering, he hung up a sign saying the store was temporarily closed. He stood behind the counter for a few seconds, hesitated, then picked up something and quickly slipped it into his pocket. Then he said, "Go take a shower." Jiang Lige. Oh, she didn't think much of it. Hospitals were full of germs, and she hadn't showered for 5 days. She felt sweaty and uncomfortable. Even if he hadn't told her to shower, she would have done it herself. After taking off her clothes and standing in the bathroom, Jiang Lige looked at her chubby figure in the mirror, and at the parts of her body that were now 3-cup sizes larger than before. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should laugh or cry. She had grown up in an orphanage and had suffered from malnutrition. She had always been skinny and petite. Even after growing up, she remained small and flat everywhere. When she was in college, she had even saved money to buy a bunch of papayas, but they hadn't helped much. Now though, Jiang Lige grinned mischievously and quickly gave herself a little squeeze. The heaviest she had ever been before was only 92 pounds. She still wasn't used to this soft, fleshy body, but the texture was pretty nice. By the time Jiang Lige finished showering and drying her hair, an hour had already passed. She briefly familiarized herself with the layout of the house. The first and second floors were occupied by Pampan Supermarket. The third floor was the living area. There were 4 bedrooms in total. Her bedroom and the master bedroom where her father had once lived both had private bathrooms. Ji Siye was currently showering in the shared bathroom. She only glanced over before looking away. She needed to confess everything to Ji Siye as soon as possible. Just as she was thinking about it, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Their eyes met. Ji Siye was wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. His upper body was bare, his skin pale like jade, and water droplets were dripping from his hair. The defined lines of his muscles were enough to make anyone's blood rush at first sight. Jiang Lige stared. She swallowed. It took her a full minute to recover. She immediately turned her head away, her entire face bright red. What had she been looking at just now? Why was she acting like such a lovesick idiot? I didn't expect you to come out just now. I'll go back to my room first. Embarrassed beyond words, Jiang Lige sprinted back to her room. She slammed the door shut, threw herself onto the bed with a thump, then wrapped herself tightly in the blanket to calm herself down. Down. Left brain asterisk, he's so handsome. Right brain asterisk, but you're going to die horribly later. Left brain asterisk, his body is incredible. He looks so strong. Right brain asterisk, but you're going to have your pregnancy terminated, go to prison, and then die miserably on the street. Left brain asterisk. Left brain asterisk, you're right. Her restless heart finally calmed down. Perhaps the original Jiang Lige had been so obsessed with Ji Siye because she had fallen for his looks. Just as Jiang Lige was about to sigh dramatically toward the heavens, she suddenly heard rustling beside her. The door opened, then closed. A moment later, the curtains were drawn shut. Jiang Lige. What was Ji Siye doing? Oh, the original Jiang Lige was so lazy that whenever she didn't want to get out of bed to turn off the lights, she would send Ji Siye a message and make him come over. Perhaps Ji Siye had simply gotten used to it. Jiang Lige thought that after settling her in, Ji Siye would leave. But in the next moment, the blanket covering her face was suddenly pulled away. The room was completely dark. All she could see was Ji Siye's intense gaze above her. There were so many emotions in his eyes that she couldn't understand. And she wasn't particularly eager to understand them, either. Ji Siye stared at her for a long time. Then, in the darkness, his deep, slightly hoarse voice rang out. Are you sure you want to sleep? Of course. It was already 9 o'clock at night. If she didn't sleep, what else was she supposed to do? Okay. Ji Siye sat beside the bed for several seconds, seemingly hesitating. But in the next instant, he suddenly climbed onto the bed. His tall body loomed over her, completely enveloping her within the narrow space. Jiang Lige was dumbfounded. Warm breath carrying the fresh scent of shower gel washed over her. His firm chest pressed against hers, and his breath brushed across her flushed cheeks. Before she could recover, the man's well-defined hand had already settled against her waist. He closed his eyes. His thin lips slowly moved toward hers. Jiang Lige's eyes widened. Wait, your idea of sleeping and mine seem to be two completely different things. ####. Chapter 3, Discharged from the hospital. The words she hadn't finished saying caught in Jiang Lige's throat. She stared at the sudden appearance of several people, unable to react for a moment. An apology? What were they apologizing for? Oh my goodness. The true female lead was apologizing to her. Was she trying to make Jiang Lige die even faster? Jiang Lige forced a flattering, ingratiating smile onto her face. She was just about to say, "You're too kind, sister-in-law," when Ji Siye pinned her in place with a warning look. The man shifted slightly and stood protectively in front of Jiang Lige. Seeing this, Su Yueqian's eyes reddened even more. She clenched her fingers and said hoarsely, "I shouldn't have questioned or insulted you and your father. You saved Yi, which means you're my saviors too. After all, if something had happened to Yi, I don't know how I could have gone on living. Miss Jiang, I sincerely thank you and your father." With that, Su Yueqian bent forward at a full 90-degree angle and gave her a formal apology. Oh, so that was what this was about. Jiang Lige leaned back against the bed. Thinking back to what Su Yueqian had said before she fell from the rooftop, she still felt somewhat uncomfortable. But on one hand, she knew it was better to let things go now that Su Yueqian had apologized. And on the other hand, Su Yueqian's suspicions weren't entirely unreasonable. However, in the original novel, the original Jiang Lige and her father truly hadn't known Ji Siye's real identity. Her thoughts were still somewhat jumbled. She pursed her lips and replied, "And no problem." Ji Siye's mother, Tang Wan, was gentle, quiet, elegant, and dignified. Although she was over 50, there wasn't a single wrinkle on her face. However, after days of worry and exhaustion, she looked somewhat haggard. She sighed softly and patted Su Yueqian on the shoulder before walking to the bedside. She spoke carefully and gently. "Your name is Jiang Lige, right? Lige? May I call you that?" She looked Jiang Lige over as well. There was no contempt in her eyes. Instead, they were filled with affection and gratitude, along with a hint of pity. "I'm very sorry for disrupting your wedding today, but your Jiang Huan really is my son, and he is the heir of the Ji family. You're so young, and you've just lost your father. Yet we came rushing in and tried to take Yi away from you like this. We were too abrupt. We'll stay here and wait until Yi regains his memories and accepts us. But could you promise me something? Before then, please don't become husband and wife in the true sense." Her final sentence was somewhat euphemistic, but everyone present was an adult. No one could possibly misunderstand what she meant. For a moment, The expressions of everyone in the room became rather complicated. Everyone except the second-year college student Ji Jian, who was standing at the doorway, huffing unhappily. Ji Sie's brows knitted tightly. He quickly glanced at Jiang Lige before speaking coldly. Sorry, Mom. This is my family matter, and she needs to rest. Brother, how can you protect that fat woman? Do you know how much you used to love Sister Qianqian? We're your real family. We genuinely care about you. That bitch and her father must be after our family's money. Shut up. Ji Jian rolled up his sleeves and was about to charge into the room to argue when his father's furious shout made him freeze where he stood. He glared hatefully at Jiang Lige, gritted his teeth, and reluctantly returned to the doorway. Tang Wan displeasedly glanced at her younger son. She reached out, intending to gently pat Jiang Lige on the head, but Ji Siye blocked her. She could only give up. Bending down, she lowered her voice and said to Jiang Lige, in the past, Yi and Qianqian really were very close. I'm saying this for your own good. I'm afraid you'll be hurt in the future. But don't be afraid. If you're willing, once Yi regains his memories, your uncle and I will take you back to Jing City with us and treat you like our own daughter. Whether you want to continue your studies, find a job, or get married, your uncle and I will make all the arrangements. Your aunt is right. Ji Sie's father stepped forward as well, his broad voice filled with warmth. I only have 2 useless sons in my entire life. I've always wanted a daughter. Of course, that is, if you're willing. Jiang Lige, sob. My eyes are about to start leaking, What wonderful people the Ji family were. The couple had built a business empire from nothing, yet they had always remained humble and courteous. In the original novel, the Ji couple had always treated the original Jiang Lige well, partly because of the life-saving favor Ji Siye owed her, but also because Jiang Lige had lost her mother at a young age and had now lost her father as well. The only person she had left by her side was a husband whose identity was still uncertain. She was truly pitiful. So even when the original Jiang Lige behaved outrageously, the Ji couple repeatedly tolerated her. When Ji Jian humiliated and bullied her, his father was the first to step forward and scold him. He even cut off Ji Jian's credit cards for quite some time and forced him to apologize to Jiang Lige. When he learned that Jiang Lige and Ji Siye had become a real married couple, he even tried to persuade Su Qianqian, nearly falling out with the Su family. And after learning that Jiang Lige was pregnant, the couple, who had stood at the very top of the social pyramid and been admired by countless people for half their lives, had eagerly rushed over themselves to take care of her. Even after the original Jiang Lige died miserably on the street with no one to care about her, it was Tang Wan, soft-hearted as she was, who ordered someone to collect her body so that she could be buried properly. Okay, now her eyes really were about to start leaking. The original Jiang Lige was seriously determined to get herself killed. What exactly was she so obsessed with Ji Siye for? Finding a 4-legged toad might be difficult, but were 2-legged men really that hard to find? The original Jiang Lige had been spoiled and had never experienced the hardships of working for a living. But Jiang Lige had. These days, even if you worked as the boss's mistress, you still had to finish sleeping with him and then rush back to work on the proposal. There were plenty of greasy middle-aged supervisors who abused their authority and reached out with their disgusting hands. If a wealthy old money couple suddenly appeared out of nowhere, asked for nothing in return, recognized her as their daughter, spoiled her, gave her money, opportunities, and warmth, and perhaps even found her a rich husband later, why on earth would she refuse? She'd probably wake up laughing even in her dreams. And now such an opportunity was right in front of her. If she didn't take it, she'd be an idiot. Her emotions soaring, Jiang Lige suddenly threw off the blanket and climbed out of bed. She had forgotten that she still had a concussion. The moment she stood up, dizziness washed over her. Her legs went weak. Thump. She dropped to her knees directly in front of Tang Wan and Ji Sie's father. Everyone. Was she wishing them a happy new year already? Wasn't it a little early for that? Thank you, uncle and auntie. In front of everyone, I have something I need to confess. Jiang Lige desperately endured the spinning sensation in her head and the nausea churning violently in her stomach. She gathered her courage and spoke in broken fragments. Actually, Dad's dying wish was, not for us to become husband and wife, but for me to be his bro. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Bleak. Jiang Lige vomited up the porridge she had just eaten, emptying nearly the entire bowl. Most of it splattered onto Ji Sie's trouser leg. Ji Siye. His back teeth clenched. He grabbed Jiang Lige by the collar with one large hand. intending to lift her up like a little chick. But the moment he pulled, Jiang Lige went completely limp and fainted. Jiang Lige. Ji Siye's pupils contracted. Without caring about anything else, he quickly caught her and lifted her into his arms so she wouldn't collapse onto the mess. Just then, a young nurse arrived. She happened to witness Jiang Lige kneeling in front of several people with red eyes, saying something before suddenly fainting. She immediately let out a piercing scream. Soon, the hospital security guards came rushing over in a swarm. For the 10 days between that incident and Jiang Lige's discharge, neither the Ji family nor Su Yueqian came again. According to the patient in the neighboring bed, the whole thing had been a huge misunderstanding that day. The young nurse had thought Jiang Lige was being bullied. After all, the Ji family and Su Yueqian were clearly dressed like extremely wealthy people. And then Jiang Lige had actually knelt down and fainted in front of them. The nurse thought something terrible had happened. The entire security team had rushed over. Ji Qianqian was different from Ji Siye. He was a spoiled, rich second-generation heir who had grown up pampered, so naturally, he wasn't going to tolerate being treated that way. When the security guards pushed them toward the exit, apparently causing Tang Wan and Su Yueqian to stumble slightly, Ji Qianqian immediately rushed forward and started fighting with them. And then, the police arrived. After everything was explained, the police left. Still, the incident had created a terrible impression. Numerous patients and family members filed complaints. The hospital temporarily closed the ward on the grounds that the patients needed rest, allowing each patient to have only one family member stay with them. For the entire 10 days, Ji Siye was practically glued to Jiang Lige's side. Apart from buying food and going to the bathroom, he barely left. But he didn't talk to her. Even when Jiang Lige tried to say something, Ji Siye would maintain his cold expression and refuse to engage. The atmosphere was unbelievably awkward. Several times, she wanted to explain everything to him, but eventually gave up. Forget it. She'd explain after she was discharged. Sitting in a chair, Jiang Lige sighed as she watched Ji Siye pack their things. Ji Siye moved efficiently. He quickly packed everything they had brought for the hospital stay. He even folded the blankets and bedding on the hospital bed neatly for her. After checking one last time to make sure nothing had been left behind, he finally deigned to spare her a glance. Let's go home. ## Chapter 6. I knew all along. The moment those words were spoken, everyone present except Ji Siye, who seemed to have anticipated this, froze in shock. Jiang Lige could no longer hold back her tears. Her expression was sorrowful and fragile as she choked out. My father's dying wish wasn't for us to become husband and wife. His dying wish was for you to become my brother, to take care of me for the rest of my life like a real older brother. The moment she finished speaking, Ji Qianqian let out a sharp, mocking laugh. He pointed at Jiang Lige's nose and cursed. I knew you were a liar. You vicious, scheming woman. You took advantage of my brother's amnesia and used his life-saving debt to blackmail him. And now you even dare to make up such a ridiculous lie. Why don't you just go die? Shut up. Ji Siye and his father shouted at the same time. All the grievances she had endured over the past few days, the fear she had felt after transmigrating into the novel, the helplessness of being pushed into a corner, and now being publicly insulted with a finger pointed straight at her. Everything exploded at that moment. She glared at Ji Qianqian and screamed back. Yes, I admit it. I lied. I'm a liar. But have any of you ever thought about why I lied? My dad had just died. I'd lost my only family. Those so-called relatives of mine came rushing into my house the very next day like sharks smelling blood. Blood. They said a young girl like me couldn't possibly hold on to the family business, and that this little supermarket should belong to them. They just wanted to take advantage of me because I had no family left. I was barely 20 years old, and my father had just died. I was fat, useless, and completely alone. What was I supposed to do? I called the police, but they told me it was a family matter. There wasn't a single person by my side. I had no one except him. Only Jiang Huayan. She pointed at Ji Siye, tears streaming down her face even harder. I was just scared of being alone. I just didn't want the last thing my father left me to be taken away too. I lied. I was wrong. But you rich people sitting high above everyone else. Do you understand how desperate I was? She screamed until she had nothing left. Everyone present was stunned by her seemingly hysterical breakdown. Even Ji Qianqian, who had been cursing her the most viciously, fell silent and stared at her blankly. Jiang Lige turned toward Ji Siye, tears pouring down like a broken dam. I was wrong, Ji Siye. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to you, and I'm sorry to everyone. She sobbed. Now your family is here. They'll take care of you. I'm giving you back to them. You're free now. You don't have to take care of a burden like me anymore." With that, she refused to look at anyone's expression. She abruptly shoved Ji Jian aside and ran down the coastline without looking back. The sea breeze whipped her long hair around and dried the tears on her cheeks. She had no idea how long she ran. Finally, her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the ground in a miserable heap. She could no longer hold herself together. She buried her face in her knees and burst into tears like a child abandoned by the entire world. She cried over her terrible luck at transmigrating into a novel, over the mess the original Jiang Lige had left behind for her to clean up, and over being cursed at and humiliated by Ji Siye. Sigh. It seemed that no matter where she was destined to be alone and helpless. She didn't know how long she had been crying when a shadow suddenly fell over her. Jiang Lige's sobbing stopped. She slowly raised her head. Ji Siye was standing right in front of her, looking down at her from above. She sniffled and asked in a muffled voice, Why did you follow me? To laugh at me?" Ji Siye didn't answer. He simply continued looking at her, his gaze dark and unreadable. The sea breeze tousled the hair over his forehead. After a long while, he bent down and pulled her up from the ground. Only after she was standing steadily did he finally speak. "Why did you confess?" Huh? Jiang Lige was dumbfounded. What kind of question was that? She had thought he would question her, or curse her, but he had followed her all the way here just to ask that? Looking into his eyes, another wave of grievance welled up inside Jiang Lige. "What else could I do if I didn't confess?" she asked through her sobs, her fingers clenched tightly. "Was I supposed to lie to you for the rest of your life? I'm afraid of being punished for it. And even more than that, I'm afraid my father won't be able to rest peacefully in the afterlife. He'd blame me for using his dying wish to play such a cruel joke." As she spoke, tears once again rolled down her cheeks. "Besides, you don't even like me. You and Miss Su are the perfect match. I don't want to use a lie to trap someone as outstanding as you by my side, keeping you stuck in this tiny place and forcing you to waste your entire life with a fat, useless liar like me." Every word she said came from the heart. The moment she confessed, she really had felt a sense of relief. She had returned Ji Siye to his family. Whether she lived or died had nothing to do with him anymore. That way, when he eventually regained his memories, at least he wouldn't be so furious about being tricked into marrying a fat woman that he'd want to tear her to pieces. She thought her selfless speech would at least earn her a dismissive, "At least you know what's good for you." But unexpectedly, after Ji Siye finished listening, the tightly pressed corners of his lips curved upward ever so slightly. He looked at her swollen, tear-reddened eyes and the ridiculous little nose that had gone red from crying. And then, he actually laughed softly. Jiang Lige completely broke down. Damn, had he gone crazy? She was already miserable enough, and he could still laugh? Had being deceived and toyed with by her driven him insane? "What are you laughing at?" she demanded furiously. Ji Siye suppressed his laughter. His deep black eyes seemed to sparkle with countless stars. He bent slightly so that they were at eye level and spoke clearly, one word at a time. "Who told you that I didn't know?" Jiang Lige's brain instantly crashed. She wondered if she had cried so hard that she was hallucinating. What? Looking at her foolish expression, the amusement in Ji Siye's eyes deepened. He reached out and gently wiped the tears from her cheek with his fingertip. "Jiang Lige, do you really think everyone is as stupid as you are?" There was a hint of teasing in his voice. But more than that, there was a helpless, indulgent tenderness. Under Jiang Lige's stunned, speechless gaze, Ji Siye slowly continued. "Dad told me about it before. He told me that the person he was most worried about was you. You're innocent and impulsive, and you've never suffered any hardships. He was afraid that after he was gone, you'd be completely devoured by people without anyone to protect you." Ji Siye spoke as casually as if he were discussing something insignificant. "So he wanted to entrust you to me." Jiang Lige felt as though she had already begun hearing things. But he continued. "Dad told me to protect you from then on and treat you like my little sister." Jiang Lige stared blankly at Ji Siye, unable to utter a single word. So, the original Jiang Lige's father's dying wish had been known to Ji Siye from the very beginning. Then what had she been doing these past few days? Running around like a headless chicken, crying, making a scene, tricking him into marriage, threatening him. Who exactly had she been putting on this performance for? She had been acting like a clown, smugly believing that she was putting on a flawless tragic drama that she herself had written, only to discover that the male lead had been holding the real script from the very beginning, calmly watching every one of her pathetic performances. "So," Jiang Lige's voice trembled, The corners of Ji Siye's lips curled upward as he finished her sentence for her. So, from the very first second you opened your mouth and started lying, I already knew. The last thread of hope Jiang Lige had been desperately clinging to finally snapped. She was doomed. Hashtag Chapter 7. Accept your sister's bow. Jiang Lige stared blankly upward, her face streaked with tears, her expression filled with disbelief and shock. Then why did you? Her voice trembled. If you knew everything, why didn't you explain? Why had he still agreed to marry her on the rooftop? Why had he watched her perform like a complete clown? She genuinely couldn't understand. This was the male lead we were talking about, a powerful man with the protagonist's cheat sheet, decisive and ruthless. If someone had manipulated and forced him into marriage with a lie like this, anyone else would have torn her to pieces by now. Yet not only had he played along with her act, he had played his part so convincingly. Looking at the girl's devastated and bewildered expression, the amusement in Ji Siye's eyes faded, leaving behind nothing but helplessness. He sighed silently. His large hand slowly rose before finally landing gently on Jiang Lige's messy hair, which had been blown into disarray by the sea breeze. It was the first intimate gesture he had shown her since losing his memory. Even during the most tense moments when she had been forcing him into marriage, he had never done anything like this. Jiang Lige's entire body stiffened. Even her breathing stopped. Because you had just lost your father, Ji Siye said in a deep voice, the salty sea breeze mingling with his words and somehow giving them an unusual warmth and weight. And you were standing on the rooftop of a building more than 20 stories high, threatening to die. He rarely spoke so gently as he explained. You normally cry for half an hour just because you nick your hand while chopping vegetables. If I had exposed your lie in front of everyone at that moment, I was afraid you might do something impulsive and actually jump. Jiang Lige's nose suddenly stung. So, he had been afraid she would die. In the original novel, although she had driven him absolutely crazy, his deep sense of responsibility and instinct to protect the vulnerable had never changed. I promised your father that I would protect you. That's my promise to him. Ji Siye paused. So I gave you a choice. He withdrew his hand, his tall figure straight and firm like a pine tree. If you never intended to confess and insisted on using that enormous lie to forcibly bind me to your side, I would still have kept my promise and fulfilled my responsibilities as your husband. That would have been my way of repaying the Jiang family for saving my life. But now, you've chosen another path. Ji Siye's tone became more solemn than ever. He looked at the girl in front of him, who was crying like a tearful little bun, and parted his thin lips. Then let's go home, little sister. Those words, little sister, were clear and firm. They drew a definitive line between their relationship. Jiang Lige froze. But immediately afterward, she understood. Ji Siye was actually willing to be her brother? Heaven knew how terrified she was of dying. Now she didn't have to die. The male lead wasn't going to kill her anymore. Not only had she successfully tossed this hot potato back into the hands of the male and female leads, she had also secured herself a get-out-of-death-free card as the little sister of a wealthy heir. Okay, let's go home. Big brother. Jiang Lige instantly broke into a smile through her tears. That, big brother, came out more cheerfully than anything, with even a hint of sycophantic relief at having survived a disaster. The two walked side by side back toward Pampin Supermarket. Before they even reached the entrance, they could see Ji Siye's parents, Qianqian, and even Ji Jian waiting outside. Seeing the two return safely, the expressions on the Ji family's faces were truly spectacular. Ji Jian had just opened his mouth to continue attacking her when Jiang Lige stepped forward first. After everything she had confessed and the huge reversal that followed, she now felt completely relieved. Even Ji Jian looked much more agreeable to her. She walked up to Ji Siye's parents and Qianqian and gave them a sincere, deep bow. Uncle, Auntie Miss Su. I'm sorry. Jiang Lige raised her head, her eyes clear and frank. Earlier, I was blinded by fear. I was so terrified of losing the only person I could rely on that I made up that dying wish and took advantage of Huayan's. No, Ji Siye's amnesia. I sincerely apologize to all of you. Please forgive me for being selfish and unreasonable before. She turned towards Qianqian, her tone especially sincere. Miss Su, you waited for him for 3 years. You two are the ones who truly belong together. Before, I took your place and said so many hurtful things to you. I'm sorry, don't worry. From now on, I absolutely won't pester him anymore. I'm returning him to you completely. From now on, you're my real sister-in-law. She smiled so brightly that the corners of her eyes curved upward. There wasn't the slightest hint of pretense. Qianqian froze. Before coming here, she had even prepared herself for Jiang Lige to throw another tantrum. But why wasn't she following the script? Qianqian bit her lower lip. The hostility in her eyes faded considerably. In the end, she simply let out a quiet sigh of relief and turned her head away. Tang Wan, however, looked at Jiang Lige with reddened eyes. As a woman herself, she understood all too well the desperation of a girl who had just turned 20, lost both her mother and father, and was suddenly left completely alone, clinging desperately to what she thought was her only lifeline. She showed no trace of blame. Instead, she stepped forward, took Jiang Lige's chubby hand, and looked at her with nothing but heartache. Silly child. Tang Wan's voice was choked with emotion as she gently stroked the back of Jiang Lige's hand. You were simply driven into a corner. How could Annie blame you? Your father saved Aye's life. That's an enormous debt of gratitude. I told you before, as long as you're willing, you can be a biological daughter of the Ji family. Jiang Lige's survival plan instantly exploded in her mind like a spectacular firework. Biological daughter. Time to cling to the rich. From now on, she would simply be a wealthy family hanger-on who ate, drank, and waited for death. The evil supporting character plot, the tortured romance between the male and female leads, all of it would have absolutely nothing to do with her. All she had to do was cling tightly to this family's coattails and survive until the ending, to prove once and for all that she had absolutely no intention of interfering with the relationship between the male and female leads, and to make sure the entire Ji family could finally put their minds at ease. Jiang Lige decided to strike while the iron was hot and pull off something big. Auntie, uncle, wait for me. Jiang Lige patted Tang Wan's hand and rushed into the supermarket. Everyone exchanged puzzled looks. Ji Siye raised an eyebrow slightly, wondering what on earth this girl was planning now. Less than a minute later, Jiang Lige came rushing out with a tray in her hands. On it was a freshly poured cup of tea, still steaming. In full view of everyone, she imitated one of those scenes from ancient costume dramas she had watched on television. Holding the cup of tea solemnly with both hands, she strode toward Ji Siye. Sigh. Ji Siye looked down at her, his brows slightly furrowed. An ominous feeling suddenly arose in his heart. The next second, Jiang Lige took a deep breath and abruptly bent forward in a deep bow. Then, plop, she bent one knee and dropped directly onto one knee. The sheer grandeur of the gesture made her look like a heroic outlaw from Qianqian about to swear brotherhood with someone in a blood oath. Under everyone's stunned gazes, and with Ji Jinyan's jaw practically hanging to the ground, Jiang Lige raised the teacup high with both hands and shouted at the top of her lungs. Big brother, accept your little sister's bow. Ji Siye. His normally unreadable expression actually cracked for once. The corner of his mouth twitched violently twice. Jiang Lige, however, noticed nothing. She continued her passionate speech. From this day forward, you, Ji Siye, are my real big brother. More real than pearls are precious. I promise that from now on, I'll listen to everything you say. If you tell me to go east, I absolutely won't go west. If you tell me to beat a dog, I absolutely won't chase a chicken. I'll also work together with you to take good care of our mom and dad. As she spoke, she turned around with great enthusiasm and gave Ji Siye's parents a reassuring look that clearly said, Don't worry, I've got this. Ji Jinyan was the first to recover. He pointed at Jiang Lige as if he had just seen a ghost, his voice shrill like a duck being strangled. You fat woman, did you get water in your brain? Who's your real brother? Who are your parents? Are you swearing brotherhood here or something? What do you know? This is called officially joining the family. Jiang Lige shot back righteously. Then she turned back and gazed at Ji Siye with sparkling eyes. Her expression practically screamed. If you don't drink this tea, I'm going to stay kneeling here forever. Ji Siye lowered his eyes and looked at the girl kneeling on one knee before him. The brotherly role he had originally chosen had been for the sake of fulfilling his responsibility and protecting her beneath his wings. But he had never expected this girl to accept it so quickly. She had even turned around and staged an entire sworn brotherhood ceremony for him. For some inexplicable reason, an extremely faint sense of irritation arose deep within Ji Siye's heart, so faint that even he himself failed to notice it. Still, he reached out and accepted the cup of tea, drinking it in one go. The man lowered his eyes slightly, concealing the complicated emotions surging within them. His voice was low and slightly hoarse. Good. Remember what you said today, little sister. #Chapter 8. What a show-off. Ji Siye had barely finished speaking when a loud male voice suddenly exploded from the side. I object. Ji Jian jumped 3 feet into the air like a cat, whose tail had been stepped on. He pointed straight at Jiang Lige's nose, looking like a firecracker ready to explode. Brother, did losing your memory fry your brain too? Do you know what this fat woman did to Sister Qianqian before? She lied through her teeth and played our entire family for fools. And now that she's apologized and knelt down, you're actually going to accept her as your sister? Then what am I supposed to be? I refuse to acknowledge her. It's either her or me. If she stays, I leave. Ji Jian fired off his complaints like a machine gun, spraying saliva all over the place. He stuck out his neck, looking as though he was prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice and run away from home if Jiang Lige was allowed through the door. However, his heroic resolve didn't last even 3 seconds. Smack! Tang Wan unceremoniously slapped the back of her younger son's head. She hadn't used all her strength, but it was enough to make Ji Jian stagger. The usually gentle and elegant Madame Ji now had her brows raised in anger, her eyes sharp as knives. Shut your mouth. Is that how you speak to your sister? Lige already knows she was wrong, and her father saved your brother's life. Without the Jiang family, you'd be visiting your brother's grave right now. If I hear you call her fat woman one more time, I'll turn you into a pig's head myself. Mom, why are you taking an outsider's side? Ji Jian clutched his head, looking aggrieved as he instinctively sought his father's protection. Ji Siye's father stood nearby with his hands behind his back. His dignified face remained expressionless as he casually glanced at his younger son. Your mother is right. With that, he settled the matter once and for all, not bothering to offer any further explanation. After all, whatever his wife said went. Ji Jian's eyes widened in disbelief. Finally, he could only turn to his most admired brother for help. Brother, look at them. Hurry up and deal with this scheming woman. Ji Siye looked down coldly at his younger brother. His deep, stern eyes remained intimidating despite his amnesia. I can live without a younger brother too. Ji Jian was completely petrified, betrayed by everyone. So this was what it felt like to be abandoned by the entire family. Watching Ji Jian look so miserable, he was practically about to cough up blood. Jiang Lige was practically bursting with joy. She made an extremely smug face at Ji Jian and said sweetly in an utterly infuriating tone, Did you hear that? Dad, Mom, and Big Brother have all spoken. Your opinion doesn't matter at all. Naya. Jiang Li, go. I'm going to kill you. Ji Jian bared his teeth and lunged toward her. Ji Siye quietly shifted half a step to the side, completely shielding Jiang Lige behind him. Ji Jian came to a dead stop. He stomped his feet in frustration before running off to sulk by himself. Mission accomplished. Her immunity card was secured. Watching this noisy yet strangely warm and lively family scene, Sui Weqian lowered her eyes and clenched her palms tightly. That wretched Jiang Lige. She had retreated to the position of little sister, yet she had already integrated herself into the Ji family so quickly. She maintained her gentle, graceful smile, but her fingernails were almost digging into her flesh. She bit her lower lip before finally turning her head away in silence. Amid the warm and amusing atmosphere, Tang Wan stepped forward again and affectionately took Jiang Lige's hand. Her voice was more solemn and gentle than ever. Lige, now that everything has been cleared up, there's no reason for you to call him brother for nothing. Come back to Jing City with Andy. Once we get to the Ji family home, I'll arrange the best room for you and buy you the prettiest clothes. From now on, you'll be the Ji family's beloved daughter. With the Ji family behind you, you can live a carefree life. No one will ever dare bully you again. Tang Wan wasn't saying this merely out of gratitude for Jiang Lige's father saving her son's life. She was also overwhelmed with sympathy for this orphan who had just lost both parents and was as helpless as a frightened bird. As long as Jiang Lige nodded, she could instantly cross into a completely different social class and live the luxurious life countless people dreamed of. Ji Jian pricked up his ears and sneered inwardly. There's the fox's tail. This scheming woman will definitely agree without hesitation. However, completely contrary to everyone's expectations, the playful smile slowly faded from Jiang Lige's face. She looked into Tang Wan's sincere eyes, her own eyes becoming slightly warm. But in the end, she firmly shook her head. Auntie, thank you. And thank you, Uncle. But I can't go to Jing City and become some kind of spoiled heiress. The moment she said this, the entire surroundings fell silent. Even Ji Siye lowered his eyes, his gaze settling on her face. Jiang Lige's eyes were clear and unusually serious. She said each word firmly. I know that with the Ji family as my backing, I could live comfortably as a parasite. But before my father died, he told me that a person should always stand tall and rely on themselves. Before, I was too afraid and took the wrong path. But now I understand. Depending on others will never be as good as depending on myself. Asterisk bah. Only an idiot would actually think that way. Asterisk. Of course she was going. But she couldn't let them see how desperately eager she was. That would be way too undignified. She obviously had to put on a little show and pretend to struggle with the decision. So she continued solemnly. I dropped out of high school during my senior year because of what happened at home. Actually, my grades used to be pretty good. I want to take the college entrance examination again and get into a good university. Then she lowered her head and glanced at her chubby stomach and arms. I also want to lose weight. I can't stay this fat anymore. Anyway, I don't want to be a useless good-for-nothing anymore. She was going to start a new life. A life that belonged solely to Jiang Lige herself. Although the girl's voice still carried a hint of youthful innocence, her words rang out with surprising determination. Those words made the entire Ji family look at her in a completely different light. The sympathy in Tang Wan's eyes deepened, while a look of approval appeared on Ji Sie's father's face. Ji Qianqian, however, curled his lips and muttered under his breath. What a show-off. Jiang Lige shot him a fierce glare. What a promising child. You've got ambition. Ji Sie's father rarely praised anyone, but he did so now. As expected of Mr. Jiang's daughter. This shows what kind of person your father was. Don't worry. If you want to take the college entrance examination, Uncle will hire the best tutors in Jing City to give you one-on-one lessons. Whichever university you want to attend, I'll pave the way for you. Losing weight is easy too. I know some of the best nutritionists and fitness coaches in the country. I'll have them fly over tomorrow and create a personalized plan for you. Tang Wan eagerly joined in. The group chatted and laughed as they walked into the supermarket. Before long, the whole family was sitting together in harmony, enthusiastically discussing and planning Jiang Lige's new life. Then, boom, a deafening crash suddenly rang out. The supermarket's old glass door was violently kicked open from outside. The door slammed heavily against the wall. The harmonious atmosphere was shattered instantly. Everyone inside was startled. A group of people stormed into the supermarket. At the front was an old woman leaning on a cane, her face covered in wrinkles. She had a harsh, mean-looking face that made her unpleasant to look at. Behind her was a burly man in a floral shirt, his face covered in flesh. With his shifty appearance, he was obviously the kind of idle local thug who did nothing but cause trouble. Behind them were another 4 or 5 gangsters, each carrying steel pipes and chewing gum. They completely blocked the entrance. Jiang Lige, you dead girl, get your ass out here. The burly man was Jiang Lige's younger uncle, Jiang Heir. He pointed arrogantly into the supermarket and shouted. He didn't even bother acknowledging the well-dressed members of the Ji family inside. Instead, he directly hurled abuse at Jiang Lige. You little jinx. Your short-lived father is already dead. According to the rules around here, the Jiang family's property should be inherited by the men of the family. This supermarket, and whatever savings your father left behind, all belong to me and your grandma. The old woman also slammed her cane forcefully against the floor, her voice shrill. You're a worthless girl who'll eventually marry and become someone else's family anyway, yet you still want to monopolize the family property? You've got some nerve. I'm telling you, if you know what's good for you, hand over the property deed and bank books right now and get out of this house. Otherwise, don't blame your uncle for teaching you a lesson today. Jiang Lige, who had been happily planning her bright future just moments ago, instantly turned pale. The original Jiang Lige's memories surged through her mind like a tidal wave. This mother and son pair had been sucking the life out of her father and exploiting him even while he was alive. Now that his body had barely even grown cold, they had actually brought gangsters to her doorstep to openly seize his property. Facing the vicious-looking thugs, Jiang Lige instinctively felt a wave of fear. Just as Jiang Heir grinned viciously and prepared to charge forward and grab Jiang Lige, Ji Siye quietly took a step. He firmly positioned himself between Jiang Lige and the intruders. The man's thin lips parted. His voice was deep and icy. You just said, you want her to get out? #### Chapter 9. It's time to start planning the wedding. Just as Ji Siye finished speaking, before Jiang Lige could respond, a loud male voice suddenly exploded beside them. I object. Ji Jianyan jumped 3 feet into the air like a cat, whose tail had been stepped on. He pointed at Jiang Lige's nose, looking like a firecracker ready to explode. Brother, did losing your memory somehow damage your brain too? Do you know what this fat woman did to Sister Yueqian before? She lied through her teeth and played our entire family for fools. Now she apologizes and bows a few times, and you're actually accepting her as your sister? Then what am I supposed to be? I don't recognize her. It's either her or me. If she stays, I leave. Ji Siye fired off his tirade like a machine gun, with spit practically flying into Jiang Lige's face. He held his neck stiffly, looking as though he had made the solemn decision that if she entered the house today, he would run away from home. However, his heroic resolve lasted less than 3 seconds. Smack! Tang Wan slapped her younger son firmly on the back of the head. Although she hadn't used all her strength, the blow still sent Ji Siye stumbling forward. The usually gentle and elegant Madame Ji now had her brows raised in fury, her eyes sharp as knives. Shut your mouth. Is that how you speak to your sister? Lige already knows she was wrong, and her father saved your brother's life. Without the Jiang family, you'd be visiting your brother's grave right now. And if I hear you call her fat woman one more time, I'll turn you into a pig's head myself. Mom, why are you taking an outsider's side? Ji Siye clutched the back of his head, aggrieved, instinctively looking to his father for protection. Ji Siye's father stood nearby with his hands behind his back. His imposing face showed no emotion as he casually glanced at his younger son. Your mother is right. With that, he settled the matter decisively, not bothering to offer any further explanation. After all, whatever his wife said went. Ji Siye stared at him in disbelief before finally turning to the older brother he admired most. Brother, look at them. Hurry up and do something about this scheming woman. Ji Siye looked down at his younger brother. His eyes were deep and cold, no less intimidating despite his amnesia. I can live without a younger brother too. Ji Siye was completely petrified, abandoned by everyone. Was this what people meant by being completely forsaken by your own family? Watching Ji Siye's miserable expression, Jiang Lige was practically laughing inside. She stuck out her tongue at him and made an extremely smug face before saying sweetly in a tone designed to drive him crazy. Did you hear that? Mom, Dad, and Big Brother have all spoken. Your opinion doesn't matter at all. Naya. Jiang Li, go. I'm going to kill you. Ji Siye lunged toward her with his claws out. Ji Siye quietly shifted half a step to the side, completely shielding Jiang Lige behind him. Ji Siye had no choice but to slam on the brakes. He stomped his feet in frustration before retreating to the side to sulk by himself. Success. She had secured her get-out-of-death-free card. Watching this lively, chaotic scene that somehow carried a warm sense of family life, Su Yueqian lowered her eyes and dug her fingernails deeply into her palm. That bitch Jiang Lige had settled for becoming his younger sister, and she had already integrated herself into the Ji family so quickly. She maintained a gentle and graceful smile, but her nails were almost cutting into her flesh. She bit her lower lip and ultimately said nothing, simply turning her head away. Amid the warm and amusing atmosphere, Tang Wan stepped forward once again and affectionately took Jiang Lige's hand. Her voice was more solemn and gentle than ever. Lige, now that everything has been cleared up, you didn't call him brother for nothing. Come back to Jing City with us. Once we get to the Ji family, I'll arrange the best room for you and buy you the prettiest clothes. From now on, you'll be the Ji family's precious daughter. With the Ji family backing you, you can live carefree for the rest of your life. No one will ever dare bully you again. Tang Wan's words weren't motivated solely by gratitude for Jiang Lige's father saving her son's life. She was also overflowing with empathy and genuinely felt sorry for this orphan who had just lost both her parents and was like a frightened little bird with nowhere to turn. As long as Jiang Lige nodded, she could immediately cross into a completely different social class and enjoy the luxurious life countless people dreamed of. Ji Siye pricked up his ears and sneered inwardly. So, the fox's tail is finally showing. This scheming woman will definitely agree without hesitation. Yet, to everyone's surprise, after hearing Tang Wan's offer, the playful smile slowly disappeared from Jiang Lige's face. She looked into Tang Wan's sincere eyes, and her own eyes grew slightly warm. But in the end, she firmly shook her head. Auntie, thank you. And thank you, Uncle. But I can't go to Jing City with you and become some sort of heiress. The moment she said this, the surroundings fell completely silent. Even Ji Siye lowered his eyes, his gaze landing on her face. Jiang Lige's eyes were clear and unusually serious. She spoke every word with determination. I know that with the Ji family as my support, I could live comfortably as a parasite. But before Dad died, he told me that I should always hold my head high and stand on my own 2 feet. I was too afraid before and took the wrong path. But now I understand. Relying on myself is better than relying on anyone else. Asterisk bullshit. Only someone with a pig's brain would think like that. Asterisk. Of course she was going. But she couldn't let anyone see how desperately eager she was to go. That would be so undignified. She had to put on a show and pretend to struggle with the decision a little. So she continued solemnly. I dropped out of school because of my family situation when I was in my final year of high school. Actually, I used to get pretty good grades. I want to take the college entrance examination again and get into a good university. Then she looked down at her chubby stomach and arms and added, I also want to lose weight. I can't stay this fat anymore. In short, I don't want to be a useless good-for-nothing ever again. She wanted to start a new life. A life that belonged entirely to Jiang Lige herself. Although the girl's voice still carried a hint of youthful innocence, every word rang out with remarkable conviction. These words made the entire Ji family look at her in a completely different light. The pity in Tang Wan's eyes deepened, while approval appeared on Ji Siye's father's face. Ji Qianqian, however, curled his lips and muttered under his breath. Such a show-off. Jiang Lige shot him a vicious glare. Good girl. That's the spirit. Ji Siye's father rarely praised anyone, but he spoke up now. Just as expected of Mr. Zhang's daughter. This proves what kind of man your father was. Don't worry. If you want to take the college entrance exam, I'll hire the best tutors in Jing City to give you one-on-one lessons. Whichever university you want to attend, I'll pave the way for you. Losing weight will be easy too. I know some of the best nutritionists and fitness coaches in the country. I'll have them fly over tomorrow and create a personalized plan for you. Tang Wan excitedly chimed in. The group chatted and laughed as they entered the supermarket. Before long, the whole family was happily gathered together, enthusiastically helping Jiang Lige plan her new life and figuring out every detail of her future. Then, bang! A deafening crash shattered the peaceful atmosphere. The supermarket's old glass door was brutally kicked open from outside. The door slammed heavily against the wall. All the warmth and harmony in the room instantly disappeared. Everyone inside was startled. A group of people stormed aggressively through the entrance. At the front was an old woman with a cane and a face covered in wrinkles. She had an extremely mean-looking face that made people instinctively uncomfortable. Behind her was a burly man wearing a floral shirt, his face covered in layers of flesh. He looked exactly like the sort of jobless thug who spent his days loafing around and causing trouble. Behind them were 4 or 5 more hooligans, each carrying steel pipes and chewing gum, completely blocking the entrance to the supermarket. Jiang Lige, you damn brat. Get your ass out here. The burly man was Jiang Lige's uncle, Jiang Heir. He pointed arrogantly into the store and started shouting. He completely ignored the well-dressed members of the Ji family and cursed directly at Jiang Lige. You little jinx. Your father, that short-lived bastard, is dead. According to the rules around here, the Jiang family property should go to the men of the family. This supermarket, along with whatever savings your father left behind, all belongs to me and your grandmother. The old woman also slammed her cane hard against the floor, her voice shrill. You're just a money-losing daughter who'll eventually marry and become someone else's family anyway. Yet you think you can keep the family property? You've got some nerve. I'm warning you. If you know what's good for you, hand over the property deed and bank books immediately, then get the hell out of this house. Otherwise, don't blame your uncle for teaching you a lesson today. Jiang Lige, who moments ago had been happily immersed in plans for her bright future, instantly turned pale. The original owner's memories surged through her mind like a tide. This pair of blood-sucking relatives had constantly exploited Jiang Lige's father while he was alive. And now, before his body had even grown cold, they had actually brought gangsters to her doorstep to rob her openly. Facing the vicious-looking thugs, Jiang Lige instinctively felt a wave of fear. Just as Jiang Heir grinned viciously and was about to rush forward and grab Jiang Lige, Ji Siye took a step forward and firmly blocked Jiang Lige behind him. The man's thin lips parted, his voice low and icy. You just said she should get out? ####Chapter 10. A little push in the right direction. Jiang Lige pouted outside the door. If the original Jiang Lige had heard those words, she probably would have kicked the door open by now, charged inside with red-rimmed eyes, and fought Su Yueqian tooth and nail. In the end, She would only have pushed Ji Siye and Su Yueqian even closer together under Ji Siye's disgusted gaze. But she was Jiang Lige, a transmigrated woman who had the entire plot in her head and only one goal: stay alive. After hesitating for barely a second, Jiang Lige not only showed no sign of backing down, but her eyes lit up. This was a God-given opportunity. If the male and female leads got married right here and now, wouldn't that mean the villainess, herself, would be completely safe? As long as she happily and completely handed the troublesome Ji Siye over to Su Yueqian, wouldn't she be able to enjoy all the benefits of being a wealthy heiress in the Ji family? At that thought, Jiang Lige took a deep breath and instantly adjusted her expression. Knock, knock, knock. She hammered on the door so loudly that it practically shook the whole room. Without waiting for anyone to answer, she pushed the door open and cheerfully walked in. Brother, sister-in-law, good morning. That loud and enthusiastic sister-in-law made both people in the room freeze. Morning sunlight streamed faintly through the windows. Hearing the voice, Ji Siye turned his handsome, cold face slightly. When his deep black eyes landed on Jiang Lige's dazzlingly bright smile, his brows immediately furrowed. Meanwhile, Su Yueqian, sitting on the sofa nearby, also stiffened. She stared in astonishment at Jiang Lige, who had bounced into the room like a little son, and for a moment, she couldn't react. Lige, when did you get here? Su Yueqian asked, barely maintaining her graceful smile, her voice somewhat dry. Oh, I just got to the door and happened to hear sister-in-law discussing the wedding with my brother. Jiang Lige clasped her hands together, her face filled with sincerity and excitement. Her acting was so convincing that she almost wanted to award herself an Oscar. She strode over and sat directly beside Su Yueqian, affectionately taking her hand. Sister-in-law, I wanted to say this downstairs too. You and my brother standing together are simply a match made in heaven. You two are like a golden boy and jade girl descended from the heavens. If you get married, it'll definitely be the greatest event of the century in Jing City. Jiang Lige's little mouth rattled on like a machine gun, giving Su Yueqian no chance to get a word in. I support you two getting married right now with both hands and both feet. No, I'd even move the Civil Affairs Bureau here for you. Su Yueqian's head was practically buzzing from the barrage of compliments. Her fair face alternated between red and white, displaying a spectacular range of emotions. What was going on? She had thought that given Jiang Lige's obsessive, almost pathological possessiveness toward Ji Siye, the moment she heard the word marriage, she would either go completely crazy or hide in a corner and cry. But now, this fat woman was actually more eager than she was to see them get married. She had even called her sister-in-law so naturally and offered her such sincere blessings. Lige, you don't say things like that. It still depends on what Siye thinks. Su Yueqian felt completely overwhelmed by Jiang Lige's enthusiasm. She tried to sneak a glance at Ji Siye from the corner of her eye, subtly declaring her position while pretending to be shy. What are you looking at? My brother's the typical tough on the outside, soft on the inside type. He's probably already celebrating inside. Jiang Lige had completely transformed into a reincarnated matchmaker. Sister-in-law, what kind of wedding do you like? Something romantic and vintage, like a French manor wedding? Or would you prefer a destination wedding on a tropical island? If you ask me, with your elegance, imagine you wearing a custom-made designer wedding gown with a long train and walking toward my brother. Just thinking about that scene makes me want to cry tears of happiness. As she spoke, she even pretended to wipe away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. Don't worry. Once we get back to Jing City, I'll personally help organize the wedding from start to finish. I may be a little chubby right now, but I have great taste. I'll find the perfect wedding planner for you. I guarantee you'll be the happiest bride in the world. Su Yueqian was completely speechless. Not only had Jiang Lige failed to make her uncomfortable, she had actually made Su Yueqian's own earlier probing and attempts to force the marriage look petty and awkward by comparison. Su Yueqian awkwardly moved her lips, trying to pull her hand away, but Jiang Lige was holding on tightly. The pure, sparkling sincerity in Jiang Lige's eyes made it impossible for Su Yueqian to lose her temper. That's enough. A low, cold voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Lige and Su Yueqian turned their heads at the same time. The neglected Ji Siye was practically radiating icy hostility. His handsome face was so dark it looked as though water might drip from it. Ji Siye instinctively felt a physical aversion to the words, "get married." Since losing his memory, his world had been a blank slate. He had lived freely and effortlessly. But now, responsibility, family, fiancé, One label after another was being fastened onto him like shackles. He could accept responsibility, but that didn't mean he enjoyed being manipulated like a puppet. What irritated him even more was Jiang Lige's attitude. Just a few days ago, this woman had been crying and begging on the rooftop to marry him, looking like a pitiful orphan with nowhere to go. Yet in the blink of an eye, not only had she happily accepted being his younger sister, she was now eagerly trying to push him into another woman's arms. Watching her fawn over Su Yueqian, flatter her, and practically wish she could send the two of them straight into the bridal chamber, Ji Siye felt as though a massive boulder had lodged itself in his chest. The pressure made even his breathing feel heavy and painful. Did she really want to sever all ties with him that badly? My affairs are none of your concern. Ji Siye stared down at Jiang Lige, his pitch-black eyes filled with dark, unreadable emotions. His voice was so cold that it held not the slightest trace of warmth. Every word sounded as though he had forced it out through clenched teeth. Oh, brother, why are you getting angry at me? Jiang Lige wasn't frightened by his cold expression at all. Instead, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Now that she had both her little sister status and her wealthy adoptive parents as two get-out-of-death-free cards, she wasn't afraid of this tough on the outside, soft on the inside domineering CEO at all. As she spoke, she naturally stood up and pulled Su Yueqian to her feet as well. Sister-in-law, don't mind him. My brother's just suffering from typical pre-wedding anxiety. Jiang Lige affectionately hooked her arm around Su Yueqian's and practically pressed herself against her, grinning mischievously. Men are all like this. The closer they get to marrying the woman they love, the more they pretend to be serious and reserved on the outside. Inside, they're probably so happy they don't even know which way is up. Let's ignore him and let him beat Sundara by himself. Su Yueqian had never been this physically affectionate with anyone in her entire life, let alone with a former love rival who had once regarded her as an enemy. But Jiang Lige's repeated cries of sister-in-law and her completely unguarded enthusiasm caught her completely off guard. All Su Yueqian could do was follow Jiang Lige's pull toward the door, but she absolutely did not believe what this woman was saying. This had to be another one of Jiang Lige's tricks to attract Ji Siye's attention, retreating in order to advance. Come on, come on. Careful, sister-in-law. The stairs in this old house are narrow, and you're wearing high heels. I'll help you. Jiang Lige acted like the most attentive personal maid in the world, half supporting and half embracing Su Yueqian as they headed toward the door. As they descended the stairs, she even shouted loudly toward the first floor. Mom, sister-in-law, and I are coming down. We can head back to Jing City now. The girl's crisp, lively voice echoed through the empty stairwell, filled with indescribable excitement and boundless anticipation for the future. Chapter 11 Private Jets. Ji Siye stood alone in the center of the room. Watching the door close ruthlessly, he slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, his eyes filled with unprecedented rage and frustration. Jiang Lige. He clenched his back teeth, his hard jawline taut. What kind of trick are you playing? The Ji family's private jet in Beijing exudes understated yet astonishing luxury. But in order to maintain her persona, she continued to play the role of a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. In a theoretical sense, I really am a country bumpkin. After all, this was her first time flying on a private jet, both before and now. Oh my god! Jiang Lige plopped down on the spacious leather seat, which was big enough to roll around in, and bounced around vigorously. Mom, brother, this chair can actually lie flat. It turns into a bed. She exclaimed in surprise and pressed the button on the control panel without any hesitation. The seat slowly reclined, and she sprawled out on it like a salted fish that had lost its dreams, humming contentedly. This is so much more comfortable than the hard bed in her shabby rented room. She truly experienced the joys of the wealthy today. It's no wonder she was so eager to curry favor with powerful figures. Su Yueqian, sitting to one side, was holding a glass of warm water, her demeanor elegant. Upon hearing Jiang Lige's voice, a flash of disdain crossed her eyes, but she smiled gently and said, If Lige likes it, there will be plenty of opportunities to sit here in the future. See, don't you think so? Ji Siye, who was called out, sat diagonally across from him, holding a tablet and looking at something. Upon hearing this, he didn't even raise his head, but his long, handsome hands paused slightly, and he let out a low hum. Jiang Lige didn't care about the undercurrents between them. At this moment, a tall, uniformed flight attendant smiled and served an exquisite airline meal. Black truffle wagyu beef, Boston lobster, and desserts presented as exquisite works of art, with even a small box of Häagen-Dazs ice cream in a special flavor placed on the side. Wow, there are lobsters too. Jiang Lige's eyes instantly lit up like searchlights. She pulled out her phone and started snapping photos of the luxurious airplane meal on the table. Shouldn't I post this on my WeChat moments? I've never eaten such a high-class boxed meal in my life. Ji Siye, who was sitting on the other side, finally couldn't hold back anymore. This hot-tempered, innocent rich kid was seething with anger the whole way. He had always disliked Jiang Lige, thinking she was a scheming and persistent pest. Seeing her now, with her servile and unsophisticated manner, I felt my temples throb with anger. Jiang Lige, can you please stop making a fool of yourself? Ji Siye ripped off his sunglasses, his handsome face full of disdain. You take 800 photos of one airplane meal? Have you never eaten anything good before? Don't you dare say you know me when you go out. I, Ji Siye, can't afford to lose face like that. Jiang Lige rolled her eyes, scooped out a large spoonful of Häagen-Dazs ice cream, and stuffed it into her mouth. She glanced at Ji Siye, slowly swallowed her ice cream, and retorted confidently. Huh? Handsome guy, who are you? Are we that close? Don't just strike up a conversation with pretty girls when you're out and about. It's kind of embarrassing. Beauty, beauty. Ji Siye's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He pointed at Jiang Lige's round face, which was chubby and now had a little bit of white ice cream on it, and trembled with anger. Look at your round face. Where's the beauty? And besides, I'm your brother. Bah, who's your brother? I'm your brother's own brother. Don't try to get close to me. Oh, so it's young Master Ji. Jiang Lige lazily scooped up another spoonful of ice cream, her voice calm and even. Since we're not familiar with each other, what business is it of yours whether I embarrass myself or not? Did I eat your rice? Oh, wait. This plane is indeed yours, but this ice cream was given to me by the flight attendant through my mom. Right, Mom? Jiang Lige turned her head, instantly switching to a pitiful, protective expression as she looked at Tang Wan not far away. Tang Wan was speaking softly with her father when she saw this scene. Instead of finding Jiang Lige vulgar, she was amused by the banter between the two young people. In Beijing, which of those socialites from wealthy families doesn't act dignified and proper, practically measuring every meal with a protractor? A girl as vibrant, genuine, and witty as Jiang Lige, with her down-to-earth charm, is truly a breath of fresh air. Jin Yen, how can you talk to your older sister like that? Tang Wan glared at her youngest son reproachfully, then looked at Jiang Lige with loving eyes. Little girl, don't mind him. This brat just needs to be taught a lesson. Eat more if you like it, and ask the flight attendant to get you more if you're not full. Jiang Lige seized the opportunity, sniffed, and somewhat embarrassedly waved to the flight attendant next to her, lowering her voice, but just loud enough for everyone in the cabin to hear. Beautiful lady, I really can't finish this Häagen-Dazs, but it's so delicious, it would be such a waste to throw it away. Could I take it with me when I get off the plane? Puff. Ji Siye almost spat out the mouthful of soda water he had just taken a sip of. He pointed at Jiang Lige, then turned to his father and complained, Dad, look at her. She's going to pack ice cream on a private jet. If word gets out, what will become of the Ji family's reputation? Even the usually stern face of Ji's father showed a faint smile. His imposing gaze swept over Jiang Lige, and his voice was deep yet tolerant. Pack it up. Frugality is a virtue. Nowadays, few young people understand the value of food like Lige does. Tang Wan felt extremely distressed, thinking that this child must have suffered too much in the past, as she couldn't even bear to throw away an ice cream. She immediately turned to the flight attendant and instructed, Go, prepare several portions of the snacks, desserts, and various flavors of ice cream that are available on the plane, all in insulated bags. Pack them all up for the young lady to take with her before she gets off the plane. Yes, madam. The flight attendant smiled and withdrew. Ji Siye slumped in his chair in despair, looking utterly hopeless, as if he couldn't bear to stay in this house any longer. Thank you, Mom. You're so kind. Jiang Lige smiled so hard her eyes curved into crescent moons, like a cunning little fox who had succeeded in her scheme. Throughout the entire ordeal, Ji Siye, who was sitting to the side, hadn't turned a page on his tablet for a long time. His gaze seemed to fall on Jiang Lige almost imperceptibly. Watching her shake her little head contentedly as she ate the sweets, her cheeks bulging out, she looked like a little hamster desperately hoarding nuts in winter. His whole body exudes a vibrant and warm vitality. This was completely different from the Jiang Lige who always had a gloomy face and stared at him with an almost sickly and resentful look. But now, Ji Siye found that he not only did not find her unsophisticated, vulgar behavior crude, but actually found it somewhat novel. Even he himself didn't realize that while watching her and Ji Jian childishly bicker, his usually icy face now held a hint of indulgent smile. "Siye, what are you laughing at?" Qianqian, who had been secretly observing him, suddenly spoke softly. Chapter 12 Heading towards a wealthy family. The smile on Ji Siye's lips vanished instantly. He turned his head away, his expression still cold and indifferent. "Nothing, just saw an absurd news report." Qianqian tightened her grip on the water glass slightly. Absurd news? She had seen it clearly just now. Ji Siye's eyes were not on the tablet at all. His gaze remained fixed on Jiang Lige. That look in his eyes, though seemingly cold and indifferent, held a warmth he had never felt before. Jiang Lige. Qianqian gritted her teeth in her heart. Is this woman faking her madness? Or has she really changed? Distinguished guests, the plane is about to land at Beijing International Airport. Please fasten your seatbelts. The captain's sweet voice came over the loudspeaker. A moment later, accompanied by a slight tremor, the private plane landed steadily on the land of Beijing. The cabin door slowly opened. Jiang Lige stood at the cabin door, clutching a huge insulated packing bag tightly in her arms. It was filled with expensive imported snacks, high-end chocolates, and 6 boxes of special Häagen-Dazs in different flavors. A slightly sweltering breeze from Beijing blew in her face, ruffling the wispy bangs on her forehead. Looking at the convoy in the distance, and the scene of the Ji family's bodyguards standing respectfully in formation, Jiang Lige let out a satisfied sigh in her heart. Beijing City. A wealthy family. I, Jiang Lige, am here. The old residence of the Ji family in Beijing is located in the prime Feixian Villa district, where land is extremely valuable. The black gates slowly opened to both sides. A fleet of understated yet luxurious Rolls-Royces drove in like a dragon. As Jiang Lige got out of the car, Ji Jian rolled his eyes in disgust, deliberately lagged half a step behind, and warned her in a low voice. Jiang Lige, I'm warning you. Today is a family banquet at the old mansion. All those shady characters from the collateral branches will be here. If you dare to embarrass yourself again, I'll be the first to throw you out. Jiang Lige glanced at him sideways, her rosy lips slightly pursed, and she snorted in a voice only the two of them could hear. Young Master Ji, mind your own business. If anyone bullies me later, don't come crying and begging to protect me. I'll protect you? Bah, keep dreaming. Ji Jian was so angry, she almost jumped up and down on the spot. Ji Siye, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped, turned his head slightly, and his dark eyes swept over indifferently. With just one look, Ji Jian instantly fell silent, shrank his neck, and obediently shut his mouth. Ji Siye's gaze lingered on the insulated bag in Jiang Lige's arms for a second before subtly shifting away. As soon as Tang Wan entered the room, she pulled Ji Siye along and pointed to an old landscape painting hanging on the wall, asking expectantly, Look here, do you remember? This was painted by your grandfather himself as a coming-of-age gift for you. Now this painting is worth tens of millions. It's a pity your grandfather is no longer here. Ji Jinghua added. In your bedroom on the 2nd floor, all your things are still here exactly as they were. The couple spoke cautiously, trying to probe him with every word, afraid of upsetting him. Jiang Lige stood quietly to the side, holding the insulated bag, watching this scene, her heart filled with indescribable feelings. Finally, Tang Wan couldn't help but ask with concern, have you really remembered everything? Ji Siye held his mother's hand reassuringly, his tone steady and firm. Dad, Mom, don't worry. He looked around the home, which was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar, and said with a slight parting of his lips, My memory has almost returned. I remember everything about my home. Hearing this, Ji Jinghua and Tang Wan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and genuine smiles appeared on their faces. That's good. That's good. Ji Siye lowered his eyes, concealing the deep look that flashed across them. He remembered everything about the Ji family, his own identity, and even the intricate business relationships. The only thing missing is all the memories before and after the day of the accident. He didn't know how he got into trouble, nor did he know who stabbed him in the back. But now that he's back, he'll definitely catch the person behind it all. The group walked through the hall to the reception room in the backyard. The large hall was already quite full of people. The news of the Ji family's eldest branch adopting a goddaughter had already spread throughout the family group chat. To put it bluntly, today's family banquet was just a gathering of all sorts of people trying to find out the truth. As soon as they stepped into the reception room, the previously noisy room instantly fell silent. A dozen pairs of eyes shot over at once, all focused on Ji Siye. After a brief silence, a slightly overweight middle-aged man suddenly stood up, took 3 steps forward, grabbed Ji Siye's shoulder, and said in a loud voice, "You're finally back. Your second uncle has missed you so much." "Yes, Yi, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." His third uncle, who looked rather refined, also stepped forward and patted his arm. Aunt Jianrua's eyes were red, and she held his hand, looking him over from left to right, feeling extremely distressed. Ji Siye nodded slightly, his face expressionless, and greeted everyone in turn. Second uncle, third uncle, aunt. Immediately afterwards, several younger cousins gathered around, each with a polite smile on their face, and called out in unison, "Big brother, welcome home." Their performance was impeccable, their enthusiasm was just right, and their care was just right. Ji Siye simply hummed in response, which was considered a polite way of getting by. Jiang Lige felt like a little white rabbit that had wandered into a wolf's den, her palms sweating profusely. This spectacle was even more exaggerated than she had imagined. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. She could even feel several undisguised, probing gazes fixed on her. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on Ji Siye, and the elders didn't bring her up. She was happy to have some peace and quiet, so she tried to minimize her presence and stood quietly half a step behind Ji Siye, serving as a proper background figure. Among them, the middle-aged woman sitting in the center of the sofa, dressed in a flamboyant manner, is none other than Ji Siye's second aunt, Zhao Yaru. Sitting next to her, dressed in a pink haute couture gown and as proud as a peacock, was her daughter, Ji Siye. At that moment, she suddenly noticed Jiang Lige. Zhao Yaru's shrewd and sharp eyes immediately began to scrutinize Jiang Lige from head to toe. Looking at Jiang Lige's plump and unusually round and full figure, Zhao Yaru's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt, and she spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Oh, so this is the goddaughter that my elder brother and sister-in-law adopted outside? Looks like she has a good appetite. Although our Ji family is big and wealthy, it's no big deal to support one more chopstick." Ji Siye covered her mouth and chuckled, deliberately speaking in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone to hear, and said, "Mom, keep your voice down. Little sister Ligu comes from a small coastal city and has never seen such a big entourage. Don't speak too harshly, or you might scare her to tears, and my brother will be heartbroken." The disdain and contempt in his words were practically overflowing. Chapter 13. Ji Siye, the troublemaker. Seeing this, Su Yueqian's eyes flashed with a hint of schadenfreude, but on the surface she adopted a peacemaker's posture and gently took Ji Siye's hand. "Siye, don't talk nonsense. Sister Lige is simple-minded and not as fragile as you think." Jiang Lige sneered inwardly. The world of the wealthy is as deep as the sea, and there are always exceptional people around. Before she transmigrated into the book, she was someone who had worked her way up in the workplace. How could she be manipulated by these two not-so-skilled green tea bitches? She didn't care about the sarcastic remarks at all. Instead, she walked forward with a smile, then turned around and looked at Zhao Yaru and Ji Siye with an innocent expression. "Who are you?" she asked Tangwan for help. Zhao Yaru and Ji Siye's faces instantly turned green. Does this little girl really not recognize him? Or is she pretending not to? Tangwan reacted quickly, secretly chuckling to herself, but her face remained impassive. She immediately stepped forward, affectionately took Jiang Lige's hand, and led her to her side. Addressing the room full of people, she solemnly announced, "Come, let me formally introduce you all. This is Ligu. From today onwards, she is the daughter of the Ji family, and also the younger sister of a Yi and Qianqian." These words made the already strange atmosphere in the reception room even more subtle. The group looked at each other, each with their own thoughts. There were surprises, scrutiny, but more people, like Zhao Yaru, showed undisguised contempt and disdain. Jiang Lige seemed oblivious to the complicated looks in their eyes. At Tangwan's prompting, she obediently greeted everyone one by one, her voice soft and sweet. "Hello, second aunt. Hello, sister Siye." Her shout left Zhao Yaru and Ji Siye speechless, and they could only respond with a snort through their noses. Jiang Lige didn't mind and continued to turn to the others. "Hello, uncles and aunts, hello, auntie. Hello, brothers and sisters. During this awkward family reunion, Ji Siye, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. He glanced casually at the crowd, his voice not loud, but clearly reaching everyone's ears. Since it's my younger sister's first day in the family, I wonder if any of the elders have prepared a gift for her? One sentence made the air seem to freeze. Zhao Yaru's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. A gift to mark our meeting? Give it to some wild girl who appeared out of nowhere? What a dream. Just when the atmosphere reached a freezing point, Aunt Ji Onroa broke the deadlock with a smile. Oh dear, I was so happy. The gift was already prepared. She took out an exquisite velvet box from her handbag and personally put it on Jiang Lige's head. Come here, Lige, this is a gift from your aunt. From now on, treat this place as your own home. It was a platinum bracelet inlaid with tiny diamonds, sparkling brilliantly under the light. Jiang Lige's inner voice was already screaming wildly. My goodness, I've struck it rich. With her aunt taking the lead. Even if the others were unwilling, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. After all, Ji Siye's words carried more weight than their older brothers. Aunt Zhao Yaru reluctantly pulled a black card from her bag and threw it onto the coffee table. My third uncle handed me a thick red envelope. My cousins also brought out the jewelry and designer bags they had prepared. Jiang Lige's eyes were practically glued to the screen. So many gifts. What's the big deal about those sarcastic remarks from that mother and daughter? With this kind of force, it would be worth it to pin her to the ground and beat her up. Her palms were sweating with excitement, but she still held back and looked at Ji Siye for help, asking with her eyes, Brother, can I accept it? When Ji Siye met her bright, expectant eyes, which were like those of a small animal, the corners of his mouth curved slightly, and he nodded gently. With her approval, Jiang Lige immediately beamed with joy, accepting the gifts one by one, her words as sweet as honey. Thank you, second aunt. Thank you, uncle and aunt. Thank you, aunt. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Aunt Ji Onroa liked her more and more as she looked at her, and said with a smile while holding her hand, You child are so cute, with round cheeks like a glutinous rice ball. I really want to pinch them. Ji Siye looked at the pile of gifts in front of Jiang Lige, and her eyes turned red with jealousy. Su Yueqian's complexion was also not good, and her fingers holding the teacup were slightly white. The gift-giving session was finally over, and everyone moved to the restaurant. When Jiang Lige saw the large, luxurious restaurant that could accommodate hundreds of people at the same time, she was once again shocked by the Ji family's extravagance. The round table was laden with all sorts of delicacies, a feast for the eyes and ears, comparable to a state banquet. Looking at her naive and unsophisticated appearance, Ji Siye found another point of attack and said coolly, Never seen so much delicious food before? Eat slowly later, no one will take it from you. Don't look like a starving ghost and embarrass the Ji family. Jiang Lige sat down with Ji Siye. In a good mood, she sweetly replied, Sister Siye is right. I've never eaten so much good food before. But my parents, she emphasized the words, parents, and looked sweetly at Ji's parents, are so kind. They said the food at home is good and told me not to be shy and to eat more, saying that I'm still growing at my age. Dad, Mom, you agree, right? The way he called out Dad, Mom, was so natural and smooth. It instantly melted Tang Wan's heart. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Jiang Lige had no intention of letting her stomach suffer. She picked up her chopsticks, ready to take some food. Suddenly, the fatty and juicy dompa pork was turned in front of her. Jiang Lige looked down at the table and saw Ji Siye wearing a fake, gentle expression, her smile malicious. Little sister Lige, I think it'll be hard for you to lose weight with that appetite. Come on, eat more of this dompa pork. It's one of the chef's specialties. But you know, girls should be a little thinner so they look good in clothes. Otherwise, they won't even be able to find clothes that fit. Ji Siye raised her eyebrows smugly. She wanted to see if this fatso would eat it or not. All eyes at the dining table instantly turned to Jiang Lige. Su Yueqian held a glass of red wine, a faint, amused smile playing on her lips. Although Ji Jianyan usually liked to tease Jiang Lige, he felt inexplicably annoyed when he saw Ji Siye's smug face. Just as he was about to lash out, he saw Jiang Lige remain calm, elegantly pick up her chopsticks, take a large bite of dompa pork with great relish. The meat is stewed until tender and melts in your mouth, with the rich sauce bursting in your mouth. It's delicious. Then, she slowly picked up a napkin, elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth, and sighed softly. Sigh, I want to lose weight too. But my parents are so worried about me. They're afraid I'll go hungry even a little bit. If I don't eat, they'll be so sad. I'm only eating this much because I want to be filial to them. Chapter 14. Moving into the Ji family. At this point, Jiang Lige raised her head, her large, watery eyes filled with genuine doubt. He stared intently at Ji Siye, whose face was beginning to turn green. Unlike you, Siye, you maintain such a good figure. You look like you'd fall over if the wind blew you away. You must have a hard time at home, right? Is it because your second aunt doesn't love you and doesn't cook good food for you? So you have to starve yourself to get this figure? Oh, it's so pitiful. You. Ji Siye was so angry that she trembled all over, and her carefully made-up face instantly turned as green as a cucumber. Cough, cough, cough. Qianqian, who was sitting to the side, finally couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of soup. Absolutely amazing. This woman's mouth is like poisoned arsenic. Looking at Ji Siye's colorful face, Qianqian felt a sense of comfort all over his body. He and Ji Siye have been at odds since childhood. I never thought someone would finally come along to cure her. Qianqian, be mindful of your manners. Ji Siye's cold, deep voice rang out. Qianqian quickly suppressed his laughter, his face turning bright red, and obediently lowered his head to eat his rice. Ji Siye's eyes reddened, and she looked at Zhao Yaru with a wronged expression. Mom, listen to what she's saying. She's actually cursing me. All right, isn't that embarrassing enough? Zhao Yaru slammed her hand on the table, her face extremely ugly. However, before the mother and daughter could continue their antics, Ji Siye secretly gave his mother a wink. Tang Wan immediately understood. Her face instantly darkened. She gave Ji Siye a cold look. Siye, Ligu will be my own daughter from now on, which means she'll be your sister. She's the pampered young lady of the Ji family. Watch your words from now on. Ji's father sat to the side, and although he didn't say anything, the heavy thud when he put down his teacup revealed his displeasure. Zhao Yaru's family froze, then awkwardly shut their mouths. No one said anything more. The atmosphere at the family dinner instantly became somewhat subtle and tense. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, a pair of well-defined hands elegantly picked up a piece of stir-fried vegetables and placed it into Jiang Lige's bowl. Jiang Lige was taken aback and turned her head. Ji Siye gracefully withdrew his hand and slowly said, "Even eating can't shut you up." The man's tone was a mixture of helplessness and doting affection. But isn't everyone here a shrewd person? Ji Siye's actions were clearly a blatant show of support for Jiang Lige. Looking at Ji Siye's attitude towards Jiang Lige, Su Yueqian suddenly lost her appetite. Siye actually took the initiative to serve this woman food? He used to not even allow anyone to touch his chopsticks. Jiang Lige looked at the vegetables in her bowl, blinked, then turned her head and gave Ji Siye a dazzling smile. Thank you, brother. Ji Siye's hand holding the chopsticks tightened slightly. Jiang Lige ate her meal with gusto, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Zhao Yaru and her daughter Ji Siye were on pins and needles, so angry that they barely touched their chopsticks, their faces as black as the bottom of a pot. The first battle was a success. Jiang Lige mentally gave herself a victory sign. The Ji family of Beijing? That's all there is to it. As night deepened, the hustle and bustle of the Feishan Villa district subsided as the guests departed. The corridor on the second floor of the old house is covered with a thick carpet that makes no sound when you step on it. Tang Wan personally took Jiang Lige's hand and led her to a room. Lige, this is your room. Tang Wan pushed open the door, her voice full of tenderness and affection. Take a look and see if you like it. If there's anything you don't like, just tell Mom, and Mom will have someone change it for you tonight. Jiang Lige followed the gaze and was instantly stunned by the scene before her. This is practically an exquisite mini-presidential suite. A spacious and bright bedroom, a separate walk-in closet, and a luxurious bathroom with separate wet and dry areas. It even has an open-air balcony with a great view. The room was at least 3 times larger than her home in the seaside town. Directly opposite her, across the corridor, was Ji Siye's room. To her left was the room of Qianqian, that troublemaker. Mom, this is so beautiful. Jiang Lige exclaimed sincerely, her eyes sparkling. I really love it. Looking at her contented little face, Tang Wan couldn't help but reach out and touch her soft cheeks, a hint of guilt flashing in her eyes. I'm sorry you were wronged at the banquet today. Your second aunt and Siye were talking without any restraint. Don't take it to heart. Jiang Lige quickly shook her head, took Tang Wan's arm, and shook it playfully. Mom, I really didn't suffer any grievances. Look, I received so many gifts today, I can hardly carry them all. Her naive yet contented expression instantly made Tang Wan laugh. It's good that you're so easygoing, my child. Tang Wan patted her hand and said softly, this is your home from now on, so settle down here. You must be exhausted after such a long flight and a night of socializing. Get some rest tonight, and we can talk about everything tomorrow. Okay, good night, Mom, Jiang Lige said sweetly. After seeing Tang Wan off, Jiang Lige, like a wild horse, suddenly pounced on the large bed that was at least 2 meters wide. This feels so good. Jiang Lige hugged the soft pillow and rolled around on the bed several times without any regard for her image. Is this the happiness of the rich? I declare this my dream bedroom. This bed, this sofa, and that big balcony. I can even enjoy a barbecue on the balcony while feeling the evening breeze. Pshaw, you country bumpkin who's never seen the world. A disdainful snort rang out in the room without warning. Jiang Lige froze. Her rolling motion abruptly halted. She turned her head sharply and saw that Ji Jianyan was already standing in the doorway. He had his arms crossed and was leaning against the door frame, his slightly messy hair standing out flamboyantly under the light. His arrogant face now bore an undisguised look of disdain. Ji Jianyan. Jiang Lige jumped up, glaring at him angrily. How did you get in? Don't you know how to knock before entering a girl's room? I knocked, but you were too engrossed in rolling around to hear me. Ji Jianyan raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over her slightly disheveled clothes and hair, before smacking his lips in disdain. Tisk, Jiang Lige, the way you looked just now was just like a little piglet that hadn't eaten enough and was rolling around in the mud. You're the piglet. Your whole family are. Tui, my parents aren't. Jiang Lige almost bit her tongue. She stomped to the door, pushing Ji Jianyan aside as she yelled irritably. Get out. This is a young lady's private room. No men allowed. You, a grown man, loitering outside a girl's room in the middle of the night. Aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation, young Master Ji? Chapter 15, The Ji Family's Deep Waters. Hey, don't push me. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Don't you know the rules? Ji Jianyan was pushed back 2 steps, but stubbornly refused to move. He retorted stubbornly. If it weren't for the fact that you shut Ji Siye up at the banquet today, I wouldn't have bothered with you at all. Jiang Lige stopped what she was doing, put her hands on her hips, and looked at him suspiciously. Oh, so you're saying you came to my door in the middle of the night to thank me? Ji Jianyan's handsome face flushed slightly, and he turned his head away somewhat awkwardly, snorting. Who wants to thank you? I'm just doing a good deed today to remind you. What are you reminding me of? What else could it be? Ji Siye. Ji Jianyan curled his lip, and a clear look of disgust flashed in his eyes when he mentioned the name. That woman is wicked. You were so disrespectful to her and your second aunt at the dinner table today. She's probably plotting something against you. From now on, stay away from her at the old house, lest you be sold out and still be counting the money for her. Jiang Lige felt a warmth in her heart when she saw his awkward expression, but she deliberately teased him. Hey, isn't Ji Siye your cousin? Is it appropriate for you to talk about her behind her back like this? Cousin my foot. Ji Jianyan immediately bristled, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What kind of sister is she? She's always spoiled by my second uncle and aunt, acting arrogantly and domineering at home, throwing tantrums like a spoiled princess at the drop of a hat. She cries and complains at the slightest thing. It's so annoying. Jiang Lige nodded in agreement, then said quietly, Tsk, arrogant and domineering, always throwing tantrums and getting angry at the slightest thing. Are you describing Ji Siye, or are you introducing yourself? Jiang Lige. Ji Jianyan instantly flew into a rage, veins bulging on his forehead, and pointed at her, shouting, You actually dare to compare me to that drama queen? Believe me or not, I'll throw you off the 2nd floor right now. Oh, don't be angry, don't be angry. Getting angry is bad for your health and will cause pimples. Jiang Lige knew when to stop, so she quickly stroked his fur and tugged at his sleeve. I was just kidding. Okay, good brother, please continue. Ji Jianyan got goosebumps all over from her calling him good brother, but he also felt inexplicably pleased. He was born the youngest and was always the younger brother in the Ji family, usually only being disciplined by Ji Siye. Now that he suddenly has a younger sister, even though she has a sharp tongue, the strange sense of control he feels as an older brother makes him feel a little giddy. Ahem. Ji Jianyan cleared his throat, put his hands in his pockets, and struck a mysterious pose. Since you're so sincere, I'll be merciful and give you a little more information. On the second branch of the family, Ji Siye is the only daughter, so her second aunt dotes on her and has developed her self-centered personality. However, the second branch doesn't actually have much real power. They may be very ambitious, but they can't really cause any big trouble. The key is third uncle's family. Ji Qianqian frowned slightly. My third uncle has 2 sons. The third brother is named Ji Yunsheng, and the fourth brother is named Ji Yunshen. Ji Yunshen is a soft-hearted guy, like a quiet gourd. He's basically invisible at home, so you can just ignore him. But Ji Yunshen, Ji Qianqian's expression turned serious when he mentioned this name. He worked at Jishiji, and privately he had always been at odds with his elder brother. They were competing openly and secretly, trying to find fault with his elder brother so that he could take the opportunity to rise in rank. At this point, Ji Qianqian glared at Jiang Lige and warned, "This is a secret of our Ji family. You can just listen to it, but if you dare to spread rumors outside, I'll be the first to punish you." Also, my aunt Jianrua, she is a staunch advocate of singlehood. Although she does not participate in family struggles, she is a very kind person, especially towards us younger generation. She treats us like her own children. In short, in the old house, besides your parents, your eldest brother, and me, you'd better keep your distance from everyone else, especially Ji Yunsheng from the third branch of the family. Don't blame me for not warning you. Jiang Lige listened quietly, her face showing surprise, but her heart was already in turmoil. Good heavens! She originally thought that wealthy families were just a bit extravagant, but she never expected that they were full of conflicts of interest and infighting behind the scenes. The first wife, the second wife, the third wife, and a single aunt. The relationships are so intricate that it's practically a live-action palace drama about a wealthy family. It seems that the waters of the Ji family are deeper than she imagined. Why are you talking? Ji Qianqian looked at her silent appearance and thought she was frightened. He curled his lips into a smug smile, leaned closer, and teased with a hint of malice in his voice. Scared? If you are, it's not too late to pack your bags and go back to your little fishing village. Otherwise, in this den of dragons and tigers, someone as brainless as you will be eaten alive sooner or later, leaving not even a bone fragment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lige not only showed no fear, but instead slightly raised her chin. Go back? That's impossible, Jiang Lige retorted, her neck stiff with arrogance. I'll never go back in my entire life. It's just a small Ji family. What's there to be afraid of? They say fortune favors the bold, and the wealth of the Ji family is truly dazzling. To live in such a grand house and eat top-quality dompa pork every day, let alone one Ji Siye, she could fight 10 of them to a standstill. Not only am I not leaving, I'm going to thrive here and be a proper young lady of the Ji family. Looking at her greedy yet fearless and vibrant appearance, Ji Qianqian was momentarily stunned. He originally thought she would back down, but he didn't expect this woman to be as shameless and bold as an ordinary person. TCH, money grubber, hopeless. Ji Qianqian curled her lip in disdain. Jiang Lige leaned forward, put her hands behind her back, and stared at him with a smile. But why did you come all this way to tell me all this? Didn't you used to think I was embarrassing and wanted to throw me out? Ji Qianqian's expression instantly became somewhat unnatural after his thoughts were exposed. He took a step back abruptly, shouting with a fierce but weak voice. Who? Who specifically told you that? I already said, I was just doing a good deed every day. I was just afraid you were too stupid and would embarrass our main branch, causing me to get scolded by the eldest brother as well. All right, I've delivered the message. Believe it or not, I'm going back to sleep now, don't bother me. After saying that, Ji Qianqian turned around hastily as if a ghost was chasing him, and hurriedly walked back to his room with his hands and feet moving in unison. With a loud bang, the door to the next room was slammed shut. Looking at his slightly disheveled and arrogant back, Jiang Lige finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a stubborn and soft-hearted tsundere. Chapter 16 Going back to school. She smiled and shook her head, the initial tension she felt upon arriving completely dissipating amidst the banter. Jiang Lige walked onto the balcony. The cool night breeze dispelled her fatigue. She looked at the bustling city of Beijing hidden in the night not far away, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Jiang Lige will definitely gain a foothold in the Ji family. The next room. Ji Qianqian slumped into the gaming chair and casually grabbed the headphones from the table, putting them over his head. He was just about to turn on his computer and log in when a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Half an hour earlier, his older brother's cold, expressionless face in the study. Half an hour ago, Ji Siye called him into the study, tapped his finger on the table, and casually instructed, "Go and explain the relationships within the Ji family to Jiang Lige, and be as detailed as possible." Ji Qianqian was puzzled at the time. "Big brother, why don't you go and say it yourself?" Ji Siye gave him a cold glance. "I've just regained my memory, so it's not appropriate for me to talk about these things. Also, don't mention that I'm the one who sent you there." Ji Qianqian shivered at the sight of his older brother and could only shrink his neck in response. Sitting in front of the computer now, Ji Qianqian felt more and more uneasy as he thought about it. "That's weird," Ji Qianqian muttered. "Forget it. I can't be bothered with them. Let's play some games." Ji Qianqian shook his head, putting his distracting thoughts behind him, and skillfully started operating the keyboard. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door of Jiang Lige's room next door. When Jiang Lige heard the sound, she thought it was that arrogant Ji Qianqian who had returned again. She ran to open the door. "Ji Qianqian, are you ever going to stop? Do you have something to say?" Before he could finish speaking, he saw who was standing outside the door. "Brother." Jiang Lige looked at him with some surprise. "You don't welcome me?" Ji Siye raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice low and hoarse. "No way. Please come in, please come in." Jiang Lige quickly stepped aside and made a fawning gesture of invitation. Ji Siye's gaze swept around the spacious bedroom, finally landing on Jiang Lige's face. "How does it feel to be here? Are you used to it?" Ji Siye pulled up a chair and sat down, crossing his long legs with an air of arrogance. "I'm so used to it. It's like a dream." Jiang Lige smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. "My parents are so good to me. This room is bigger than the 3 houses I've lived in before combined." Looking at her easily satisfied, money-grubbing appearance, a barely perceptible tenderness flashed in Ji Siye's eyes. But soon, his expression turned serious. "Ligu, remember the past." Ji Siye looked at her, his voice deep and powerful. "This will be your home from now on. In the Ji family, you don't need to be subservient to anyone, nor do you need to carefully try to please anyone. If you are wronged, whether it's the second or third wife, or even your parents, you must tell me first. Do you understand?" The man's deep gaze seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, stirring a strange ripple in Jiang Lige's heart. Is this the ultimate sense of security that comes from a domineering CEO with a dad-like personality? It's simply irresistible. Jiang Lige's heart skipped a beat. Then she tilted her head playfully and boldly leaned forward. "I know. Thank you, brother. But..." She held out one hand, palm up, and waved it confidently. "Brother, everyone at the family dinner today prepared a gift for me. What about you? You didn't prepare anything, did you?" Ji Siye's expression froze. He really forgot. Seeing his reaction, Jiang Lige immediately felt like she had caught him red-handed and covered her mouth with her hands, laughing. "No way, brother. You really didn't prepare?" Oh dear, the president of the Ji group is so stingy with his own sister. Her spoiled and smug demeanor didn't anger Ji Siye at all. Instead, it made him chuckle helplessly. He stood up and reached out to ruffle her fluffy head somewhat as a punishment, making her already messy hair look even more like a bird's nest. "You little devil." Ji Siye's voice carried a hint of indulgent laughter. "What do you want? I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Budget is no object." Jiang Lige shrank back as he rubbed her neck, sticking out her tongue shyly. "Okay, I was just kidding. As long as you protect me from now on, that's the best gift." "I'm not joking." Ji Siye withdrew his hand, looking at her with deep eyes. "I said I would make it up to you, and I will." Jiang Lige met his serious gaze and hurriedly changed the subject. Brother, have you regained all your memories?" "Yes, everything has recovered," Ji Siye replied calmly. In fact, the memories of spending time with her during his amnesia did not fade after he regained his memory. Instead, they were etched into his mind more clearly, like a brand. "That's great." Jiang Lige breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's recovered. Now he can continue being his invincible CEO, and she can relax and be a carefree, lazy little sister. "It's getting late. Get some rest. Call me anytime if you need anything." Ji Siye gave her one last, deep look before turning and leaving the room. The door closed gently. Jiang Lige lay back on the bed in a starfish shape, looking at the magnificent crystal chandelier on the ceiling, and couldn't help but hug the quilt and giggle foolishly. My goodness, he's a rich, handsome, and protective older brother with a domineering father figure, and he can live in a wealthy family at will. What great virtue did she accumulate to be able to transmigrate into this book and enjoy such blessings? I couldn't be happier. The next day, inside the Ji family's luxurious restaurant, while placing delicate pastries on Jiang Lige's plate, Tang Wan spoke gently. Lige, your father and I discussed it last night. Since your studies were delayed due to the family situation, I'm planning to hire a full-service private tutor for you. Not only will there be renowned teachers for your college entrance exam subjects, but also etiquette, horseback riding, flower arranging, and piano. We can learn at home, so you won't have to go through all that trouble. What do you think? Mr. Ji sat to the side, holding a newspaper, and nodded in agreement. Yes, your mother is right. Studying at home is a simple environment, and no one will dare to give you a hard time. When you take the college entrance exam next year, Dad will send you directly to the best university in Beijing. Any girl looking for a shortcut would be ecstatic about this arrangement. However, Jiang Lige looked very serious. Dad, Mom, thank you for thinking of me so thoroughly. But I want to go back to school and take the college entrance exam like other students. I want to get into university honestly and fairly through my own efforts. Sure enough, upon hearing this, both Mr. and Mrs. Ji were stunned. Tang Wan's eyes were full of heartache. Silly child, going to school is so tiring. The competition in Beijing's high schools is so fierce, and your body hasn't fully recovered yet. What if you can't handle it? Jiang Lige shook her head, her gaze resolute. Chapter 17 First Steps into the Campus. Mom, I'm not afraid of being tired. If I keep hiding under the protection of the Ji family and rely on privileges to get into university, what's the difference between me and those good-for-nothing playboys from before? Now that I've become a daughter of the Ji family, I can't bring shame to the Ji family. She paused, then glanced discreetly at Ji Siye, who was elegantly sipping coffee beside her. Actually, she was secretly making all sorts of plans. More importantly, she had to make room for Ji Siye and Qianqian. As long as she goes to school and doesn't stay home as a third wheel, Qianqian will definitely visit the Ji family frequently. When the male and female leads get to know each other better, their passion will ignite, and once things are settled, her role as the wingman will be credited with a significant achievement. She was determined to live off the Ji family's enormous dowry in her old age, so she went all out. Moreover, I also want to make more friends of my own age and truly integrate into this society, Jiang Lige said with righteous indignation. Ji's father looked at Jiang Lige, a deep sense of admiration flashing in his eyes. Not arrogant or impatient, living under someone else's roof but not losing their backbone. This is what the children of the Ji family should be like. Good. That's ambitious. A rare smile appeared on Father Ji's usually stern face. You have the demeanor of a child of the Ji family. Since you want to go, then go to the best elite school in Beijing, Shenghua Middle School. Qianqian, CC, and Yunshin are all there, so it's convenient to have someone to look after them. I never expected that the school arrangements would be finalized so smoothly. The morning of the first day of school, a low-key yet luxurious Rolls-Royce was parked in front of the old house. Before leaving, Tang Wan handed Jiang Lige a supplementary credit card with unlimited credit. Lige, take this. Buy whatever you like at school. Don't deprive yourself. Ji Siye calmly handed over a brand new customized mobile phone and a black and gold bank card. It's a new phone. My number is saved in it, and I've set a shortcut key 1. Ji Siye looked at her, his voice low. You are not allowed to skimp on the allowance in your card. If you run out of money, tell me via WeChat. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Mom. Jiang Lige smiled so much her eyes disappeared and happily put the card into her bag. Ji Jinyan, who was biting into a fried dough stick, was so jealous that his eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw this scene. Hey, no way. Ji Jinyan mumbled incoherently. Dad, Mom, big brother. Am I your biological brother? When I was in school, why did you only give me a limited credit card? Jiang Lige's treatment is like that of a crown princess ascending the throne. However, no one paid any attention to his protests. Tang Wan grabbed Ji Jinyan's ear, making him wince in pain. Ji Jinyan, listen to me carefully. If I find out that Li Gu has been wronged in the slightest at school, I will hold you responsible. Ji Siye's icy gaze swept over, carrying a silent warning. Ji Jinyan. Depend on. What sins did he commit to deserve being a bodyguard for this little fox? I know. It's so annoying. Ji Jinyan rubbed her ears and got into the car in a huff. Jiang Lige waved to Ji's parents and Ji Siye, and then sat down inside. The car door closed, and the car slowly drove out of the Feishan Villa district. As soon as he was out of his parents' sight, Ji Jinyan's eyes instantly turned into a fierce and menacing expression. He suddenly moved closer to Jiang Lige, his handsome face magnified before her eyes, and he threatened through gritted teeth. Jiang Lige, I'm warning you. Once you get to school, you're not allowed to mention your relationship with the Ji family to anyone, and you're absolutely not allowed to say you're my sister. Did you understand? Seeing his fierce appearance, Jiang Lige was not frightened at all. Instead, she cooperated perfectly, raising her hands and smiling brightly as she obediently replied. All right, no problem, young Master Ji. She agreed too quickly and decisively, which made Ji Jinyan, who had a belly full of harsh words, feel like he had punched cotton. You agreed so readily. Are you plotting something again? Ji Jinyan stared at her suspiciously. Jiang Lige blinked innocently. How could that be? I'm just an obedient little sister who doesn't deserve to have a name. Ji Jinyan's lips twitched, and she turned her head away in frustration. He felt as if he was being manipulated by this woman again. Qianqian Middle School, as the most prestigious private school in Beijing, has a gate that is even more impressive than the headquarters of some companies. The Rolls-Royce came to a stop in the designated area. Just as Jiang Lige was about to get out of the car, Ji Jinyan grabbed her arm. Hey, I'm warning you one last time. Ji Jinyan lowered his voice, his handsome face close to his expression more serious than ever before. Once we get to school, you'll be Jiang Lige, and I'll be Ji Jinyan. We won't know each other. You hear me? If you dare to spread rumors outside and ruin my reputation, you'll see how I deal with you. Seeing his tense expression, Jiang Lige nodded obediently, even raising 3 fingers as if to swear. Don't worry, young Master Ji. I'm very tight-lipped. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. After saying that, she jumped out of the car without looking back. Shaw, who wants to know it's Sundara? As Ji Jinyan watched her light and agile figure, he felt that something was not right. This woman isn't angry at all. On the contrary, she seems a little excited. He scratched his head in frustration and got out of the car as well. He ignored Jiang Lige completely and went straight to the other side, where several rich young men were waiting for him. Jiang Lige was happy to have some peace and quiet. She took a deep breath, and the air seemed to be filled with the fragrance of money. She looked up and surveyed the legendary elite school, observing the students dressed in exquisite uniforms, carrying luxury backpacks, and gathered in small groups. Her eyes shone not with fear, but with a gleam of light. Although she planned to be a useless rich man, a woman still needs to have her own career. After all, who would complain about having too much money? Following the information sent in advance by the homeroom teacher, Jiang Lige quickly found the classroom of Senior 3-1. She stood at the door, just about to go in, when her gaze swept inside and the smile on her face instantly froze. In the classroom, a familiar figure sat surrounded by everyone, sitting by the window. Who else could it be but Ji Siye? Jiang Lige's lips twitched. What a small world. She knew it. Life in a wealthy family can't be smooth sailing. So this is what was waiting for her. These days are going to be quite lively. She walked into the classroom without changing her expression. As soon as she stepped in, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a receding hairline pushed up his glasses and looked at her from the podium. Let me tell you all, we have a transfer student in our class today. Hello, teacher. Jiang Lige replied politely. Okay, come up and introduce yourself, the homeroom teacher said, pointing to the podium. In an instant, dozens of eyes in the class were all focused on Jiang Lige. Jiang Lige smiled and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Lige. I will be studying with you all for the next year, and I hope we can get along well. Chapter 18 Ji Siye's bullying. Everyone was secretly guessing which hidden rich girl was able to transfer into Qianqian 1 class at this time. She's dressed so simply. Could she be one of those low-key, top-tier wealthy families? However, this quiet contemplation was soon shattered by a sharp voice. TCH, what rich girl? Ji Siye scoffed, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, but loud enough for the whole class to hear clearly. Judging from that rustic air of his, he's obviously a country bumpkin. Who knows, he's probably some parasite who snuck in through connections. As soon as he finished speaking, several suppressed bursts of laughter erupted in the class. Those gazes that were initially filled with curiosity instantly changed, taking on a hint of contempt and a sense of anticipation. The homeroom teacher frowned but didn't dare to say anything. He couldn't afford to offend the eldest daughter of the Ji family. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Lige didn't even lift her eyelids, but spoke calmly and clearly. This student is half right. I am indeed not some rich heiress. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the room, before finally smiling slightly. Because I am the apple of my parents' eye. That was a brilliant remark, neither humble nor arrogant, leaving the person speechless. Before anyone could react, Jiang Lige changed the subject, her gaze fixed on Ji Siye. But I'm quite curious, classmate. You seem to know me very well. In that case, why don't you tell everyone who I am and what connections I have? Ji Siye was caught off guard and choked up. The surrounding classmates immediately started whispering among themselves and looking at Ji Siye. Siye, do you know her? Ji Siye's face flushed red and then turned pale. How could she possibly admit that she knew this country bumpkin? They didn't want anyone to know that this parasite was now living in the Ji family. Who knows her? I don't know her at all. She almost screamed in denial. Oh, Jiang Lige raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. So we didn't know each other before. A complete stranger, yet he harbors such malice towards me, casually using the word parasite to insult me. She turned to look at her homeroom teacher, who looked completely bewildered, and asked innocently, Teacher, this makes me wonder if Shanghua Middle School's education only teaches students how to compare themselves to others, but forgets to teach them the most basic manners and respect. When this serious accusation was leveled, the homeroom teacher was sweating bullets. He looked at these two troublemakers, knowing he couldn't afford to offend either of them, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. All right. Let's both keep quiet. Jiang Lige, why don't you sit down in the empty seat in the last row? Jiang Lige had achieved her goal. She nodded obediently and walked to her seat with her school bag. Ji Siye was so angry that she trembled all over. She remembered this grudge. Ignoring the probing, curious, or disdainful glances directed at me, I sat down in an empty seat in the back row. The first class in the morning is boring math. Jiang Lige was getting sleepy and finally managed to stay awake until the bell rang for the end of get out of class. No sooner had the teacher left the classroom than Ji Siye, accompanied by two girls, strode arrogantly to Jiang Lige's desk. New here, do you know the rules? Ji Siye crossed her arms and looked down at her, her tone undisguisedly sarcastic. Her two henchmen, one tall and the other with bangs, also started giggling. The way he looked at Jiang Lige was as if he were looking at something dirty. The entire class's attention was instantly drawn to this, and everyone tacitly remained silent, ready to watch the show. Jiang Lige raised her head, an innocent smile on her face. What rules? Of course we have to listen to Siye in everything, one of the girls with bangs said. Oh, Jiang Lige said nonchalantly. Seeing her attitude, Ji Siye was too lazy to play along. She leaned down, whispered in her ear, and said fiercely in a voice only the two of them could hear, I'm warning you. You're not allowed to tell anyone here about your relationship with the Ji family. If I hear even a whisper of it, you're getting out of Shanghua. Jiang Lige thought to herself, this is exactly what I wanted. I was afraid you would spread it around and make me a target of hatred. She nodded repeatedly. I understand. Ji Siye didn't expect her to compromise so quickly, and she was caught off guard and choked for a moment. Seeing that she was so sensible, she straightened up with feigned satisfaction, but clearly did not intend to give up so easily. She looked Jiang Lige up and down, her gaze lingering on Jiang's slightly plump arms and face. She sneered. With a figure like yours, you dare to wear our Shanghua school uniform? You're practically lowering the overall image of our school. Did you break the chair? Yeah, Siye, look at her face. It looks like a steamed bun. The bangs-wearing follower immediately chimed in. The tall girl let out an exaggerated ouch, and with a wave of her hand, pretended to accidentally sweep all the newly issued books from Jiang Lige's desk onto the floor. Sorry, my hand slipped. She apologized insincerely, her eyes practically radiating smugness. Everyone knows that Ji Siye is bullying the new classmate again. Everyone was waiting to see Jiang Lige's reaction. Would she run away crying, or would she rebel angrily? However, Jiang Lige simply glanced at them quietly, then bent down and slowly picked up the books one by one. He even carefully patted off the dust. Throughout the entire process, there was not a trace of anger or grievance on her face. She remained calm, as if she were doing something perfectly normal. Now it was Ji Siye's turn to be unhappy. The feeling of punching cotton made her feel that her authority had been challenged. Her eyes flashed, and she saw the pencil case on the table. She snatched a bottle of correction fluid from inside, unscrewed the cap, and drew a crooked, fat pig on Jiang Lige's brand new, clean desk. Look, doesn't this pig look like you? Ji Siye raised her chin triumphantly, waiting to see Jiang Lige break down in tears. A suppressed chuckle rippled through the classroom. The deskmate was startled and could only look timidly at Jiang Lige. Jiang Lige straightened up and looked at the big, fat white pig on the table. Instead of being angry, she seriously rested her chin on her hand and examined it carefully. After a long pause, under the astonished gazes of the entire class, she nodded solemnly. It's well drawn. You have a good artistic talent, and you've captured the essence. Ji Siye, ? The whole class. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Lige stretched out her finger and gently pinched the still wet pig, then frowned and said with a look of disgust, "However, the quality of your correction fluid is not good." Chapter 19, My First Good Friend. She raised her head and looked sincerely at Ji Siye, who was still stunned, her tone carrying a hint of regret. "Look, the coverage is terrible, the color isn't white enough, and it's prone to creasing. The pig I drew doesn't look full enough. How can such a low-quality product be worthy of your artistic creation, miss?" Ji Siye was completely bewildered by her actions and subconsciously asked, "Then, what kind should we use?" "Good question." Jiang Lige's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had been waiting for this question. She immediately took out her notebook and pen, acting like a top salesperson. "I know a supplier that specializes in providing environmentally friendly correction fluid imported from Germany. It's highly concentrated, has super strong coverage, dries quickly without leaving any marks, and the pen tip is smooth. I guarantee that the pig you draw will be 3 shades whiter than this one, and it will have a great 3-dimensional effect." She paused, then gave Ji Siye a mysterious smile. "Since we just met, I'll give you a friend's price. Only 20 yuan a bottle. How about it? Want me to get you a few bottles? I guarantee you'll be even more powerful in your future bullying. In your artistic creation. This is thanks to the fact that the original owner's family ran a small supermarket, and they were very familiar with the sourcing channels and quality of various stationery items." The classroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at Jiang Lige in disbelief. It's like looking at an alien. A bullying scene instantly turned into a product sales event. Ji Siye's face is ever-changing and fascinating. She was so angry that she was trembling all over. She pointed at Jiang Lige and stammered, "You," for a long time, but couldn't say a single word. This was absolutely her Waterloo in her bullying career. Puff. I don't know who it was, but the first person couldn't help but laugh. Immediately afterwards, bursts of barely suppressed laughter filled the classroom. "You just wait." Ji Siye finally shouted out a complete sentence, her face turning a deep purplish red. She dragged her 2 followers and rushed back to her seat in a disheveled state. Jiang Lige completely disregarded her threat, instead shaking her head regretfully and muttering under her breath, "Sigh. She doesn't even want such a good product. She has no taste." Just then, a boy who looked rather refined at the desk in front of him pushed up his glasses and asked in a low voice, "Excuse me, is the German imported correction fluid really only 20 yuan?" Jiang Lige's eyes lit up. Business was coming her way. She immediately put on a professional fake smile. "Of course. Honest and fair. How many bottles do you want, classmate? Bulk discounts available. Then, give me a bottle to try." "Okay." Jiang Lige quickly jotted it down in her notebook. "Deliver tomorrow. Successfully secured your first order." Jiang Lige closed the notebook with satisfaction, feeling great. She glanced at Ji Siye, who was panting heavily in her seat, and then looked at the classmates around her who were looking at her with curiosity and awe. The corners of her mouth turned up slightly. She was making her own plans. She didn't know if it was imported from Germany. All she knew was that a bottle of correction fluid cost 2 yuan at the wholesale market and worked incredibly well. Thinking about it this way, I've made a killing of 18. That's it. Is this all the students in elite schools are capable of? They've never even used good correction fluid. They're all like country bumpkins who've never seen the world. It seems that Qianqian Middle School is nothing special after all. There are idiots and suckers everywhere. No sooner had Ji Siye and her group left than her deskmate immediately sidled up to her, asking in a low but excited voice, "Classmate, you're so amazing." Standard procedure. Jiang Lige waved her hand, looking as if she had nothing to hide, and then extended her hand. "My name is Jiang Lige, what's yours?" I'm called Bei Xiaohua," the girl said shyly, pushing up her glasses. "Bei Xiaohua? What an adorable name." Jiang Lige smiled as she looked her over, finding the girl soft and sweet, like a little rabbit. making her feel very protective. Jiang classmate. Bei Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist her curiosity. Do you really sell correction fluid imported from Germany? Of course. Jiang Lige's eyes lit up. I see this bottle on your desk. This won't do. It'll damage the notebook, and it has a strong smell. It's bad for your health if you smell it too much. Bei Xiaohua nodded shyly. I don't really know much about these things. It's all right. Just follow me from now on, and I guarantee you'll have access to high-quality, affordable products. Jiang Lige patted her chest confidently. From now on, you'll be my first VIP customer. The two chatted back and forth and quickly became acquainted. Jiang Lige discovered that although Bei Xiaohua was a bit soft-hearted, she was very sincere and unlike other classmates who viewed people with prejudice. During their lunch break, the two of them went to the cafeteria for lunch together. Shenghua's cafeteria is like a five-star hotel's buffet restaurant, offering a wide variety of Chinese, Western, Japanese, and dessert dishes. Looking at the dazzling array of food, Bei Xiaohua whispered to Jiang Lige, "Actually, I don't really like coming to the cafeteria." "Why? It's such a waste. We've already paid for it." Jiang Lige asked, her mouth full of sushi, her words muffled. Bei Xiaohua's eyes dimmed slightly, and her voice lowered even further. "Because they always make fun of me." "What are you laughing at?" "You're making fun of my family for slaughtering pigs." After saying that, Bei Xiaohua glanced nervously at Jiang Lige, afraid that she would also show a disgusted expression. In the eyes of these self-proclaimed noble scions of wealthy families, although her family had a very large business and was the largest meat supplier in Beijing, but the word slaughterhouse sounds so vulgar that people always use it to attack her. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Lige's eyes lit up immediately after hearing this. "A pig butcher?" Her voice rose 8 octaves. Bei Xiaohua shuddered in fright, thinking that Jiang Lige was going to laugh at her too, and her eyes instantly reddened. "I'm sorry, Wow, you have lots of meat at home, don't you?" Jiang Lige grabbed her hand and asked excitedly. "You mean the freshest pork and beef that's just been slaughtered?" Bei Xiaohua was stunned and nodded blankly. Yes. My God, what a treasure of a girl." Jiang Lige was almost moved to tears. "Xiaohua, from today onwards, you're my best friend. Don't worry, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell me, and I'll take care of them." "Just kidding. This is her first rich female friend." Bei Xiaohua stared in stunned silence at Jiang Lige's sparkling eyes. This was the first time she had ever been looked at with such envy and admiration because of her family background. She felt a little like crying, but mostly she wanted to laugh. Okay. Bei Xiaohua sniffed, nodded heavily, and a big smile bloomed on her face. As soon as the school bell rang, Jiang Lige said goodbye to Bei Xiaohua and walked towards the school gate with her school bag on her back. Ji Jian had long since gone off with his gang of cronies, and Jiang Lige was happy to have some peace and quiet, so she got into her understated yet luxurious Rolls-Royce. Chapter 20. Have you hugged enough? The car smoothly entered the Feishan Villa area. As soon as she entered, Tang Wan came up to her, took her hand, and looked at her with concern. "Lige's back. How was school today? Are you settling in? Did anyone bully you?" Father Ji also stood up from the sofa. Although he didn't say anything, the concern in his eyes was impossible to hide. Jiang Lige felt a warmth in her heart and shook her head with a smile. No, Dad, Mom, don't worry. The teachers and classmates at school are all very nice. No one bullies me." She wasn't lying. Ji Siye's actions were anything but bullying. That's called sending money. It's like being the god of wealth. That's good. Tang Wan breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at Ji Jian, who had just strolled in from behind. "Engyan, have you been taking good care of your younger sister at school?" Ji Jian tossed her school bag onto the sofa and rolled her eyes. "We're not even in the same class. How would I know? Besides, she's a grown woman. Does she need me to take care of her?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lige casually remarked, "That's true. After all, how could someone who ranked second to last in the monthly exam be in the same class as me?" Puff. Mr. Ji, who was drinking water, almost spat it out. Ji Jian's face flushed red instantly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and she bristled. "Jiang Lige, what nonsense are you spouting? Who's second to last?" "I'm fifth from last." "Oh, fifth from the bottom? That's still amazing." Jiang Lige clapped her hands, praising sincerely. This sarcastic tone immediately ignited Ji Jian's anger to the core. "What do you mean? What do you know, you country bumpkin? Believe me or not. How am I? Jiang Lige puffed out her chest without backing down and stared at him. You. The two stared at each other like fighting cocks, and it looked like they were about to have a full-blown brawl in the living room. Mr. and Mrs. Ji had a terrible headache and were about to scold him. Just then, a cold, deep voice came from the doorway. What's all the noise about? With just one sentence, the living room fell silent instantly. Jiang Lige and Ji Qianqian were like quails whose mute button had been pressed. Their tense atmosphere from just moments ago vanished without a trace. The two turned their heads at the same time, looking at the tall figure walking in from the entrance, as obedient as two kittens. Elder brother. Elder brother. Ji Siye took off his suit jacket and handed it to the maid, loosened his tie, and his deep gaze swept lightly across the two faces. When he saw Jiang Lige's puffed-up face and Ji Qianqian's unconvinced expression, the barely perceptible curve of his lips instantly straightened. I felt inexplicably annoyed, but his face remained expressionless. He simply grunted, and walked straight to the restaurant. Let's eat. At his command, no one dared to object. At the dinner table, the atmosphere finally returned to normal. Ji Siye ate his meal slowly and deliberately, then suddenly looked up at Jiang Lige. How was your day at school? His voice was flat, as if he were asking a casual question. Jiang Lige quickly swallowed the food in her mouth and nodded repeatedly. Smoothly, very smoothly. Looking into her bright, sparkling eyes, Ji Siye didn't think she was lying, so he didn't ask any more questions. He simply added, "Tell me if you need anything." Okay. Jiang Lige obediently agreed. The meal ended in a relatively harmonious atmosphere. After finishing their meal, the group went upstairs separately. Jiang Lige hummed a little tune and went to take a shower in a cheerful mood. Today was a perfect day. She came out of the bathroom wearing a bunny print pajama set and slippers, feeling a little thirsty, and prepared to go to the second-floor common lounge area to get a glass of water. Just as she reached the doorway, she heard Ji Siye making a phone call coming from the small balcony on the second floor. In the quiet night, a few words still clearly drifted into Jiang Lige's ears. Su Qingwe, just focus on your own work. There is no need for us to meet. Jiang Lige's ears perked up instantly. Su Qingwe, is there no need to meet? Holy crap, what's going on? Did the male and female leads have a fight? That won't do. If the male and female leads have a bad relationship, how can the plot continue? If they don't get together happily and sweetly soon, when will she ever be able to shake off her status as a villainous supporting character? When will she be able to settle down and be a lazy bum in a wealthy family? No, she has to go and help. Jiang Lige walked over, picked up the warm water on the table, took a deep breath, and walked towards the small balcony. She would pretend to be passing by, then casually offer a few words of advice, appealing to their emotions and reasoning with them. Make Ji Siye understand that girls need to be coaxed, and quickly go and make up with Su Qingwe. Holding her water glass, she tiptoed closer and closer to the tall, upright man whose back was to her. She had just gathered her emotions and was about to begin gently. Who knew? Ji Siye seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, and the moment she approached, he suddenly turned around without warning. Oh. Jiang Lige was so frightened by his sudden action that she lost her footing and tripped over her own slipper. Then, she lunged forward uncontrollably. The water cup in her hand slipped from her grasp, and the warm water splashed all over Ji Siye's chest and phone. In the midst of the chaos, she landed squarely and precisely in Ji Siye's arms. Ji Siye clearly didn't expect Jiang Lige to come out in the middle of the night. The moment she fell, he instinctively reached out and caught her. Ji Siye was knocked back a few steps by her, his back hitting the floor-to-ceiling window behind him. Ji Siye held her waist, his face darkening. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Jiang Lige's mind went blank. What was she trying to say? All the prepared lines were completely shut down by this incredibly awkward situation. Have you hugged enough? A deep voice came from above. With a resonant sound from her chest, the vibrations went straight into Jiang Lige's ears, sending shivers down her spine. Oh my God! Jiang Lige suddenly realized what was happening, and like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she frantically tried to back away. But she forgot that she was still wearing those fluffy rabbit slippers, tripped and swayed, about to fall to the ground again. Ji Siye reacted quickly, his hand that was gripping her waist suddenly tightening. Through the soft fabric of her pajamas, the warmth of his palm sent a shiver down Jiang Lige's spine. He gently pulled her into his arms, and only withdrew his hand after she had regained her balance. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, brother. I really didn't mean to. Jiang Lige waved her hands anxiously, Her pretty face flushed red, even the tips of her ears turned an alluring pink. She pointed to the large wet patch on Ji Siye's chest and stammered, I just came out to get a glass of water. I really didn't mean to fall on you. I just slipped. Chapter 21 Mind Your Own Business. Ji Siye looked down at his tattered shirt, then at the young girl in front of him who was so eager to distance herself from him. His deep eyes darkened as he suppressed the strange feeling that suddenly rose in his heart. Clumsy. What kind of behavior is this? Ji Siye said coldly, his voice revealing neither joy nor anger. Yes, brother is right. I will definitely pay attention next time. Jiang Lige clasped her hands together, admitting her mistake with utmost sincerity. But soon, her gaze fell on the phone he was holding, which was still slightly dripping wet. A sudden thought flashed through Jiang Lige's mind, and she suddenly remembered the sacred mission she had just risked her life to come here. Yes, she's here to be a matchmaker and bring the male and female leads together. Brother. Jiang Lige mustered her courage and took half a step forward, cautiously observing his expression. Your phone, is it not broken? I vaguely heard you calling Qianqian just now, were you? Ji Siye was wiping the water stains off his phone screen with his fingertips when he heard this, and his movements paused slightly. He raised his eyelids, his unfathomable black eyes coldly shooting at her. Were you eavesdropping on me? No, absolutely not. I swear. Jiang Lige immediately raised 3 fingers, her face full of righteous indignation. I just came out to get some water and overheard a couple of things. Brother, did you and Sister Qianqian have a fight? Ji Siye put his phone back in his pocket, took a long stride, walked to the sofa, sat down, and elegantly crossed his legs. What's it to you? He asked indifferently. How can it be nothing? I was just worried about you. Jiang Lige immediately followed him over and sat down casually on the single sofa next to him. She rested her chin on her hands, her eyes sparkling, and innocently launched into her lecturing mode. Brother, I'm not trying to be mean, but Qianqian is such a wonderful woman. She's as beautiful as a fairy, gentle and generous, well-educated and reasonable, and she's completely devoted to you. The two of you standing together are simply a perfect match, a match made in heaven. You absolutely can't miss out on such a wonderful woman. Ji Siye stared at her coldly without saying a word, but a storm was quietly gathering in his deep eyes. Jiang Lige, completely oblivious, was still enthusiastically sharing her dating secrets. You're usually too quiet, always with that icy face, like someone owes you $1 million. Girls need to be coaxed. It's one thing to be cold to others, but you can't be like that to Qianqian. Say nice things to her more often. Send her more flowers and gifts. If she's angry, just lower your stance and coax her, and she'll be all over it. Oh, Ji Siye laughed in anger, leaning forward slightly, and an overwhelming sense of oppression swept over Jiang Lige. Jiang Lige, you're up in the middle of the night just to teach me how to woo a woman? The man's deep gaze was fixed on her, his voice low and calm, like the calm before a storm. What exactly do you want to say? Jiang Lige shrank back under his gaze, but when she thought of her future life as a wealthy, carefree woman, she straightened her chest again. She chuckled a little shyly, then boldly nudged Ji Siye's shoulder. Hey bro, do I have to spell it out for you? Jiang Lige winked at him, lowered her voice, and gave him an ambiguous, I understand look. Sister Qianqian will be my sister-in-law in the future. I have to build a good relationship with my future sister-in-law beforehand, and also give my brother some advice. You always have such a cold face towards her. What if you drive my good future sister-in-law away? Where will you go to cry then? Upon hearing this, Ji Siye's eyes, which had been relatively calm, instantly surged with turbulent emotions. An unnamed fire surged within my chest, raging wildly. He stared at the girl in front of him. Her smile was so bright and cheerful, her eyes clear, and even carrying a hint of smug satisfaction. You really can't hit them or scold them. She's now genuinely trying to push him on as someone else. I don't know who it was that insisted on making him her husband before. This face-changing speed is almost as fast as an intangible cultural heritage. She's even starting to plan on calling someone else sister-in-law. Was all that intimacy and dependence in her eyes just a play that could be turned over at any time? Ji Siye clenched his fists tightly at his sides. It's clear that she kept calling him brother, and he really couldn't bring himself to say those words anymore. Moreover, looking at her innocent and naive face, Ji Siye felt a self-destructive urge to realize that he couldn't bear to lose his temper with her even slightly. In the end, all I could do was sigh helplessly. Never mind. She knows nothing. She was just a girl struggling to survive in the cracks, extremely insecure, and could only try to please the Ji family by pretending to be well-behaved. Ji Siye closed his eyes, suppressing the anger in his chest. "You're so nosy." Ji Siye stood up, looking down at her with a helpless yet cold voice. "My affairs are none of your business. Mind your own business." After saying that, he didn't even glance at Jiang Lige again, and walked towards his room with a sullen face. The heavy door slammed shut with a loud thud that echoed through the empty corridor. Jiang Lige sat alone on the sofa, looking dazed. She stared at the closed door, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Huh? No. Why are you angry?" Jiang Lige blinked innocently and muttered softly. "His temper is too strange. I'm doing this all for his lifelong happiness, and he doesn't appreciate my good intentions." She pursed her lips. "Forget it. A man's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. The thoughts of a domineering CEO with a father figure are truly beyond the comprehension of us mere mortals." Jiang Lige shook her head, shaking off the jumbled thoughts in her mind, and slowly shuffled back to her room in her slippers. In the next room, Ji Siye stood in front of the bathroom mirror, ripped off his soaking wet white shirt, and threw it on the floor. The man in the mirror had a face so dark it looked like it could drip water. He leaned against the sink, looked at his own sinister reflection in the mirror, and gave a self-deprecating smile. "Sister-in-law." Ji Siye gritted his teeth and let out a soft snort. "That sounds really natural." Jiang Lige got up early in the morning, rubbing her sore neck. Remembering Ji Siye's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, last night, she couldn't help but shrink back. "Tsk, a man's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. The ancients were right." Jiang Lige muttered to herself as she washed up. Fortunately, Ji Siye went to the company early in the morning, and she and Ji Qianqian got into the car to go to school. Today, Ji Qianqian, that arrogant fellow, put on sunglasses as soon as he got in the car, with a sour face, as if someone owed him millions. These two brothers are truly remarkable. She was happy to have some peace and quiet, and didn't want to pay any attention to him. "Jiang Lige, what are you looking at? Do you think you can peek at me?" Ji Qianqian suddenly spoke up, startling Jiang Lige. "Damn, I can see that even with my glasses on." "No, who was peeking at you? You narcissistic and arrogant freak." Jiang Lige looked at him with disdain, as if he were an idiot. The two argued all the way to school. Even the driver shook his head when he saw it. Chapter 22 knocked out. She had barely sat down in the classroom when Ji Siye, for some unknown reason, stormed up and blocked her desk. Ji Siye crossed her arms and looked down at Jiang Lige with disdain in her eyes. Jiang Lige infuriated her yesterday, and she's determined to settle this score today. The surrounding classmates immediately cast gossipy glances at them, whispering amongst themselves. Jiang Lige calmly packed her school bag without even looking up, her tone indifferent. A good dog doesn't block the way. Who left their door unlocked so early in the morning, letting a mad dog run out and bark? "Who are you calling a dog?" Ji Siye screamed, her face instantly turning red. "I'll scold whoever answers." Jiang Lige raised her head, revealing an innocent yet bright smile. Her watery, fox-like eyes curved into crescents, making her look incredibly innocent and harmless. Ji Siye gave a wink to the follower beside her. The tall girl immediately understood. Holding a cup of freshly bought, still steaming hot cocoa, she pretended to slip and exclaimed in surprise, splashing it straight at Jiang Lige's desk. Watch out," someone nearby exclaimed. A sliver of malicious pleasure flashed in Ji Siye's eyes. But the next second, as if Jiang Lige had eyes in the back of her head, she leaned back with remarkable agility the instant the hot cocoa was splashed on her. He casually grabbed the girl's wrist and changed direction. Splash. The entire cup of thick, piping hot cocoa was poured solidly onto Ji Siye's school uniform skirt. Not a single drop left. It's burning me. My skirt." Ji Siye screamed and jumped up on the spot, looking utterly disheveled. "Oh dear. Ji Siye, are you all right?" Jiang Lige patted her chest, her face full of concern and self-reproach. "Hey kid, how could you be so careless? Luckily, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been disfigured. But how did it all get on Ji Siye? Siye, are you in pain? Should I call an ambulance for you?" Jiang Lige, you did this on purpose." Ji Siye cried out in pain, pointing at Jiang Lige and cursing. "Siye, how could you say that to me?" Jiang Lige's eyes reddened, tears welled up, and her voice trembled with sobs. Everyone saw it. This student fell down on her own. I just instinctively reached out to block her. Does that mean I should have stood still and let her splash me to avoid it? The Ji family has strict rules. Is this how you're taught to make false accusations? Jiang Lige deliberately emphasized the words Ji family. The moment the Ji family's upbringing was mentioned, the expressions of the wealthy young men who were watching the spectacle immediately changed. Everyone knows that the eldest branch of the Ji family is the one in power, while the second branch is merely an appendage. Ji Siye was used to being arrogant and domineering at school, but now that she had met her match, everyone was secretly overjoyed, though they didn't say anything on the surface. Yu. Ji Siye was so angry that she trembled all over, pointing at Jiang Lige, but unable to say a word. Siye, you should go to the infirmary to get this cleaned up. Your skirt is all dirty. It looks terrible. Jiang Lige kindly handed her a tissue, her smile sincere. Jiang Lige, you just wait. Ji Siye slapped away the tissue, covered her face, and ran out of the classroom crying. Watching Ji Siye's disheveled departure, Jiang Lige clapped her hands and slowly sat back down in her seat. You think you can mess with her? How could a modern person like her be no match for a two-dimensional character? This is just a small scramble, not even a warm-up. The main theme is to make those who are manipulative and scheming reap what they sow. In the following classes, Ji Siye continued to cause trouble for others. For example, applying glue to Jiang Lige's stool. As a result, Jiang Lige saw through her plan at a glance and casually swapped the stool with Ji Siye's, causing Ji Siye to sit on it and almost tear her pants. During the last class in the afternoon, Ji Siye deliberately had Jiang Lige locked in the girls' restroom. As a result, Jiang Lige simply used a hairpin to pry open the lock and then locked Ji Siye and her follower, who were there to watch the spectacle, inside. Ji Siye didn't come out of the girls' restroom until the school bell rang. She was probably still inside, banging on the door in anger. Jiang Lige walked out of the school gate with her school bag on her back in a cheerful mood. At the school gate, the Ji family's Rolls-Royce had been waiting for a long time. Jiang Lige opened the car door and got in, only to find the back seat empty. Qianqian was nowhere to be seen. Outside the car window, the setting sun bathed the school's tree-lined avenues in a golden hue. Uncle Lu, hasn't Qianqian come out yet? Jiang Lige asked the driver in confusion. Driver Uncle Lu looked anxious and glanced at his watch. Yes, Miss Jiang. The second young master hates waiting. He should be on the bus as soon as the school bell rings. It's been more than half an hour, and I still can't get through on the phone. Should I go inside and look for him? Jiang Lige thought for a moment. Qianqian had a fiery temper. If the driver were to search for him openly at the school, he would probably feel embarrassed and throw a tantrum. Never mind. Uncle Lu, you wait in the car, I'll go. Jiang Lige got out of the car and walked towards the open-air basketball court behind the school. I guess this arrogant guy went to play basketball and forgot the time. Result: before she even got close, she heard a cacophony of angry shouts. The basketball court was surrounded by students. Startled, she tiptoed and squeezed through the crowd to look inside. Just as expected, in the center of the basketball court, Qianqian, like an enraged little lion, pinned a boy to the ground. Fuck your grandpa. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I'm not a member of the Ji family. Qianqian punched the other person in the face. His delicate face was now contorted into a frightening grimace. The school uniform jacket was torn to shreds. The guy who got beaten up was also a troublemaker. His face was covered in blood, but he was still defiantly taunting. Qianqian, you're just your brother's good dog. Who do you think you are? Shut up. How dare you mention my brother? Qianqian completely lost it, raining punches down on the other person. TSK, no wonder he's a die-hard brother-obsessed guy. Jiang Lige shook her head at the sight. Adhering to the principle of it's better to avoid trouble, she silently took a step back. Anyway, Qianqian is currently unilaterally beating others, so he won't suffer any losses. Moreover, this spoiled brat has a violent temper, and if I rush out now, he might take his anger out on me. As long as he's not lost, that's fine. Jiang Lige muttered to herself, turned around, and prepared to slip away unnoticed. However, Murphy's Law always seems to work when it least expects it. The boy who had been beaten half to death by Qianqian suddenly got up from the ground with a ferocious expression. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. He grabbed the basketball from the ground and hurled it at Qianqian with all his might. Young Master Ji, be careful, someone nearby exclaimed. Although Qianqian is arrogant, he has extremely good athletic ability. He instinctively ducked to the side and nimbly dodged the attack. The basketball, propelled by gravity, grazed Qianqian's hair, whistling through the air, and flew straight out of the gap in the barbed wire fence. Just then, Jiang Lige, who was preparing to slip away quietly, happened to walk right in front of the gap. Bang! A deafeningly loud bang. The basketball hit Jiang Lige squarely on the back of the head. In that instant, Jiang Lige felt as if her brain had been hit and shaken. A loud buzzing sound filled my ears, and countless golden stars flew wildly before my eyes. The basketball bounced on the ground. Holy crap! Jiang Lige used all her strength to stiffly turn her head away. Gritting his teeth, his voice trembled. Who? The F*** smashed this. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Lige's vision went black and she collapsed to the ground. Holy crap! Jiang Lige. When Ji Siye saw who was lying on the ground, he was terrified and rushed towards the outside of the barbed wire fence. Help! Someone's dying. The scene descended into extreme chaos. In the last second before completely losing consciousness and plunging into endless darkness, Jiang Lige's only thought was, damn it, what bad luck. What did she do to deserve this today? Chapter 23 Brother, why aren't you turning on the light? Ji Siye scrambled over there. Looking at Jiang Lige lying lifeless on the ground, he felt completely numb, his mind buzzing. Hey, stop playing dead. I'm not falling for that. He crouched down and nudged Jiang Lige's shoulder. But the other party was limp and unresponsive. Ji Siye was now truly panicked. Although she's usually sarcastic, she's still the goddaughter the Ji family just adopted. His parents and older brother dote on him. He's really in big trouble now. Fine, I'll consider it a debt. Ji Siye gritted his teeth, reached out his arms to give the person a cool princess carry, and took him directly to the infirmary. However, rise. Ji Siye's handsome face turned red as he strained with all his might, but Jiang Lige only managed to move a mere 2 centimeters on the cement ground. Damn it! What did you eat to grow up like this? You're as heavy as a weight. The onlookers were laughing so hard they were practically convulsing. What are you laughing at? Get out! He yelled irritably. Ji Siye was so anxious that he kept scratching his head. I told you to lose weight, but you wouldn't listen. You're as heavy as a granite. How am I supposed to carry you? Several of the young men who were usually close to him suppressed their laughter and whispered, Young Master Ji, how about we lend you a hand? What are you laughing at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman with a heavy frame before? Ji Siye roared back angrily, trying to cover up his embarrassment. Come help me, get her on my back. With the combined help of the two boys, Ji Siye finally managed to carry Jiang Lige on his back, despite his grimacing expression. Before leaving, he suddenly turned his head and stared at the troublemaker who had thrown the basketball. You better wash your neck clean and wait. If anything happens to her today, I'll make sure your whole family can't stay in Beijing. After saying that, he carried Jiang Lige on his back and hurriedly rushed towards the school gate. VIP emergency channel at Beijing First People's Hospital. The corridor reeked of the pungent smell of Lysol, and the incandescent lights were pale and cold. When Ji's parents and Ji Siye arrived, they saw that Ji Siye's school uniform was torn to shreds and his face was bruised. He was pacing around the emergency room entrance, scratching his head in frustration. Ji Siye. A deep male voice echoed from the end of the corridor. Ji Siye shuddered and stiffly turned his head. Just then, Ji Siye strode over. He had clearly come directly from a company meeting, still wearing a suit and radiating a suffocatingly oppressive aura. His face was frighteningly dark at that moment. Behind him stood Ji's father, his face grave, and Tang Wan, her eyes slightly red and her face full of anxiety. Dad, Mom, brother. Ji Siye instantly shrank back, like a husky that had done something wrong, shrugging his neck and stammering. Smack! Tang Wan stepped forward and angrily slapped Ji Siye's arm. Tears welled up in her eyes. You bastard. It's one thing for you to cause trouble at school, but today you actually got into a fight, and you dragged Li Gu into it. If anything happens to her, I'll skin you alive. Father Ji's face was also gloomy, and his imposing gaze was fixed on his youngest son. Qianqian, what exactly is going on with those words? Ji Siye lowered his head, not daring to utter a single word in rebuttal. He was filled with guilt, especially when he thought about the moment Jiang Lige collapsed. His heart felt heavy. I'm sorry. I didn't know she would suddenly come over. Ji Siye did not say a single word to Ji Siye from beginning to end. He stood quietly in front of the emergency room door, his gaze fixed on the tightly closed glass door. His hands, hanging by his sides, tightened inch by inch. The veins on the back of his hand were bulging. When he received the call saying that Jiang Lige had been hit on the back of the head by a basketball and was unconscious, his heart felt as if it had been crushed instantly. He suddenly became afraid. The emergency room door finally opened. A doctor in a white coat came out and took off his mask. Ji Siye was the first to rush forward. "Doctor, how is she?" The doctor quickly said, "Don't worry, you were brought in time." The initial examination shows a mild concussion and soft tissue contusion on the back of the head, but no intracranial hemorrhage was found. However, as a precaution, you need to be hospitalized for observation to see if there are any subsequent symptoms such as nausea, vomiting, or blurred vision. Upon hearing the word concussion, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Siye's taut jawline finally relaxed slightly. He closed his eyes briefly, concealing the lingering fear deep within them. "Dad, Mom." Ji Siye turned around, regaining his usual composure. They began to make arrangements in an orderly manner. "It's getting late. You should go back first. Qianqian is also injured. Take him to see a doctor." Tang Wan hesitated for a moment. "See, are you sure you can manage here alone? Why don't you stay and keep me company?" "No need," Ji Siye said firmly. "I brought her back to the Ji family, so I have to take responsibility for her. I'll just stay by her side." Ji Jianqian hung his head, his eyes red. He looked at his older brother, his lips moved, and he mumbled softly, "Brother, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to." Ji Siye looked at his younger brother, who had been spoiled since childhood, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. His large hand landed on Ji Jianqian's thin shoulder. "All right, a real man shouldn't be crying like this. Think things through in the future." Ji Siye's voice was still stern, but it had softened a bit. "Don't take it to heart. I'm here, she'll be fine." Ji Jianqian sniffed and nodded heavily. It was midnight in a VIP private hospital room. Moonlight streamed in through the half-open blinds, casting dappled shadows on the cool floor. The ward was very quiet. Ji Siye sat on a chair by the bed, his suit jacket casually draped over his shoulder, and his shirt sleeves rolled up, revealing his muscular forearms. He leaned forward slightly, his hands clasped under his chin, his deep, dark eyes fixed on the girl on the hospital bed. At this moment, Jiang Lige was lying quietly on the bed. Her once rosy face was now somewhat pale. Ji Siye reached out his hand, his slender fingers lingering in midair for a long time before finally gently landing on her forehead. "The temperature under my fingertips was a little cool." He gently stroked her forehead and then her warm cheeks. Last night, she even heartlessly advised him to marry Su Yueqian. She even sweetly called Su Yueqian's sister-in-law. He was so angry that he stormed off, feeling a tightness in his chest. But now, seeing her lying here lifeless, Ji Siye suddenly realized where his nameless anger came from. What gratitude, what siblings. All of these are just shackles he put on himself. Just then, the girl on the hospital bed suddenly let out a painful whimper. "Ugh, it hurts." Jiang Lige frowned deeply. It seems they've fallen into some terrible nightmare. Ji Siye's heart tightened, and he turned on the bedside lamp. He immediately leaned forward, gently covering her cheek with his large hand, his voice low and urgent. "Lige? Wake up, where does it hurt?" Jiang Lige felt as if countless needles were pricking her brain, causing her to burst into tears from the pain. She struggled to open her eyes, but all she saw was darkness. "Ligu, tell your brother where it hurts," Ji Siye asked softly, stroking her face. Everything was dark before her eyes, but she could hear Ji Siye's voice. At that moment, she felt incredibly wronged. "Elder brother." Jiang Lige's eyes welled up with tears, which silently slid down her cheeks and into the pillow. Her voice was hoarse and soft, filled with heavy sobs and endless grievances. "Brother, it hurts so much. Where am I? Am I going to die?" That soft, aggrieved brother instantly melted his heart, yet it also hurt so much he could hardly breathe. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ji Siye sat down on the edge of the bed and wrapped her cold little hand tightly in his large, warm palm. Her voice was gentle. "With your brother here, you won't die. Sweetie, don't cry. Crying will make your head hurt even more. Your brother is here, it won't hurt anymore." He gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with his fingertips. "Brother, why didn't you turn on the light? It's so dark." Chapter 24 Blindness. Ji Siye's hand, which was reaching for her forehead, suddenly froze in midair. The wall lamp by the bedside emitted a dim and warm glow, illuminating most of the ward. Ji Siye's pupils suddenly contracted. A chill instantly shot straight to the top of my head. He slowly withdrew his hand, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably. He forced himself to calm down, then stood up and held up his 5 fingers, gently waving them in front of Jiang Lige's eyes. No response. Her pupils didn't even tremble. Her beautiful, watery eyes looked like unfocused glass beads. No matter how the light and shadows before her eyes swayed, her pupils did not show even the slightest ripple. Brother? Are you there? Why aren't you saying anything? Jiang Lige panicked a little. She couldn't see Ji Siye, so she could only instinctively reach out her hands and grope wildly in the air, trying to grab the hem of his clothes. Why aren't the lights on? Brother, I'm scared. Looking at her helpless hands, Ji Siye felt his heart ache so much that he almost suffocated. Disbelief, shock, panic. Countless emotions surged into my heart like a tidal wave. She has gone blind. This realization hit Ji Siye hard on the head, causing his ears to ring incessantly. Jiang Lige groped around for a long time, but only managed to grasp the cold, icy air. The hurt on her face gradually faded, replaced by a belated sense of horror. Something's not right. Even without the lights on, there will still be some light filtering in from the hospital corridors and windows. But now, her world is eerily clean, without even a sliver of light. Jiang Lige raised her hands, trembling, and brought them close to her eyes. I can't see anything. There wasn't even a silhouette. No, it can't be. Jiang Lige's voice trembled as she braced herself against the bed, ignoring the sharp pain in the back of her head, and struggled to sit up. Because she moved too quickly, she lost her balance and fell straight off the bed. Lige. With quick reflexes, Ji Siye strode forward, stretched out his long arm, and pulled her firmly into his embrace. Brother, turn on the light. Turn on the light now. Jiang Lige struggled violently in Ji Siye's arms. She screamed and cried, her hands unconsciously tearing and slapping at Ji Siye's shoulders and chest. Brother, am I blind? Can't I see? Turn on the lights. Tears fell like pearls from a broken string, cascading down Ji Siye's shirt and instantly soaking a large area. Ji Siye did not let go. Instead, he tightened his grip even more. He held her tightly in his arms. It's okay, it's okay. Lige, listen to me. Your brother is here. With your brother here, nothing will happen. His chin rested on the top of her sweaty hair, his voice deep and firm. But the arms that were holding her were trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Lige broke down. She never imagined that all she wanted to do was escape the plot and retake the college entrance exam, and that she would end up like this. Having finally escaped the Jiang family's vampires, and finally felt the warmth of the Ji family's parents. With a wonderful life just around the corner, why did God have to play such a cruel joke on her? Why should I? Jiang Lige grabbed Ji Siye's collar, crying her heart out, her voice filled with resentment and despair. I didn't do anything wrong. Why am I always the one who suffers? I don't want to be blind. I don't want to be blind. I still need to take the college entrance exam, and I want to go to so many places. Brother, I'm scared. I'm really scared. Hearing the girl's desperate cries in his arms, Ji Siye's eyes also reddened slightly. He was heartbroken and felt like he was going crazy. I wish I could take all of this upon myself. No, trust your brother. Even if I search for the best doctors in the world, I will definitely make you see again. While comforting the person in his arms, Ji Siye pressed the emergency call button on the bedside table. Late at night, the once quiet VIP inpatient building was instantly brightly lit. The sound of hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed down the corridor. With just one phone call from Ji Siye, almost all the top neurosurgeons and ophthalmologists at Beijing First People's Hospital were dragged out of bed at 2 a.m. Jiang Lige was wheeled into the examination room and underwent round after round of detailed examinations. Ji's father and Tang Wan, who had already left, rushed back overnight after receiving the news. Accompanying them was Ji Qianqian, who was deathly pale and utterly distraught. What on earth happened? How could I suddenly go blind? As soon as Tang Wan entered the ward, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Looking at Jiang Lige, who was being wheeled back to the ward and whose face was as pale as paper, she felt an overwhelming pang of heartache and rushed over to hug her tightly. Lige, my sweet child, don't be afraid. Mommy's here, mommy's here. Jiang Lige was exhausted from crying and leaned against Tang Wan's chest, silently shedding tears. Standing at the door, Ji Qianqian was stunned, as if struck by lightning. He stared at Jiang Lige, who lay listlessly on the hospital bed, his mind buzzing. Blind. Ji Qianqian's throat was dry, and his voice trembled violently. Just because of a basketball. She can't see anymore? I didn't mean to. Brother, I really didn't know it would turn out like this. A spoiled brat who is usually fearless and arrogant. At this moment, she completely panicked. Her eyes were very red, and tears were welling up in her eyes. Ji Siye remained silent. At this moment, several gray-haired experts walked in with a thick stack of examination reports and solemn expressions. Ji Siye immediately went to greet him, his voice tense. "Doctor, what was the result?" All eyes were focused on Professor Jiang, the leading authority in neurology. Professor Jiang adjusted his glasses, his expression softening slightly, and said, "President Ji, please rest assured. After a joint consultation by our multidisciplinary experts, Ms. Jiang's blindness is temporary." Tang Wan tightened her grip on Jiang Lige's arm and asked urgently, "What do you mean by temporary? Doctor, please explain clearly." Professor Jiang explained. Ms. Jiang's head was violently struck by a heavy object, causing a hematoma in her skull that compressed the optic nerve, preventing the normal transmission of visual signals and resulting in temporary blindness. Once the hematoma dissipates, her vision will naturally return. Ji Siye's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, but the seriousness in his eyes did not disappear. "How long?" "It varies from person to person," Professor Jiang said after a moment's thought. "If recovery is fast, it may take about a week. If it is slower, it may take about a month. We will combine medication and physical therapy to try to shorten this process. During this time, it is very important to keep the patient's emotions stable and avoid any further stimulation. 1 week, at the latest 1 month. Chapter 25. My heart aches terribly. Upon hearing this answer, Jiang Lige breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, he's not really blind. She can wait a month as long as she can recover. Thanks. Jiang Lige raised her head in Tang Wan's arms. Although her eyes were still unfocused, her voice was no longer hysterical. Instead, there was a sense of relief at surviving a disaster. Father Ji nodded slightly, and his usually stern face finally relaxed. "Thank you for your hard work, experts. Siye, see the experts out, and while you're at it, finalize the hospitalization procedures and treatment plan," Father Ji instructed in a deep voice. "Okay." Ji Siye nodded, and before leaving, he took a deep look at Jiang Lige on the hospital bed. Then he turned around and, together with his father, accompanied the experts out of the ward. In the ward, only Tang Wan, Ji Qianqian, and Jiang Lige remained. After confirming that she wouldn't actually go blind, Jiang Lige felt much more relaxed. She heard suppressed, soft sobs beside her, and without asking, she knew it was Tang Wan shedding tears of heartache. Jiang Lige sighed inwardly. She has always been someone who responds better to gentleness than force. The Ji family has been very good to her, and she doesn't want her accident to cast a shadow over this warm family. "Mom." Jiang Lige tentatively reached out her hand, groping in the air. Seeing this, Tang Wan quickly reached out and took her little hand, her voice still thick with a nasal tone. "Mommy's here. Lige, what's wrong? Does something hurt again?" "It doesn't hurt anymore." Jiang Lige raised the corners of her lips, revealing a sweet smile. Her smile was clean and warm, like a small sun that instantly dispelled the gloom in the room. "Mom, please don't cry. The doctor said it will be better in a month at most. If you keep crying, your eyes will get swollen and you won't look pretty. If Dad sees that his beautiful wife is gone, he'll come after me." Tang Wan was amused by her quirky words and burst into laughter through her tears. She patted her hand reproachfully and said, "You silly child, what time is it? You still can't be serious and you're making fun of your mother." "I'm serious." Jiang Lige snuggled closer to Tang Wan, her voice soft and sweet as she whined. "Actually, when you think about it, it's not so bad. For the past month, I haven't had to go to school or do those dreadful mock exams. I can just lie in bed and be a couch potato every day, and someone will take care of me. It's like living the life of a god." Hearing her words, Ji Jianyan felt even worse. With red eyes, he stepped forward and mumbled awkwardly and guiltily, "Jiang Lige, I'm sorry." Although Jiang Lige couldn't see, she still raised her eyebrows precisely in the direction of Ji Jianyan's voice. "Seriously, I can actually hear you apologizing? Forget it. It has nothing to do with you, and you didn't even hit me. What are you feeling guilty about? You can only blame my bad luck." All right, Ji Jianyan. If you keep whining, you're not young Master Ji anymore. You're a crybaby." I heard you. Ji Jianyan nodded repeatedly, like a big dog that had done something wrong and was eager to please its master. The atmosphere in the ward finally eased completely. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the ward, Ji Siye stood quietly outside the half-closed door. He had just returned from discussing the treatment details with the doctor and was about to push the door open when he heard Jiang Lige comforting Tang Wan and teasing Ji Siye. Through the glass window in the door, he looked at the girl on the hospital bed, her eyes crinkling with a smile, trying her best to warm everyone around her with her optimism. There was no light in her eyes, yet her whole being radiated light. Ji Siye's hands, hanging by his sides, slowly clenched. A wave of indescribable bitterness and heartache surged up in his chest, almost overwhelming him. Seeing how she had clearly suffered injustice and pain, yet still had to take care of everyone's feelings. Ji Siye felt as if his heart was aching terribly. A week is neither a long nor a short time. But for Jiang Lige, who was immersed in endless darkness every day, every minute, and every second felt as long as a fish stranded on a beach, struggling on the verge of suffocation. In the VIP ward, Jiang Lige stood quietly by the hospital bed, wearing a slightly loose off-white knit sweater. She tilted her head slightly, straining her ears to catch the voices coming from not far away. That was Ji Siye explaining the precautions for discharge to the attending physician. Although the blood clot in her brain has not continued to expand, the absorption rate is slower than expected. After returning home, make sure she takes her medication on time and absolutely prevent any significant emotional fluctuations. The doctor's voice was stern. Yes, I know. Ji Siye responded in a low voice. Jiang Lige gave a self-deprecating smile. For the entire week, she acted more indifferent than anyone else. But only she knew how scared she was. It's been 7 days. Her world remained a deathly black, without even a glimmer of light. Just in case. What if this bruise never goes away? What if she really has to be blind for the rest of her life? In this world full of unknowns, she was just an outsider who had finally managed to grasp a sliver of warmth. Is it really going to be taken away so soon? What are you thinking about? A deep voice sounded in her ear, instantly pulling Jiang Lige back from her chaotic thoughts. Ji Siye had already walked up to her side without her noticing. Huh? No, I wasn't thinking about anything. Jiang Lige quickly concealed the panic in her eyes and looked up. A bright smile appeared on her face. Brother, did the doctor say I can go now? Okay, we can go now. Ji Siye lowered his eyes, looking at her beautiful but empty eyes, and his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Let's go then. Jiang Lige turned around, tentatively taking a step. However, just as she lifted her foot, her body suddenly felt suspended in midair. Ah! Jiang Lige exclaimed in surprise and instinctively reached out to hug the only person she could rely on. By the time she realized what was happening, she was already being held firmly in Ji Siye's arms. Brother, what are you doing? I can walk by myself. Jiang Lige's cheeks were a little hot, and she moved her body a little shyly. Don't move. Ji Siye tightened his grip, his voice low. There are many obstacles here. Let your brother carry you. Oh. Jiang Lige knew that resistance was futile, so she could only obediently shrink into his arms. Even though she couldn't see him, she could still keenly sense Ji Siye's emotions at that moment. The suppressed self-blame made Jiang Lige's heart ache. She took a deep breath and, deliberately in a light and cheerful tone, tightened her arms around his neck. Okay, brother, I know you're wearing a long face. I can feel the coldness emanating from you. Chapter 26 Fat and Blind. I'm really fine. Besides, even if I never see again, I probably won't be able to get married. In that case, you should work hard to earn money and support your little sister for the rest of your life, okay? She had intended to lighten the mood with this self-deprecating joke so that Ji Siye wouldn't feel so guilty. But to everyone's surprise, the man holding her suddenly stiffened as soon as she finished speaking. The next second, Ji Siye's voice, laced with barely concealed anger, rained down upon him. What nonsense are you spouting? His tone was extremely harsh, even carrying a hint of panic and irritability that he himself was unaware of. Unable to get married? To be a younger sister forever? These two words, each one piercing Ji Siye's heart, stirred up his deepest possessiveness and the pent-up frustration he had been suppressing for days. Jiang Lige was startled by his sudden outburst of anger, and her body instinctively shrank back. Feeling the girl trembling in his arms, Ji Siye's rationality returned instantly. A hint of regret flashed in his eyes. He softened his grip on her and lowered his voice, which was unusually gentle and apologetic. I'm sorry. I scared you. Don't say such discouraging things again. I'm here, you'll be all right. Jiang Lige secretly breathed a sigh of relief and muttered softly. I was just joking. It's really nothing. Actually, I would feel even worse if you guys always treated me like I was blind. Ji Siye paused for a moment, then responded softly. Okay, I understand. Back at the Ji family's old house. As soon as the car stopped in the yard, Tang Wan hurriedly came out to greet her. Lige, my sweet baby, you're finally back. Tang Wan pulled Jiang Lige into her arms, her eyes red-rimmed. She held Jiang's hand and looked her up and down, muttering, You must not have eaten or slept well in the hospital. Look at your face, you've lost weight. Mom specially asked the kitchen to make your favorite pork rib soup today. Drink a couple more bowls later to nourish yourself. Ji's father stood to the side, still with a serious and imposing appearance, but the concern in his eyes was undeniable. It's good that you're back. Rest at home and recuperate. I've already spoken to the school, so don't worry, Mr. Ji said in a deep voice. Hearing the warm words of concern from her elders, the fear and unease that had been building up in Jiang Lige's heart all the way finally vanished completely at this moment. She smiled sweetly and responded to their concern one by one. The living room was filled with laughter and joy. However, this warmth did not last long. Afternoon. Because of an urgent meeting at the company, Ji's father and Ji Siye had to rush to the company first. Tang Wan went to the art exhibition because she was a very famous painter. Her art exhibition is about to open, so he's not home either. Seeing that Jiang Lige was all right, Ji Qianqian, who was the only one at home, went upstairs to play games. In the living room, only Jiang Lige remained, sitting on the sofa. He fumbled as he peeled the orange. Just then, a series of footsteps approached from afar. Oh dear, Auntie, I heard that my sister Jiang Lige was discharged from the hospital today. As her older sister, I came here specifically to see her. Upon hearing this sound, Jiang Lige stopped peeling the orange. It's Ji Siye. As soon as Ji Siye entered the living room, she saw that only Jiang Lige was sitting there, and she immediately stopped pretending. She crossed her arms and walked arrogantly in front of Jiang Lige, looking down at her condescendingly. He waved his hand in front of her eyes, and Qianqian was indeed blind. His eyes were filled with a gloating, malicious smile. TSK, Jiang Lige, you look quite interesting right now. Being a fatso in the countryside was one thing, but now you've gone completely blind. Your aunt and uncle are kind-hearted and treat you like a treasure. If I were you, I would have smashed my head against a block of tofu long ago, rather than staying in the Ji family as a troublesome burden. Every word of these words was like salt being rubbed into Jiang Lige's sensitive and fragile wounds. Jiang Lige took a deep breath, and her originally gentle face instantly turned cold. Although she is blind, she hasn't lost any of her temper. Ji Siye, did you forget your brain in the toilet and flush it away before you left? Jiang Lige sneered, her voice crisp and sharp. I may be blind, but I'm not dead yet. This is the Ji family mansion. It's not your place to boss people around. You. Ji Siye was furious that Jiang Lige, even though she was blind, still dared to be so sharp-tongued. What are you pretending for? You're just a useless cripple who can't even walk properly. Do you think your uncle and brother can support you for life? Once they get tired of you, they'll throw you back into the trash heap sooner or later. And another thing, didn't you want to retake the college entrance exam? Haha, a blind man trying to take the college entrance exam? Dream on. Jiang Lige clenched her fists. What she cares about most is to retake the college entrance exam and regain control of her life. Ji Siye's words completely hit her sore spot. Jiang Lige suddenly stood up, and relying on her intuition, she swept her right hand away, directly knocking the heavy white porcelain fruit plate off the coffee table. Roll! The exquisite white porcelain fruit plate shattered at Ji Siye's feet, shards of porcelain and fruit scattering all over the ground. Ah! Ji Siye screamed in fright and backed away. Looking at the mess on the floor, she was both angry and scared, and pointed at Jiang Lige, cursing loudly. Jiang Lige, you're insane. How dare you throw something at me? You just wait. Tomorrow at school, I'll make sure everyone knows you've gone blind. I'll let the whole school know that Jiang Lige is now an unwanted blind and crippled person. After uttering these harsh words, Ji Siye, fearing that Jiang Lige might throw something else at her, ran away in a panic. The living room fell silent once more. Jiang Lige slumped back onto the sofa, her chest heaving violently. Although she drove Ji Siye away, the sense of powerlessness and panic overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. She was still afraid after all. Night. The atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat somber. Jiang Lige barely touched her chopsticks, only managing to drink a few sips of soup before making an excuse that she wasn't feeling well. She had the maid help her upstairs to rest early. Tang Wan and Ji's father watched her departing figure, their faces filled with worry. When Ji Siye returned home, he keenly sensed that something was amiss. He went to the living room and called to the housekeeper who was clearing away the dishes. "What's going on? Did you have dinner tonight, miss?" Ji Siye frowned, his voice cold. Chapter 27 Gentle Care. The butler sighed, glanced around with some difficulty, and then lowered his voice to say, "Young master, Miss Siye came by this afternoon." Later, there was a sound of things being smashed in the living room. After Miss Siye left, Miss Lige was in a bad mood and barely ate any dinner. Upon hearing this, Ji Siye's deep eyes instantly flashed with a fierce aura. Ji Siye remained silent, turned around, and went upstairs. He stood in front of Jiang Lige's door, trying his best to suppress the anger and heartache surging in his heart. He took a deep breath before gently pushing open the door and going inside. Only a dim wall lamp was on in the room. Jiang Lige had fallen asleep under the care of the maid. Ji Siye tiptoed and slowly walked to the bedside. The girl on the bed was curled up in the large quilt, looking so petite and fragile. This week has been a hassle. Her face, which was originally a little chubby and cute, has indeed lost a lot of weight, and her chin has become pointed. Even in her sleep, her brows were tightly furrowed. Seeing her like this, Ji Siye felt a heartache so intense he could hardly breathe. He slowly squatted down and gently stroked her thin face. "Ligu." He slowly lowered his head, gently pressing his forehead against the back of her icy hand, and murmured in a hoarse, restrained voice, "Ligu, don't let me regret bringing you back." Ever since Jiang Lige went blind, Ji Siye's visits to the old house have changed from once every 3 days to now being a daily occurrence without fail. Later on, he even moved most of his work back to his study at home. The entire Ji family took meticulous care of Jiang Lige, especially Ji Siye. He took care of her with extreme patience and meticulousness. Aside from things like bathing and changing clothes that are really inconvenient and are taken care of by a personal maid. As long as Ji Siye is around, he almost never delegates matters involving Jiang Lige to others. Whoosh whoosh. In the quiet bedroom, the hairdryer whirred and hissed. Jiang Lige sat obediently in front of the dressing table, her body exuding a faint fragrance of gardenias after her bath. Ji Siye gently dried her hair. The hot air made Jiang Lige feel drowsy. She shrank her neck slightly and muttered shyly, "Brother, actually, Wang Ma can handle such a small thing. You're so busy every day. Don't move." Ji Siye's deep voice rang out from above. The force in his hands was unbelievably gentle. Jiang Lige couldn't see, but her bodily senses were amplified at that moment. She could feel the tingling sensation when his fingertips brushed against her ear. This overly intimate atmosphere made Jiang Lige's heartbeat inexplicably unbalanced. To break this suffocating ambiguity, Jiang Lige rolled her eyes and asked in a teasing tone, "Brother, you're so skilled at serving people now. Will you blow-dry Yu Qian's hair like this in the future?" As soon as he finished speaking, the warm breeze suddenly stopped. The hairdryer was turned off. The room became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Ji Siye's hand was still resting on her hair. Jiang Lige couldn't see his expression, but she could clearly feel the air pressure drop instantly. "Why should I blow-dry her hair?" Ji Siye's voice was unreadable. Jiang Lige shrugged innocently and muttered, "Isn't Yu Qian your fiancée? She'll be your wife in the future. Isn't blow-drying a girl's hair a privilege reserved for wives? Am I enjoying this perk for my future sister-in-law first?" Jiang Lige. Ji Siye suddenly called her by her full name. He leaned down slightly, his warm breath unexpectedly brushing against her ear. "Who told you she would be your sister-in-law?" He grabbed her chin, forcing her to look up. Although he knew she was blind, his deep, dark eyes still stared at her empty, yet still beautiful eyes. Deep in his eyes surged a restraint that even he himself couldn't explain. Jiang Lige panicked a little and instinctively tried to back away. I just said it casually. Stop listening to that gossip." Ji Siye let go of his hand and turned the hairdryer back on, but this time, his voice carried a hint of gritted teeth. "Also, you talk too much." "Much?" Jiang Lige secretly stuck out her tongue in her mind. He's such a capricious and cold-faced CEO. His mood can change in an instant. His eyesight failed him, and as a result, his appetite also became extremely poor. For several days in a row, Jiang Lige visibly lost weight. If she could see it. "You'll definitely be happy that you don't need to lose weight anymore." "Evening. I'm not eating. Take it away. I have no appetite at all." Jiang Lige pushed away the bowl in front of her in annoyance. Not eating. A deep voice came from the doorway. Jiang Lige stiffened. She knew without looking that Ji Siye had returned. Ji Siye strode in, looked at the food that had barely been touched, and sighed helplessly. He waved his hand, signaling the maid to leave, and then sat down on the edge of the bed. Be good. Eat a little bit. Ji Siye picked up the bowl of warm medicinal porridge, scooped out a spoonful, carefully blew on it before holding it to her lips. Jiang Lige smelled the medicinal food. Her brows furrowed tightly, and she shook her head vigorously. I won't eat it. Besides, I'm on a diet. Lose weight. Ji Siye was so angry that he laughed instead. He put down the spoon, his rough fingertips pinching her thin cheeks, his voice filled with deep heartache. Jiang Lige, open your eyes and look. Oh, you can't see now. Then feel it yourself. Is there any flesh left on your face? Why are you trying to lose weight? I don't care. I was planning to lose weight anyway, and now that I have nothing to do, I might as well use that time to lose weight. Jiang Lige started to act spoiled, pouting her little mouth high. Seeing her charming and willful appearance, Ji Siye sighed and softened his tone. With indulgence and coaxing. Sweetie, open your mouth. After you finish this bowl, I'll take you out to bask in the sun tomorrow. Really? Jiang Lige's eyes lit up, and although she couldn't see, her face immediately became more lively. Really? Listen to me. You can start your diet after you finish eating, okay? Ji Siye patiently scooped out another spoonful of porridge and handed it to him. Jiang Lige sniffed, finally relented, opened her mouth, and obediently swallowed the porridge. Ji Siye looked at her, his deep eyes filled with a tenderness he himself had not realized. Because of her blindness, Jiang Lige can do very little each day, and she's practically moldy from being cooped up in her room. Brother, I'm so bored. Can you read me a book? Jiang Lige wandered into his study and lay down on the sofa, looking utterly bored, like a lifeless salted fish. Ji Siye closed the file in his hand and pinched the bridge of his nose. What do you want to hear? 100 years of solitude? Or a brief history of the global economy? Jiang Lige was speechless. Brother, I'm a patient, not your executive. Who wants to listen to that hypnotic stuff? Use my phone and read the novel I've been reading recently on my bookshelf. Ji Siye raised an eyebrow, walked over, and took her phone. Chapter 28 Shopping at the Mall. After unlocking with his fingerprint, he opened the colorful novel app. When Ji Siye saw the title of the book, his temples twitched violently twice. The charming CEO's runaway little wife. He went crazy after she ran away with the baby. Ji Siye took a deep breath, suppressing the absurdity in his heart, and slowly read the first paragraph. The ruthless and cold-blooded CEO, Ji Lige, pinned her firmly against the cold wall. His eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was hoarse as if sandpaper had been scraped across the surface. Woman, you dare to run away? Do you think you can escape my grasp? With that, he roughly tore apart her million-dollar haute couture dress. At this point, Ji Siye's voice abruptly stopped. His brow was so furrowed it could trap a fly. What kind of nonsense is this? Ji Siye's voice was filled with disgust and disbelief. The logic is flawed, the wording is childish. Is this person named Night Coldness mentally ill? Is he blinded by lust? Is he suffering from terminal conjunctivitis? Also, tearing a million-dollar dress like that. Is he showing off his wealth or revealing his manic tendencies? Buffta! Jiang Lige laughed so hard, she almost fell over, tears welling up in her eyes. Oh, brother, you don't understand. This is the most popular domineering CEO novel right now. Jiang Lige laughed as she groped for Ji Siye's sleeve. You're also a business tycoon, usually cold and aloof. Don't you think Ji Lige is similar to you? You're the domineering CEO, brother. Thank you, I'm not. Ji Siye snorted coldly and threw his phone on the coffee table without hesitation. I have nothing in common with these virtual characters whose intelligence is questionable. He stood up, looked down at the girls who were laughing, and suddenly shook his head and chuckled. Jiang Lige stopped laughing, rolled over and lay face down on the sofa, propped her chin up, tilted her head, and looked in Ji Siye's direction, her tone full of teasing. Yes, yes, yes. Then may I ask President Ji, when can you take me out for some fresh air? I haven't been out for a week. Looking at the girl's delicate face, flushed red from laughing. Ji Siye's Adam's apple bobbed violently. Jiang Lige, stop acting cute. Although he had been coldly warning her, don't act cute, just a moment ago, Ji Siye finally gave in when he saw Jiang Lige's eyes filled with grievance. The following day was National Day. The largest high-end shopping mall in Beijing was packed with people, creating an atmosphere of celebration. Colorful lights intertwined. Amidst the clamor, Ji Siye stood out conspicuously. He was tall and handsome, but his face was devoid of warmth. Only when he looked at the girl beside him would a hint of tenderness appear in his eyes. Jiang Lige wore a milky white dress today, and she looked like a soft and glutinous rice ball. "Brother, I want to drink that. Peach oolong, iced, half sugar." Jiang Lige sniffed, her keen sense of smell allowing her to accurately detect the sweet aroma of milk tea in the air. "Okay, wait." Ji Siye responded in a low voice. Before long, a warm cup of milk tea was placed in Jiang Lige's hand. "Brother, didn't I say I wanted it iced?" Jiang Lige touched the warm milk tea cup. "You're in recovery now, so drink less cold food." He patted her head to comfort her. "Sigh." She sighed and finally gave in. The two sat down on a bench in the mall's atrium. Holding her milk tea, Jiang Lige listened to the noisy voices around her and couldn't help but sigh softly, her tone full of regret. "Today will definitely be very lively. It's a pity that I'm blind now. I can't see anything. I can only hear the sounds." Upon hearing the word blind, Ji Siye's heart inexplicably clenched, a sharp, throbbing pain spreading through him. He turned slightly to the side and reached out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear with an extremely natural movement. "Don't talk nonsense. The doctor said it's only temporary. You'll be able to see it soon." "Yes, I know." Jiang Lige smiled sweetly, her eyes crinkling, trying to ease the somber atmosphere. "Hey bro, can you be my eyes? Tell me quickly, what kind of activities are going on at the mall today? Why is it so noisy?" Ji Siye looked at her unguarded smiling face, and his Adam's apple bobbed. He was usually a man of few words, but at this moment he patiently described the scene before her, bit by bit. A pink stage was set up in the atrium directly in front, with clowns twisting balloons for children. To the left was a newly opened trendy toy store, with a long queue outside. To the right were red banners celebrating National Day hanging everywhere. He pulled her forward. As they were talking, a sudden commotion broke out in the mall as several children playing around rushed toward them. Ji Siye's eyes turned cold. Before those people could bump into Jiang Lige, he stretched out his long arm and naturally put his arm around her shoulder, pulling her half into his embrace. "Be careful." He was afraid she would be squeezed even a little bit in the crowd. Jiang Lige's cheeks flushed red instantly. Just as she was about to break free, a gasp came from not far away. "You Qian, look. Isn't that your fiancé, President Ji?" The speaker was a sharp female voice, filled with disbelief and gossipy excitement. Qianqian, who was strolling with her best friend, paused and looked in the direction her friend was pointing. With just one glance, the smile on her face froze. Not far away, Ji Siye, who was always aloof and cold, and who wouldn't even let anyone touch the hem of his clothes, was now holding a girl tightly in his arms. He looked down at her, his eyes revealing a tenderness and patience she had never seen before. Qianqian's face turned pale instantly. "Who is that woman?" her best friend chimed in, her tone sarcastic. "Are all vixens this shameless these days? They don't even bother with acting anymore, openly seducing married men in public? Qian, you are his rightful fiancé. How can you tolerate this?" Qian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging jealousy and hatred in her heart. When she looked up again, she had regained her poised and elegant demeanor. "Don't talk nonsense. I know that girl. He isn't that kind of person. Let's go take a look." As she spoke, Qian and her best friend stood directly in front of Ji Siye and Jiang Lige. Upon noticing someone blocking his way, Ji Siye's gentle aura vanished instantly. He lifted his eyelids, his brows furrowed, his voice as cold as ice. "Miss Su, is there something you need?" "Miss Su." The distant and polite address felt like a slap in the face to Qian. Upon hearing the voice, Jiang Lige's ears twitched, and she immediately realized what was happening. Her survival instinct kicked in instantly, and she quickly struggled out of Ji Siye's embrace, speaking sweetly. "Is that Sister Qian? What a coincidence." Chapter 29: An Encounter. However, before Qian could even speak, her best friend couldn't help but let out a sarcastic snort. "Wow, are mistresses these days so brazen? Calling someone sister all the time? Who's your sister? Hugging and kissing someone else's fiancé in public, how shameless." These were extremely offensive remarks, drawing strange looks from passers-by in the mall. Jiang Lige's smile froze instantly. "Han Lu, don't talk nonsense." Qian tugged at her best friend's sleeve in a fake manner, with a gentle but hypocritical smile on her face. "Sigh, don't mind her. Lulu is just straightforward and doesn't mean any harm." Ji Sie's face turned completely dark in that instant. His voice was deep and dangerous. If you can't speak, then shut your mouth. Han Lu shrank back, frightened by his murderous gaze, and dared not utter another word. Jiang Lige was afraid that Ji Siye would lose his temper in front of everyone, and even more afraid that her carefully cultivated image as a well-behaved younger sister would collapse. Most importantly, she was determined to bring the two of them together. So how did it turn into such an awkward situation, like catching them in the act? Sister Qianqian, don't misunderstand. Jiang Lige explained urgently, while frantically breaking free from Ji Siye's hand, as if trying to avoid suspicion. She even moved aside to create some distance between them. I had a minor eye injury recently, and I can't see for the time being. My brother just saw that I was feeling down at home, so he brought me out to cheer me up. We're really nothing. No, why does that sound so manipulative? Jiang Lige wanted to cry, but had no tears. As she spoke, she was inwardly pounding the wall in frustration. I've really been spoiled by Ji Siye lately. I've even forgotten about boundaries. They're the male and female leads. What are you, a supporting actress, doing getting involved? Ji Siye looked at his empty palms, and then at Jiang Lige's expression of wanting to avoid him and sever ties with him, as if she were desperate. His face darkened even more. Is she really that afraid of being misunderstood by Su Yueqian? You just want to push him to someone else? A surge of anger and frustration welled up inside him. Ji Siye took a long stride and pulled Jiang Lige back to his side, without giving her a chance to resist. He coldly said to Su Yueqian, "She can't see. It's inconvenient for her. We'll be going now." "Hey, wait, brother," Jiang Lige exclaimed anxiously. "If we just leave like this, wouldn't the misunderstanding deepen? How can she still cling to the male and female leads? Since we've run into each other, why don't we go shopping with Sister Qianqian?" Jiang Lige's mind raced as she tried her best to persuade them. "I'm a girl, and I'm blind, so it's definitely more convenient for me to shop with other girls. You're a grown man. How would you know what we girls like?" As she spoke, she instinctively reached out her hands, wanting to take Su Yueqian's arm as a gesture of goodwill. However, she is now truly blind. This trial and error led them astray. Smack! Jiang Lige directly linked arms with Han Lu, who was standing to the side. Han Lu let out a sharp, disgusted cry as if she had encountered something filthy, and with a sudden movement, she shoved Jiang Lige away violently. "Don't touch me. Who wants to go shopping with you?" Caught off guard, Jiang Lige stumbled and nearly fell. "Li Gu!" Ji Siye reacted quickly, pulling the person into his arms to protect him. When he looked up, he stared at Han Lu, his voice filled with anger. "If you want to die, I can grant your wish." Han Lu was so frightened that she immediately hid behind Su Yueqian. Su Yueqian was also startled by Ji Siye's murderous look. Her mind raced, and she quickly stepped forward, gently taking Jiang Lige's hand, her face filled with shock and worry. "Oh my God, Lige, what happened to your eyes? What happened?" Jiang Lige secretly breathed a sigh of relief and took the opportunity to link arms with Su Yueqian, forcing a smile. "Sister Qianqian, I'm fine. It was just an accident. The doctor said I'll be fine soon." She gently shook Su Yueqian's arm, her tone tinged with a hint of flattery and coquetry. "Sister Qianqian, will you come shopping with me?" "With me? I want to buy a few clothes. You have the best eye. Can you help me pick some out?" Su Yueqian looked at Jiang Lige's unfocused eyes, and then at Ji Siye, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It's better to keep this woman under our noses than to let them be alone together. Thinking of this, Su Yueqian grasped Jiang Lige's hand and smiled gently. "Okay, then let's go shopping together today. See, you won't mind carrying our bags, will you?" Ji Siye's temple throbbed violently. He stared intently at Jiang Lige's profile as she linked arms with Su Yueqian, her face beaming with a bright smile, his back teeth grinding together. This heartless woman, in order to please others, actually treated him like a tool to carry their bags? Whatever. Ji Siye coldly uttered two words, put his hands in his pockets, and followed behind the two women expressionlessly. This bizarre yet eye-catching combination instantly became a spectacle in the shopping mall. Inside the shopping mall, colorful lights intertwined overhead, dazzling the eyes. Ji Siye's handsome face was cold and incongruous with the bustling and worldly shopping mall. Jiang Lige was holding Su Yueqian's arm, chattering away about various women's clothing brands. Ji Siye's cell phone suddenly vibrated violently in his pocket. He took out his phone and glanced at the screen. It was an emergency call from the company's overseas project department. Ji Siye stopped in his tracks, his cold, deep voice ringing out behind the two women. I'm taking this call. Wait here, don't wander off. Jiang Lige obediently turned her head and smiled in the direction of the voice. Okay, brother, you go ahead and do your work. I'm with Sister Qianqian, it'll be fine. Ji Siye's gaze lingered on Jiang Lige's unguarded little face for half a second. Then she moved to Su Qianqian. Keep an eye on her, otherwise the Su family won't need to submit their cooperation proposal this year. Su Qianqian froze, and the gentle smile on her face almost disappeared. She took a deep breath, smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Siye, I will take good care of Li Go. Ji Siye then withdrew his gaze and turned to walk towards the relatively quiet VIP passage. Watching Ji Siye's figure disappear around the corner, Han Lu, who had been harboring mischief, immediately leaned close to Su Qianqian's ear, frantically giving him meaningful glances while whispering, Qianqian, this is a golden opportunity. The mall is packed with people. Let's leave this blind woman here and let her suffer. Su Qianqian's heart skipped a beat, but she feigned panic and quickly shook her head. No, Lulu, didn't you hear what Sai just said? He'll be angry. We can't do this. Oh dear, you're just too kind, Han Lu said, exasperated. She gritted her teeth and whispered, You are Mr. G's rightful fiancée. Look at how Mr. G protected her like that just now. What sister? They're not even related by blood. Can you really tolerate this? With so many people here today, it's normal for someone to lose their sight. We'll just say it was because there were too many people and we got separated. Mr. G won't blame us, will he? Su Qianqian bit her lip, her eyes flickering, but she didn't say anything more. Although Jiang Lige is blind, her hearing is exceptionally sensitive. Chapter 30 Shopping Mall Horror. Although she couldn't hear exactly what the two women were whispering about, her intuition told her that it couldn't be anything good. To protect herself, she took the initiative and asked sweetly, Sister Qianqian, is there anything else you want to buy? I'll go with you. Han Lu's eyes lit up, and she quickly exclaimed, Hey, it looks like they're having a National Day magic raffle in the courtyard over there. It's so lively. Qian, let's go check it out. Su Qianqian went along with it and gently asked Jiang Lige, Lige, would you like to go and take a look? Jiang Lige hesitated for a moment. Aren't we going to wait for my brother? What if he can't find us later? It's all right. Siye will definitely come to the atrium to find us after he finishes the call. That's the most conspicuous place in the mall, Su Qianqian said gently. Jiang Lige pursed her lips, feeling embarrassed to offend her future sister-in-law, and could only nod. All right then. The three walked towards the event venue in the central courtyard. The further you walk into the central courtyard, the more surging the crowds become. Shopping malls were more than 10 times more crowded than usual during the National Day holiday. The speakers were blasting deafeningly loud music. The surrounding area was filled with screams and cheers. Jiang Lige's world was pitch black, and all her senses were amplified infinitely. The cacophony of sounds surged towards her like a tide, pounding against her eardrums and causing her to instinctively feel a wave of panic. She instinctively gripped Su Qianqian's arm tightly. However, just as the crowd erupted in a frenzied scream and pushed forward, Jiang Lige felt her arm being violently pushed by an external force, and then the warm arm she had been holding instantly disappeared. Oh no, there are too many people. Qianqian, hold on tight to me. Han Lu's piercing scream rang out not far away. Then came the sound of their footsteps quickly receding into the distance. They did it on purpose. Jiang Lige's heart sank, and a huge panic instantly overwhelmed her. Sister Qianqian. Sister Qianqian. Jiang Lige frantically waved her hands in the air, trying to grab something, but all she could touch was the cold, hard fabric of the stranger's clothes and his impatient shoving. Don't push. Who's there? Don't you have eyes? Good dogs don't block the way, move aside. The noisy crowd jostled her around. Jiang Lige couldn't see, and her foot suddenly missed a step, causing her to fall uncontrollably to the ground. Suddenly, a warm, strong arm steadily supported her waist, pulling her out of the chaotic crowd. Jiang Lige clutched the other's clothes tightly, as if grasping at a lifeline, her eyes red-rimmed, her voice trembling with a dependence she herself was unaware of. Brother? Is that you, brother? A soft laugh came from above. It was a gentle, youthful voice. Excuse me, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not your brother, but you can call me brother if you want. Jiang Lige froze, followed by a profound sense of loss. She awkwardly let go, her unfocused eyes filled with helplessness and shame. I'm sorry. I can't see. Thank you for helping me. The boy looked at the girl's pretty face, but his eyes were empty and lifeless. A slight jolt went through her, and she tentatively asked, "Are you blind? Why are you here alone? Where are your family?" "I got separated from them. There were too many people." Jiang Lige lowered her head in shame. The young man sighed, carefully using his body to shield her from the surrounding crowd, and led her to a relatively quiet rest area in the mall, where he helped her sit down. "It's safer here. I'll wait here with you. By the way, my name is Su Yan. What's yours?" "My name is Jiang Lige." "Jiang Lige? What a lovely name." Su Yan laughed heartily. "Are you a student? Which school do you go to?" "Yes, I'm a senior at Qianqian High School." Su Yan slapped her thigh in surprise. "What a coincidence. I'm also at Qianqian Middle School. I'm in class 2 of the 3rd year. You wouldn't happen to be the student who just transferred to class 1, would you?" "Yes, it should be." Jiang Lige smiled. Upon hearing that they were from the same school, Jiang Lige's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. The two sat on a bench and chatted about school matters. She wanted to call Ji Siye, but she didn't have her phone with her. It seems pointless for a blind person to ask for a cell phone. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mall, Ji Siye was frantic with worry. "Where are they? I'm asking you, where are they?" Ji Siye glared furiously at Su Yueqian, whose face was deathly pale, and Han Lu, who was trembling all over. He only went to answer a 5-minute phone call. When they came back, the person was gone. "See, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Su Yueqian's eyes were red. "There were just too many people, and we got separated all at once. I really didn't mean to." "President Ji, that's right." Jiang Lige ran off on her own. Han Lu tried to argue loudly. "Shut up." Ji Siye's gaze was fixed on Han Lu's face. "If she loses even a single hair, none of you will be spared." Han Lu was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she almost knelt on the ground. This was the first time Su Yueqian had ever seen Ji Siye so angry. For Jiang Lige, he didn't even care about the most basic gentlemanly manners and the relationship between the two families. Ji Siye searched frantically throughout the mall. Finally, on a bench in the rest area, he spotted that familiar milky white figure. However, before his heart could settle back into his chest, he saw the scene before him clearly. Jealousy and anger instantly overwhelmed his reason. Jiang Lige tilted her head slightly, a smile playing on her lips. She was with a man, and the two of them were chatting about something. Their atmosphere was quite pleasant. He's going crazy looking for her, and here she is, chatting happily with another man. Ji Siye strode over slowly. "Jiang Lige." A cold voice boomed overhead. Jiang Lige shuddered, her smile instantly freezing, and she shrank back somewhat guiltily. "Brother?" Su Yan also sensed the hostility emanating from the newcomer. He frowned, instinctively stood up, and shielded Jiang Lige behind him. "Who are you?" Ji Siye didn't even glance at Su Yan. He stared at Jiang Lige, gritting his teeth as he spat out 2 words. "Come over." At this moment, Su Yueqian and Han Lu, who were panting as they followed, also arrived. Upon seeing this scene, Han Lu immediately found an outlet for her frustration and couldn't help but mutter sarcastically to herself. "TCH, we were all so anxious, and she was just flirting with some handsome guy, making us get yelled at for no reason. She's so cunning." "Shut up." Jiang Lige panicked and quickly stood up, grabbing wildly in the air by instinct, and just happened to grab Ji Siye's cold hand. Jiang Lige hurriedly explained, "Brother, don't be angry. There were too many people just now, and I got separated from them by the crowd. I almost fell, but this classmate helped me up and even stayed with me here. Please don't blame Sister Yueqian and the others." Her soft, sweet voice carried a hint of ingratiation and pleading. The little hand gripped his fingers tightly and shook them. Chapter 31. The Cricket Behind. Ji Siye turned around and tightly grasped her small hand in his palm. Looking at Ji Siye's domineering demeanor, Su Yan felt a little indignant and puffed out her chest, saying, "Sir, since you are her brother, you should protect her. She is blind. How could you leave her alone in a crowd? This is extremely careless and irresponsible." Ji Siye slowly turned his head, his voice icy cold. "Thank you for reminding me, but it's not necessary." Su Yan's face paled slightly, but she still gritted her teeth, straightened her back, and met his gaze defiantly. Jiang Lige was afraid that the two of them would fight in public, so she quickly tugged at Ji Siye's sleeve and softened her voice. "Brother, I'm a little tired. Let's go back." Tired of listening, Ji Siye managed to suppress the anger in his eyes by a fraction. With a cold face, he pulled Jiang Lige away without saying a word. Watching the two figures leave, Su Yueqian turned her head and looked coldly at Han Lu. "Han Lu, you shouldn't have pushed her out just now. If something had really happened to her today, See, you would have ruined us. Han Lu was startled by her sinister appearance. She pouted guiltily and stubbornly said, How would I know? Besides, who knows if she's pretending to be blind on purpose so she can seduce other men? Su Yueqian felt annoyed and left with a cold face. After returning to the Ji family home, Jiang Lige took a hot shower, then lied down on the soft bed. All around was pitch black, and with the loss of sight, the other senses were magnified infinitely. Jiang Lige turned over and buried her face in the pillow, but her mind was unusually clear. What happened in the mall today was definitely not an accident. Su Yueqian. Jiang Lige silently recited the name in her heart. That future sister-in-law, who is always poised, elegant, gentle, and radiant in public, let go so decisively and at such an opportune moment in the bustling atrium today. Su Yueqian deliberately abandoned her. Why? Could it be due to jealousy and misunderstanding? Did Su Yueqian see her as a threat, as a rival who was eyeing Ji Siye? Jiang Lige gave a self-deprecating smile and raised her hand to touch her unfocused eyes. That's really bad timing. If she had good eyesight, how could she have ended up in such a vulnerable position? Ironically, she had previously been wholeheartedly trying to bring Ji Siye and Su Yueqian together. I think the male and female protagonists in the original book are a match made in heaven. As long as she plays the role of a well-behaved, obedient, and non-competitive younger sister, she can live a peaceful life under the protection of the Ji family. But now it seems, wasn't she wrong? Beneath Su Yueqian's gentle mask may lie an abyss. To push Ji Siye onto such a woman, is it really about repaying a debt of gratitude? She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In the end, all I could do was sigh. How did the original female lead, who was originally a great character, turn into such a scheming and manipulative person? Suddenly, Jiang Lige felt a dryness in her throat. She groped to lift the blanket and picked up the specially made white cane from the bedside. Although Ji Siye and her parents took great care of her, they couldn't be by her side 24 hours a day. As she stepped out of her room and walked down the thickly carpeted corridor toward the tea room, she heard several deliberately hushed, sarcastic female voices coming from the terrace at the corner. Oh, I can finally catch my breath. I'm so tired of taking care of that blind man every day. Judging from the voice, it seemed to be the maid Xiao West, who was usually as docile as a cat in front of Tang Wan, but now her voice was full of disgust. Exactly, does she really think she's the eldest daughter of the Ji family? She's just the daughter of a down-on-her-luck family who used underhanded means to get into the Ji family, and now she's blind and refuses to leave. Pa, shameless. Another maid, Xiaoyu, chimed in, her tone full of disdain. Keep your voices down. What if the young master hears you? So what if I heard? The young master is just taking pity on her and keeping her like a pet. Once he marries Miss Su, where will she have a place in the Ji family? She's blind, can't even walk properly, yet she's always ordering this person around. She really thinks she's something special. I think she's a jinx. Whoever gets involved with her is doomed. Every word and phrase seemed to drill straight into Jiang Lige's ears. In the darkness, Jiang Lige's knuckles, gripping the white cane, turned slightly white. She took a deep breath, and her originally gentle eyes instantly turned cold. Even a clay figure has some earthy qualities. Do you really think Jiang Lige is made of clay? Are you blind and can only let others gossip behind your back? The white cane tapped on the marble floor, producing a crisp, rhythmic sound. The chatter on the terrace abruptly ceased. Xiao West and Xiaoyu turned around guiltily and saw Jiang Lige standing quietly at the end of the corridor in a milky white silk nightgown. Her beautiful but lifeless eyes looked in their direction. Her delicate face lacked any of its usual softness and plumpness. Why did you stop talking? Jiang Lige's voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. Weren't you talking quite enthusiastically just now? Xiaoxi's expression changed, but remembering that Jiang Lige was blind and powerless, she straightened her back and said with a forced smile, Miss Jiang, you must have misheard. We were just discussing what breakfast to prepare for you tomorrow. Did you hear me wrong? Jiang Lige sneered, taking a precise step closer to Xiaoxi. Although I'm blind, I'm not deaf. Xiaoyu right. She called out the two people's names accurately. Xiaoyu panicked a little and tugged at Xiaoxi's sleeve. Xiaoxi, however, was proud and arrogant. Relying on the fact that she was introduced by the second wife's side, she retorted, Miss Jiang, we were just chatting casually. Besides, aren't we telling the truth? You eat and live in the old house for free every day, and you even caused the eldest young master to skip the company because of you. What's wrong with us servants saying a few more words? What's wrong with saying a few more words? Jiang Lige was instantly amused and exasperated. She slightly raised her chin. I'm eating and living here for free? Did I eat your rice? Or spend the money in your savings account? My parents didn't complain about me. So who do you think you are, standing here feeling sorry for the Ji family's food expenses? The young master neglected his work for me? That's his choice. If you're so capable, why don't you get the young master to watch over you every day and blow dry your hair? If you don't have that ability, then stop being so sour like a lemon. Xiao West's face turned pale and then red as she was scolded, and she screamed, You're blind. What are you so arrogant about? So what if I'm blind? Even if I'm blind, it's better than you being brain dead. Jiang Lige spoke rapidly, each word piercing the heart. What? Do you live by the sea? Why are you meddling so much? The Ji family pays you salaries so you can be gossipy old women? You're taking the Ji family's rice bowl while smashing their pot, talking behind their masters' backs. Who gave you the guts? Chapter 32, Firing the Servants. You down on your luck, wretch. How dare you speak to us like that? I'm going to tell the second madam. Xiao West was trembling with anger, pointing her finger at Jiang Lige's nose and shouting, Go now. Jiang Lige did not back down. Instead, she took a step forward and slammed her cane heavily on the ground. Let's see if the second madam can protect you, or if the eldest young master will skin you alive first. Get out. Her imposing presence shocked the two maids, turning them pale. They never expected that Jiang Lige, who usually seemed so gentle and easily bullied, could be so terrifying when she lost her temper. The two exchanged a glance, and ultimately, feeling guilty, they scrambled down the back stairs and fled in panic. Having driven away the gossipy woman, Jiang Lige breathed a sigh of relief. But that burst of energy had taken a toll on her, and she leaned against the wall, feeling somewhat exhausted, and gave a self-deprecating laugh. That was a satisfying scolding. Suddenly, a steady, rhythmic sound of footsteps came from behind. That familiar, cool pine scent instantly enveloped her. Jiang Lige froze, her previous fierce, wolfish demeanor vanishing instantly. She shrank back somewhat guiltily and weakly called out, Brother? Ji Siye remained silent. He actually came back a long time ago. He stood in the shadows and witnessed the entire process of how Jiang Lige berated the two maids so severely that they fled in disarray. She looked as proud as a little fox. Ji Siye was not angry at all. Instead, a smile and doting affection, which he had not noticed before, flashed in his eyes. This little girl has a sharp tongue. It seems he worried for nothing that she would be bullied. Then, his smile vanished in an instant. On the Ji family's territory, right under his nose, how dare a servant be so insolent? Ji Siye walked up to Jiang Lige. He took her cold little hand in his hand with complete ease, his brow furrowing slightly. Why are your hands so cold? Why didn't you put on a coat when you came out? His voice was low and unreadable. Jiang Lige was a little unsure of his attitude, and explained softly, I was just a little thirsty, so I came out to get some water. Brother, when did you get back? Did you hear everything? Ji Siye responded lightly, leading her towards the room. I heard you. I'm not usually like this. They said the hurtful things first. Jiang Lige tried to salvage her gentle and lovely image. Ji Siye glanced at her sideways. His voice was deep and resolute. Well said. That's how you should curse people like that in the future. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Jiang Lige was stunned. As long as he didn't blame her. Go back to your room and wait. I'll handle the rest. After settling Jiang Lige in, Ji Siye turned to leave, but she grabbed his arm. What's wrong? Ji Siye frowned. Jiang Lige sincerely apologized. Brother, what happened at the mall today was my fault. Please don't be angry anymore, okay? Ji Siye smiled and reached out to ruffle her hair. Don't worry, brother isn't angry. That's good. She laughed without a care in the world. Ji Siye patted her hand to comfort her. The moment she stepped out of the room, the gentleness on her face vanished instantly. He went to his study and dialed the housekeeper's number. Get the CCTV footage from the second-floor corridor and terrace tonight and send it to my computer. Also, have someone pour the lady a glass of water and bring it to her room. 5 minutes later, Ji Siye watched as the two maids on the screen mocked and insulted Jiang Lige in every way. His face grew even more somber. Ji Siye slammed the laptop shut. Late at night, in the hall, the butler, already drenched in cold sweat, led all the servants to stand in a row. Xiao West and Xiao Yu mingled in the crowd, their faces pale. Ji Siye looked down at them from his high position, his eyes icy cold. Does the Ji family pay you salaries so you can gossip? His voice struck everyone's hearts with a powerful blow. Young master, we know we were wrong. We will never dare to do it again. Xiao West knelt down with a thud. Ji Siye didn't even glance at her, coldly instructing the butler. Fire these two immediately. Inform the entire industry that any domestic service company that dares to hire them is going against the Ji family. And another thing, Ji Siye glanced at the trembling crowd. Settle all the servants' wages, leave none for themselves. Tomorrow morning, I want to see a batch of clean-cut, tight-lipped new recruits. Did you understand? The butler trembled and quickly bowed. Yes, young master, I'll take care of it right away. Ji Siye's decisive action resulted in the replacement of all the servants in the house the very next day. When Ji's parents learned the truth, they were furious and felt that the change was the right thing to do. This makes me feel even more sorry for Jiang Lige. The following day, because of the controversy surrounding the dismissal of the maid the previous night, Tang Wan simply canceled all her gatherings and stayed home to keep Jiang Lige company. The newly appointed servants all held their breath and worked efficiently and quietly, afraid of repeating the same mistakes. I never expected that two uninvited guests would arrive in the afternoon. Sister-in-law, what brings you home today? You're usually at the art gallery at this time. Before the person even arrives, their voice already captivates. Aunt Zhao Yuru, the daughter of the Ji family, swayed her hips as she walked in, followed by her third aunt, Wang Meihua. The two were adorned with gold and silver and wore fake smiles on their faces. Tang Wan frowned slightly, but her good upbringing allowed her to quickly regain her elegant and gentle smile as she stood up to greet the guests. Second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, what brings you here today? We heard that my sister-in-law's family had a major overhaul yesterday, and they dismissed all the servants overnight. We were worried about them, so we came to check on them. Zhao Yaro plopped down on the sofa, picked up the freshly brewed black tea from the maid, took a sip, and glanced intentionally or unintentionally upstairs. Wang Meihua chimed in, her tone undisguisedly probing. Sister-in-law, I'm not trying to criticize you, but your temper is far too mild. You fired the old servants you've had for so many years for an outsider. If word gets out, who knows how they'll ostracize our Ji family. In the end, that Jiang Lige is just the daughter of a down-on-his-luck family. Tang Wan's expression darkened. Sister-in-law, Li Gu is now my goddaughter, which means she's practically a mistress of the Ji family. It's against the rules for servants to speak ill of their mistress behind her back, so it's perfectly reasonable for Siye to dismiss them. Goddaughter, Zhao Yaru sneered, raising her voice sharply. Sister-in-law, you're too soft-hearted and easily deceived. She's blind now, a complete useless burden. You're keeping such a hot potato in the Ji family. Aren't you just deliberately dragging down Siye and Qianqian? In my opinion, you should give her some money and send her to a sanatorium as soon as possible, so she won't be an eyesore under your nose. At this moment, Jiang Lige had just returned from a walk in the garden, supported by her nanny. Chapter 33, Confronting Two Ants. Holding her white cane, she overheard the entire harsh conversation in the living room before even entering the room. If it were someone else, they would probably be so aggrieved that they would shed tears or hide away in shame. But Jiang Lige's main principle is to avoid internal conflict. Oh dear, what's that sound like crows cawing in the hall so early in the morning? Jiang Lige's clear and sweet voice suddenly rang out. The three people in the hall were all taken aback. Jiang Lige was wearing a pale yellow knitted dress, and she looked as delicate and charming as a lotus flower just emerging from the water. She walked in lightly, leaning on her cane. Li Gu, what nonsense are you talking about? They are your second aunt and third aunt. Jiang Lige suddenly had a knowing look on her face. He looked precisely in the direction of Zhao Yaru and Wang Meihua, a harmless smile on his lips. Oh, it's you two aunties. You care about me and love me so much. Jiang Lige tilted her head, her tone so sincere that no one could find fault with it. Since you're so worried about me being a burden to mom, how about this? I'll pack my bags today and move to Annie's or third aunt's house. Anyway, both of you are well off. You shouldn't mind taking care of a blind person like me, right? Zhao Yaru's face instantly turned green, as if she had swallowed a fly. You? What nonsense are you talking about? Why should our family support you? Not raising them. Jiang Lige blinked innocently. Why are you pointing fingers here if you're not going to be supported? Anyone who didn't know better would think that the two aunts are in charge of this old Ji family mansion. You little brat, you're so sharp-tongued. Wang Meihua slammed her hand on the table in anger and stood up abruptly. All right. Tang Wan's face also darkened. We're all family. What's all this arguing about? What kind of talk will this make if word gets out? Seeing that Tang Wan was serious, Zhao Yaru rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, Sister-in-law, you're protecting her now, but wait until the old lady comes back in a few days and see what excuse you come up with. The old lady values rules the most. If she finds out that you've taken in such an ill-mannered blind woman, how will you, as the eldest daughter-in-law, hold your head high? Upon hearing the words, old lady, Tang Wan's body stiffened slightly, and her face turned somewhat pale. Over the years, what she feared most was her rigid and authoritative mother-in-law. In front of the old lady, she remained humble and subservient, not daring to even breathe loudly. Zhao Yaru and Wang Meihua exchanged a smug look. They thought they had found Tang Wan's weakness. However, before they could even gloat for more than 3 seconds, Jiang Lige's cold voice rang out again. When the old lady comes back, it's my mother's business to give instructions. What right do you have to meddle? My mother has a good temper and won't hold it against you, but I'm different. I'm not only blind, but I also have a notoriously bad temper. If the old lady blames me, I'll take it all on myself and won't implicate my mother. But you two ants, coming here early in the morning to sow discord. If the old lady finds out, she'll probably punish you by making you copy Buddhist scriptures in the ancestral hall for a few days to calm your minds, won't she? You ill-mannered wild girl. Zhao Yaru was so angry that she trembled all over and pointed at Jiang Lige's nose, cursing loudly. Jiang Lige wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled even sweeter and raised her chin slightly. That's right, I'm just ill-mannered. So please, my two aunts, don't mess with me. If you piss me off, I might bite. Sister-in-law, look at her. Even though she's blind, she's still restless. Wang Meihua stomped her feet in anger and screamed. You'd better keep a close eye on Siye and Qianqian. These vixens from impoverished backgrounds have a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Don't let them seduce both of your young masters and cause a huge scandal in your wealthy family. Tang Wan was truly enraged this time. Wang Meihua, watch your mouth. If you spout any more nonsense, get out of here right now. Seduce. Jiang Lige suddenly burst out laughing. She touched her cheek, laughing heartily. Second aunt, third aunt, are you praising me for being good-looking and charming? Oh, thank you so much for the compliment. I also think my face is quite pleasing to the eye. Zhao Yaru and Wang Meihua were speechless at her unpredictable reaction. But don't worry, I really don't think much of my brother and Ji Jian. One of them is always cold-faced like an ice sculpture, and the other has a temper as fiery as a firecracker. Jiang Lige changed the subject, her tone tinged with amusement. At the last family dinner, I listened to and watched my third aunt's two older brothers, and their voices were so gentle and pleasant. Once my eyes are healed, I will definitely visit your house every day to get to know them better. After all, it's good to keep the good stuff within the family. You dare. You shameless slut. Wang Meihua's expression changed drastically. She cherished her son as her lifeblood and hoped that his future marriage would elevate the status of the third branch of the family. How can we allow a down-on-her-luck woman to pester us? Do you think I dare? Jiang Lige raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression provocative. Wang Meihua was furious. She looked at Jiang Lige's face, rushed forward, raised her hand, and slapped Jiang Lige across the face. You wretch, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Although Jiang Lige is blind, her hearing is very sharp. She had already anticipated the opponent's movements when she heard the hurried footsteps and the wind from their palms. She nimbly swerved to the side, causing Wang Meihua's palm strike to miss, and she nearly fell due to the inertia. Jiang Lige threw her white cane to the ground and collapsed softly onto the marble floor. A muffled thud. Li Gu. Tang Wan was so frightened that she rushed over. Jiang Lige lay on the ground with her eyes closed, lifeless. Zhao Yaru and Wang Meihua were completely dumbfounded. I didn't hit her at all. She fell down on her own. Wang Meihua panicked and backed away repeatedly. Sister-in-law, this has nothing to do with us. She just couldn't stand properly. Zhao Yaru was also terrified, her face turning pale. Get out. Get out of here. Tang Wan, holding Jiang Lige, roared hysterically at the two of them, her eyes red and swollen. If anything happens to Li Gu, Siye will never let you off the hook. Zhao Yaru and Wang Meihua shuddered, and, not daring to linger, fled in panic. Hearing the door close, Jiang Lige, lying in Tang Wan's arms, slowly opened her eyes, a weak smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Mom, don't cry. I'm fine, I was just faking it. She wanted to comfort Tang Wan, telling her that she was only trying to get rid of those two annoying people. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Lige suddenly felt dizzy. Before he could utter his last few words, he completely lost consciousness. This time, she really fainted. Lige, don't scare your mother. Tang Wan was terrified. She cried out to the housekeeper. Quick, call an ambulance. Chapter 34. He regained his sight. Pain. This was Jiang Lige's first thought after regaining consciousness. The back of her head felt like it had been hit hard with a blunt object. The throbbing pain made her break out in a cold sweat. Sigh, what did the doctor say? Why hasn't Lige woken up yet? If anything happens to her, how can I face her parents in the afterlife? It's all my fault for not protecting her. Tang Wan's voice was choked with sobs, filled with self-blame, panic, and endless heartache. Mom, don't worry. The doctor said it's just a mild concussion, and you'll wake up naturally once the medication wears off. Please sit down and rest. Ji Siye's voice was calm, but his tone also carried an undisguised anxiety and tension. It's all those two old hags' fault. Qianqian roared angrily in a low voice, like a firecracker that had been lit. Jiang Lige moved her fingers with difficulty. As always, she was prepared to face nothingness and darkness when she opened her eyes. However, this time when she trembled and opened her eyes a crack, a blinding white light suddenly pierced in without warning. Jiang Lige subconsciously closed her eyes. Physiological tears instantly slid down the corners of her eyes, wetting her temples. She's awake. I saw her crying. Ligu, Qianqian, who had been anxiously waiting at the foot of the bed like a cat on a hot tin roof, was the first to shout, almost jumping up from the floor. Tang Wan immediately rushed over, grabbing Jiang Lige's slightly cold hand. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her voice trembled as she asked, Lige, how are you feeling? Where does it hurt? Tell mommy, don't be afraid. Jiang Lige took a deep breath and slowly opened her eyes again. This time, the blurry double image in front of me quickly faded away within a few seconds. In that instant, the whole world regained its distinct colors. Snow-white walls, for stands gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Tang Wan's face was streaked with tears, yet gentle and insightful. Finally, her gaze fell on the tall figure beside the bed. Ji Siye. His white shirt collar was slightly open. A chill emanated from him. But when his deep, cold eyes met Jiang Li's gaze, Jiang Lige clearly saw his pupils suddenly contract. Can you see me? Ji Siye's voice was low, with a barely perceptible tremor. Jiang Lige blinked, her lips curving into a smile, her voice soft yet slightly mischievous. Brother, you look so haggard today. You even have stubble on your chin. You're not handsome at all. In short, it was earth-shattering. Oh my God. Ligu, you can see? You can really see. Tang Wan covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes again. This time, however, she was overjoyed and wept, clasping her hands together and chanting repeatedly. God bless you. Qianqian jumped up, yelled, pointed at his face, and brought it close to Jiang Lige's face. Holy crap. You can really see? Jiang Lige, look who I am. The attending physician and nurses were summoned by the urgent ringing of the bell, and after a flurry of examinations, they arrived. The attending physician looked at the instrument data, and a look of near-miraculous astonishment appeared on his face. It's a miracle. Mrs. G, Mr. G, Miss Zhang's optic nerve was compressed because of a stubborn blood clot in her skull. Although the impact just now caused a mild concussion, coincidentally, it dislodged the blood clot that was compressing her optic nerve. As the blood clot was absorbed, her vision has fully recovered. This can be considered a blessing in disguise, the doctor exclaimed repeatedly. The atmosphere in the ward was lively. Jiang Lige lay on the hospital bed, watching the doctors and nurses leave. She turned her head and met Ji Siye's eyes again. The glaciers that had been frozen in his dark eyes melted away completely in that instant. Jiang Lige didn't know why her heart skipped a beat. She looked away in a fluster, a blush creeping up her ears. After her eyes recovered, Su Lige's days of being waited on hand and foot were finally over. The next day, Tang Wan and Ji Siye still came to the hospital to accompany her on time. Qianqian's original guilt towards her has completely vanished. He went back to his cheeky self. But unexpectedly, just when the atmosphere in the ward was just right, suddenly, a hesitant, guilty knocking sound came from outside the door. Sister-in-law, we heard that Lige has woken up, so we came here to see her. Zhao Yaro peeked through the crack in the door and slipped in with Wang Meihua. one after the other. The two men were carrying a shabby fruit basket, their faces plastered with smiles that looked more like grimaces. Their eyes darted around, looking just like two guilty thieves. After they went home yesterday, they became more and more frightened. Everyone in the Jiang family knows about Ji Siye's methods. Moreover, both families depend on Ji Siye for their livelihood, judging by how much they care about that brat. If Jiang Lige really suffers any harm because of them, the eldest branch of the Ji family will definitely tear the second and third branches apart alive. So as soon as they heard the news today, the two of them rushed over immediately, trying to downplay the incident. Sister-in-law, what happened yesterday was really a misunderstanding. Meihua was just confused for a moment and her hand slipped. She didn't touch the girl at all. She was just too weak and couldn't stand properly, so you can't blame it on us. As Zhao Yaru spoke, she cautiously glanced at Ji Siye out of the corner of her eye. As expected, Ji Siye's eyes were as cold as ice. Wang Meihua quickly chimed in, feigning grievance. Yes, Lige, your Annie was so worried last night that she didn't sleep a wink. You silly child, how could you be so careless? How are you feeling now? Are your eyes still blind? Faced with the two's clumsy performance, Tang Wan was so angry that she trembled all over and was about to tell them to leave. Jiang Lige suddenly burst out laughing. Her eyes were full of mockery and cunning. Oh, second aunt, third aunt, you've come all this way, why bring fruit? It's too formal. Jiang Lige looked at them with a smile, her eyes clear and bright, showing no trace of the emptiness of a blind person. Zhao Yaru and Wang Meihua felt a chill run down their spines from her intense gaze. You eyes, Wang Meihua pointed at her, stammering, as if she had seen a ghost. Thanks to my two aunts, Jiang Lige said, clasping her hands together in a gesture of piety and gratitude. If it weren't for my aunt's slap yesterday, oh no, her slipped and pushed me, causing me to hit my head. I don't know how long that bruise in my brain would have remained. The doctor just said that this is a blessing in disguise. If it weren't for that fall, I might have been blind for the rest of my life. Jiang Lige tilted her head, smiling like a triumphant little fox, her voice sweet and cloying. So, I really want to thank my second aunt and third aunt properly. I, Jiang Lige, will remember this great kindness for the rest of my life. In the future, I will definitely repay my two aunts, as well as my cousins. This sarcastic reply completely baffled Zhao Yaru and Wang Meihua. Was this brat thanking them, or was she openly accusing them of intentionally pushing people in front of Ji Siye and Tang Wan? You, what nonsense are you talking about? When did we push you? Wang Meihua panicked and screamed. Sister-in-law, see, she's slandering us. She's just trying to pin this on us and make us pay. Chapter 35 Extortion. What? You want to pay compensation? Upon hearing those two words, Jiang Lige immediately seized the opportunity. She patted the bedsheet and began to moan softly. Oh dear, Auntie, I originally wanted to keep such a mundane matter as money since we're family. But since you've brought up compensation, wouldn't it be disrespectful of you to refuse? Wang Meihua choked. You brat, you really want money? Zhao Yaru was also anxious, her sharp voice rising several notches. Look at what you're saying. It's true I had a concussion, and it's also true that I almost lost my sight for life due to retinal compression. This week's hospital fees, medical expenses, compensation for emotional distress, and the tuition and nutritional expenses I missed because of my hospitalization. Jiang Lige counted on her fair fingers, one by one, and finally smiled with her eyes crinkling like a cunning little fox. Aunties, just round it down to 500,000. WeChat or Alipay. Credit card is fine too. I have a POS machine here. 500,000? You're robbing me. Wang Meihua screamed. 500,000 is nothing to the eldest branch of the Ji family. But for them, that was a real financial pain. Robbery? Auntie is joking. Jiang Lige leaned back on the hospital bed, her little face falling instantly, switching to a pitiful mode, her eyes reddening in an instant. Mommy, look, Annie hit me and I'm all messed up, and she won't even give me any money for nutrition, and she even yelled at me. Upon seeing her beloved daughter being wronged, Tang Wan's face immediately darkened. Second brother, third brother, if you can't even afford this little bit of medical expenses, I think you shouldn't receive any of the annual dividends from the Ji Group anymore. Deduct 500,000 yuan directly and put it into Li Ji's card. Sister-in-law, this won't do. The two panicked. Even Ji Siye, who had been silent all along, saw the cunning in Jiang Lige's eyes. She doesn't want compensation at all. She just wants to vent her anger. But so what? His cold gaze swept over the two of them. No compensation is fine too. Next quarter's Ji family audit will first examine the subsidiaries managed by second uncle and third uncle. This completely shattered Zhao Yaru and Wang Meihua's spirits. Audit? If they really investigated, the money those two families had amassed over the years would be enough to send their husbands to jail for 10 or 8 years. Okay, we'll compensate you. We'll transfer it right now. Zhao Yaru's face turned pale, and with trembling hands, she took out her phone and scanned the QR code that Jiang Lige had shown her. Wang Meihua gritted her teeth and swallowed her anger, transferring the money with trembling hands. Ding, 1 million yuan has been deposited into your Alipay account. The crisp notification sound was particularly pleasant in the quiet ward. Thank you, Auntie. Take care, Auntie. Come visit me often. Jiang Lige waved her phone, her smile as radiant as spring. Zhao Yaru and Wang Meihua looked as if their fathers had died. They slunk away and fled through the door. As soon as the ward door closed, Jiang Lige and Tang Wan exchanged a glance, and the mother and daughter burst out laughing in unison. You little rascal, you're so clever. Tang Wan affectionately poked her forehead. Just then, Ji Siye's phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen, frowned slightly, and then immediately hung up. But then, his assistant called again, clearly indicating that there was an extremely urgent matter for him, the person in power, to decide. Brother, go ahead and do your work. Mom is here with me. Su Lige waved her hand with a smile. Ji Siye put away his phone, his deep gaze lingering on Jiang Lige's face for a moment, and for once, he did not refute her. He simply said in a deep voice, All right, call me if you need anything. After saying that, he turned around, and his gaze fell on Ji Jian, who was trying to shrink into the corner of the sofa and pretend that he was a wisp of air. He was really into watching the play just now. He'll mutter to himself guiltily, Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Ji Jian's skin tightened, and an ominous premonition arose spontaneously. Go back to school. Don't think I don't know you're trying to use this as an excuse to skip class. Ji Siyue's voice was cold and left no room for negotiation. Brother, Jiang Lige has just woken up. As her older brother, I must stay and take care of her. I don't need you. Ji Siye took a long stride, grabbed Ji Jian by the back of his collar, and dragged him out the door like a helpless little chick. Brother, let me go? Don't you care about my pride? Ji Jian's pig-like screams gradually faded away in the corridor. Jiang Lige was so amused that she laughed so hard she rubbed her stomach on the bed. I thought I could finally have some peace and quiet in the ward, but half an hour later, the door to the ward was gently pushed open again. Aunt Tang, Li go. A gentle voice sounded at the doorway. Jiang Lige looked up. Sui Weqian walked in carrying a bunch of sunflowers. His face held just the right amount of worry and tenderness. But the instant their eyes met, Jiang Lige clearly caught a glimpse of the sinister glint in her eyes. Jiang Lige sneered inwardly, but on the surface, she only gave a faint twitch of her lips and remained silent. Qianqian is here. Tang Wan was quite happy. She always thought Sui Weqian was well-educated and reasonable, and that she had grown up with Ji Siye. He had already considered her as a potential future daughter-in-law. Aunt Tang, I heard that Li Gu is in the hospital, so I came to see her. Sui Weqian stepped forward and affectionately took Tang Wan's arm. He has the appearance of being both filial and sensible. You're so thoughtful, please sit down. Tang Wan took the flowers and pulled her to sit down. Sui Weqian turned to look at Jiang Lige, her eyes full of concern. Lige, I heard you can see again? That's wonderful. Ji has been so haggard these past few days because of you. It breaks my heart to see him like this. Now that you're better, he can finally rest easy. Her words not only expressed her heartache for Ji Siye, but also her claim to control him. He was still subtly mocking Jiang Lige for being a burden, causing Ji Siye a lot of trouble. Jiang Lige smiled indifferently. Yes, it was my fault. Sui Weqian's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly masked it. She turned and smiled gently at Tang Wan. Aunt Tang, I heard you mention last time that you wanted to consult a cosmetologist. I just saw Dr. Lin from the cosmetology department come by. Why don't you go and take a look? I can watch over Li Gu here. It's a good opportunity for us girls to have a private chat. Tang Wan touched her face, and then, feeling that Sui Weqian was considerate, she nodded in agreement. Okay, Qianqian, then I'll trouble you to stay with Li Gu for a while. Auntie will be back in a bit. Don't worry, Aunt Tang, Suyu said with a harmless smile. As soon as the ward door closed, the warm atmosphere inside vanished instantly. The gentle mask on Su Yueqian's face vanished in an instant. She walked to the bedside and looked down at Jiang Lige. Jiang Lige, there's no one else here. Stop pretending. Jiang Lige raised an eyebrow and leisurely shifted into a comfortable position, leaning back. Miss Su, shouldn't I be the one saying this to you? You change your expression quite quickly. It's a great loss to the country that Sichuan opera didn't invite you to be an intangible cultural heritage inheritor. Don't try to talk back to me. Su Yueqian stepped forward, her eyes full of disgust. You moved into the Ji family just to climb the social ladder, didn't you? Your behavior is so unseemly. Aren't you afraid of choking? Jiang Lige looked at her exasperated expression and suddenly laughed. Chapter 36. How unpleasant it is to say exaggeration. Instead of being angry, she was pleased, and even nodded in agreement. Miss Su, you're so clever, you figured that out? Jiang Lige leaned forward slightly, her face full of composure and self-righteousness. You're right, I just don't want to work hard anymore. I just want to climb the social ladder by marrying into the Ji family. The Ji group is so big, and my brother is so handsome and gentle. He not only dries my hair, but also feeds me bite by bite. I'd be crazy not to cling to such a powerful and luxurious thigh. If you're so capable, why don't you let my brother serve you like that every day? You, shameless. She knew exactly how to hit Su Yueqian's sore spots. Su Yueqian never expected that Jiang Lige would be so shameless as to admit it directly. She had always prided herself on being aloof and superior, and had never seen such a dead pig doesn't fear boiling water attitude before. When success is achieved, one's face darkens with anger. Is face more important than money? I can't just give up money for my face, can I? Jiang Lige winked provocatively. At that moment, out of the corner of Jiang Lige's eye, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure flitting past the ward door. Tangwan has returned. Su Yueqian had obviously noticed it as well. A glint flashed in her eyes, and almost instantly, her eyes reddened. She took a step back, her voice becoming incredibly aggrieved and restrained. Lige, I know you don't like me. However, she hadn't finished speaking. A voice, even more pitiful and aggrieved than hers, echoed through the ward. Jiang Lige immediately switched into dramatic mode, pulling the blanket over herself, curling up into a ball, and crying out in a trembling voice. I know you don't like me, Sister Su. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let my brother take care of me. Please don't be angry. Please don't send me away. Su Yueqian was completely stunned. Isn't this her word? Before Su Yueqian could react, the ward door was pushed open. Tang Wan came in with the examination report and saw Jiang Lige's aggrieved look. Heartbroken, he rushed forward and pulled Jiang Lige into his arms. Lige, what's wrong? What happened? Don't cry, Mommy's here. Jiang Lige sobbed in Tang Wan's arms. Mom, Sister Su is right. I'm a parasite. I'm so shameless, always hogging my brother. Sister Su said she's the future Mrs. Ji. Mom, wait for me. I'll move out right away and never bother you again. Jiang Lige, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Yueqian hurriedly defended herself. Aunt Tang, please let me explain, she started it. All right. Tang Wan's voice also faded. Qianqian, Lige just woke up. Is there some misunderstanding between you two? Why don't you go back first? Aunt Tang, I really didn't. Su Yueqian was speechless and unable to defend himself. I understand, you can go back now. Tang Wan directly dismissed him. Su Yueqian clutched the hem of her clothes, looking at Jiang Lige with resentment in her eyes. While Tang Wan couldn't see her, Jiang Lige, who was sobbing in Tang Wan's arms, quietly raised her head. Tears still clung to the corners of her eyes, but she raised an eyebrow at Su Yueqian. A smug, mischievous smile curled at the corner of his lips. You think you can mess with her? Anyone can pretend to be a green tea bee *tch. Su Yueqian looked at Jiang Lige's provocative face, and a lump formed in her throat. In the end, he could only leave in a fit of anger. After being discharged from the hospital, Jiang Lige finally put losing weight back on her agenda. She stood in front of the dressing mirror, pinched the soft flesh around her waist, and sighed with a heavy heart. The original owner's body had an excellent foundation, with fair and rosy skin. She was born with a striking and beautiful fox-like appearance. The problem is that the original owner was a complete hothouse flower, extremely lacking in physical training. In addition, he was previously blind. Tang Wan and Ji Siye had the kitchen prepare all sorts of delicious dishes. They fattened her up considerably. Her already voluptuous figure now appears even more fleshy. Fortunately, Tang Wan felt sorry for her and specifically told her to rest at home for another week and not to go to school for the time being. So, at 6:30 a.m., A thin layer of morning mist still lingered over the villa area. Jiang Lige had already changed into a tracksuit, tied her hair in a high ponytail, and strode out the door with a proud and confident air. However, ideals are lofty, but reality is harsh. After running less than a kilometer, Jiang Lige felt like her lungs were about to explode, and her legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. No, I can't take it anymore. The original owner's stamina was practically non-existent. Jiang Lige stood by the tree-lined path, hands on her knees, panting heavily, completely lacking any decorum. Her fair face was flushed with an alluring blush from the vigorous exercise. Just as she was about to give up and go home, a sharp, resentful voice suddenly rang out on the empty tree-lined path. "Oh, who do we have here so early in the morning putting on airs?" It turns out to be the newlywed young lady of the Ji family. Jiang Lige straightened up and looked in the direction of the sound. Ji Siye, also dressed in sportswear, ran towards her. Now, whenever Ji Siye sees Jiang Lige, she feels like strangling her to death. Just 2 days ago, her mother was extorted out of 500,000 yuan by Jiang Lige at the hospital. This forced her to cancel the limited edition Hermes bag that she had been eyeing for over half a month and had finally managed to pre-order. Ji Siye now hates Jiang Lige so much she wants to grind her teeth. Ji Siye. Jiang Lige raised an eyebrow, looking at her leisurely. "Out exercising? Want to join me?" As soon as Jiang Lige saw her, she immediately straightened up, pretending to be relaxed. Who knew that the other person and she were not on the same wavelength at all? "Jiang Lige, stop pretending with me." Ji Siye strode up to Jiang Lige and glared at her. Jiang Lige clicked her tongue a few times and said, "No wonder you're a rich heiress. You even wear a full face of makeup when you go for a run. Hey, what brand of mascara do you have? It's so hot, and your makeup doesn't smudge." Jiang Lige joked as she moved closer to Ji Siye. Ji Siye pushed her away. Her meticulously made-up face was slightly distorted with anger. "You shameless country bumpkin, are you desperate for money? You even dare to extort money from my mother. 500,000. You've never seen that much money in your life, have you? With that money, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door at night." Jiang Lige looked at her exasperated appearance, and instead of being angry, she found it somewhat amusing. So that's what it was for. She caught her breath, calmly shifted to a more comfortable standing position, and a playful smile appeared on her lips. "Look at what you're saying. That was my aunt's way of showing concern for me, and she gave me the money voluntarily for nutrition. How can you call that extortion? Besides, it was an Alipay transfer, which is legal and compliant. I'm sleeping soundly. You." Ji Siye was so angry at her nonchalant attitude that she stomped her feet, revealing her sharp and mean nature. "You're nothing but a parasite from a fallen family who shamelessly seduced my eldest brother to curry favor with our Ji family. If it weren't for your aunt taking pity on you, you'd probably be begging somewhere right now. Do you really think you've risen to a high position and become a phoenix? Deep down, you're still just a lowly country bumpkin." Chapter 37. My brother's here. Hearing Ji Siye's vile insults, Jiang Lige not only did not get angry, but instead narrowed her beautiful fox-like eyes slightly. She picked at her ear and shook her head helplessly. "I said, can't you use a different word? You keep bringing up my background over and over again. I'm tired of hearing it, even if you're not tired of it. I know my background. You don't need to remind me again and again." Ji Siye sneered. "You've truly taken shamelessness to the extreme. Don't you have any sense of shame at all? What is that? Can you eat it?" Jiang Lige rolled her eyes dismissively. Out of the corner of her eye, she secretly glanced behind Ji Siye. Then, she suddenly smiled, her eyes crinkling like a triumphant little fox, her voice as gentle as could be. "Ji Siye, are you sure you want to keep cursing at me here?" Ji Siye thought she was scared, so she took an even more arrogant step forward. Her chin held high, her face full of disdain and arrogance. "What? Do I need to pick a day and a place to curse you? Who do you think you are? You're nothing but a dog kept by the Ji family. Today, I'm not only going to curse you, I'm also going to." "All right then." Jiang Lige sighed helplessly, stretched out her index finger, and casually pointed behind Ji Siye. "Then don't rush to yell. Why don't you? Look behind you first." Ji Siye was taken aback. Seeing Jiang Lige's calm and even somewhat sympathetic expression, an ominous premonition made her stiffly turn her head away. The next second, Ji Siye felt as if she had been struck by lightning. The arrogance and conceit on his face froze instantly. The morning mist was slightly cool. A tall figure stood at the corner behind her. Ji Siye had clearly been standing on the tree-lined path at the corner for quite some time. He was dressed in a dark gray tracksuit, and the wisps of hair on his forehead were slightly damp with sweat. However, at this moment, his handsome face was so dark it was almost dripping with water. His deep eyes were fixed on Ji Siye. Seeing that the two had noticed him, he slowly walked over. He had obviously just returned from his morning run. Actually, Jiang Lige came out with Ji Siye this morning. However, Ji Siye's long legs could take 2 steps for every one of hers, and she was left out of sight after running for less than 5 minutes. Who would have thought that when Ji Siye returned after running a lap, he witnessed Ji Siye blocking his way and causing trouble? Big brother. Ji Siye's voice trembled, and she took 2 steps back. His previous arrogance vanished instantly, leaving not a trace, and his face turned ashen. Ji Siye stood in front of the two, exuding an imposing aura of authority. He looked at Ji Siye with a cold and stern voice. Ji Siye, is this how your second uncle and aunt usually teach you manners? Swearing in the street, being unrestrained, and lacking any manners. Ji Siye's voice was not loud, but it carried a chilling majesty. Big brother, I didn't. She started it first. Ji Siye's eyes instantly reddened, and she burst into tears, trying to explain herself. Still dare to argue? Ji Siye coldly interrupted her, his eyes filled with disgust. Go back and tell your second aunt that if she can't teach her daughter properly, I don't mind sending you to a boarding school abroad to learn how to be a good person. Now, get out of my sight immediately. Go to a boarding school abroad. What's the difference between that and going to jail? Ji Siye dared not utter another word. What she feared most was this cold-faced, devilish older brother, and she immediately sniffed. He turned around sheepishly and ran away, disappearing from sight. Watching Ji Siye flee in a disheveled state, Jiang Lige blinked at Ji Siye and deliberately whispered, so fierce. Ji Siye looked at her, sighed, and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. So you think I'm fierce? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lige couldn't help but burst out laughing. She immediately put on an adoring expression, clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and her eyes sparkled. She's a complete and utterly obsequious little fox. No, brother, you are the embodiment of justice, a god descended to earth. Ji Siye looked down at her, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand, bent his index finger, and flicked Jiang Lige's smooth forehead lightly. Stop flattering me. Ji Siye withdrew his hand, put both hands into the pockets of his sweatpants, and said in a low voice with a hint of disappointment, if I could run faster next time, I wouldn't be cornered here and getting into trouble. Jiang Lige rubbed her forehead, pouted somewhat aggrievedly, and whimpered softly. How can you blame me? Brother, your legs are so long. 1 step of yours is equivalent to 2 of mine. I was running alongside you, but in the blink of an eye, you left me far behind. I just wanted to stop and catch my breath, but Ji Siye intercepted me. Ji Siye looked at her flushed cheeks from exercising and her misty eyes that looked aggrieved. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down involuntarily. He looked away somewhat irritably, his tone still harsh. They were just pointing their fingers at you and yelling at you, and you just stood there like a wooden statue. Where did your quick wit and sharp tongue go when you usually talk back to me? You don't even know how to talk back when someone insults you. Are you stupid? Jiang Lige chuckled, shamelessly moving closer to him, and secretly tugged at his sleeve with her small hand, her voice soft and coquettish as she said, Who said I didn't argue back? Didn't you see? I just retorted to her too. Besides, I saw my brother hiding behind me right away. With my brother there, why would I need to lift a finger or say a word? I know my brother will definitely protect me. She answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world, her eyes filled with dependence on him. Ji Siye's heart felt as if it had been gently struck by something. A tingling sensation spread through her. He looked at her unguarded smile, and a complex emotion surged in his deep eyes. What if I'm not by your side? What will you do then? Ji Siye looked at her and almost blurted it out. His voice was somewhat hoarse, and even carried a hint of tension that made him feel flustered. He was asking her, and he was also asking himself, what should she do if one day he can no longer stand by her side as her brother? And how should he deal with this? Jiang Lige was taken aback. She tilted her head, then laughed without a care in the world. How could my brother not be by my side? You are my brother. You have to take care of me for the rest of my life. She spoke so naturally, yet he looked away. Is he really just the older brother? He sighed inwardly, suppressing the surging emotions within him. His expression had returned to its usual coldness. All right, let's go back. Ji Siye coldly uttered a few words, turned around, and started running again. Jiang Lige stood there, watching Ji Siye's retreating figure as he ran faster and faster. She blinked and suddenly realized what was happening. She cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted at the top of her lungs at his retreating figure. "Hey, bro, you've come to the wrong place. Home is over here." Chapter 38. Rumors abound. After a week of rest, Jiang Lige finally returned to Qianqian Middle School. Luxury cars lined up in front of Qianqian Middle School in the early morning. Because I had taken a long sick leave previously. Just as Jiang Lige reached the school gate, a figure with pigtails rushed over quickly. "Lige, you're finally back. Do you know how worried I was about you?" Upon seeing Jiang Lige, Bei Xiaohua hurriedly pulled her up and down, her eyes filled with genuine concern. "How are you feeling? Are your eyes better?" "I was so anxious." Jiang Lige felt a warmth in her heart as she looked at the girl in front of her. She smiled a little shyly, took Bei Xiaohua's hand, and explained, "I'm fine, look at me, I'm perfectly all right. All right. My eyesight is even better than before I went blind. Actually, I wanted to visit you, but I realized I don't know your address, and we haven't even added each other on WeChat yet." Jiang Lige smiled and said, "It's nothing." After all, she was hospitalized after only 3 days of school. As she spoke, she quickly took out her phone and added Bei Xiaohua as a friend by scanning a QR code. After adding each other on WeChat, Jiang Lige took a delicate little bottle out of her bag and handed it to Bei Xiaohua. "Here you go, the correction fluid I promised you. It's genuine, and it works perfectly." Bei Xiaohua held the bottle of correction fluid, her eyes instantly lighting up like stars. "Wow, Lige, you're amazing. I'll definitely use it sparingly." The two girls walked together, chatting and laughing, towards the teaching building. Their cheerful laughter echoed in the corridor, but to some people it seemed particularly jarring. Not far away, Ji Siye was gritting her teeth and staring at Jiang Lige's back. "Ever since that day when Ji Siye gave me a stern warning while I was running." Ji Siye was seething with anger at home, and her hatred for Jiang Lige reached its peak. Why should a country bumpkin living under someone else's roof get the protection of the elder brother? Why should she be able to attend such a prestigious school as St. Hua? "Why are you laughing so happily?" A hint of resentment flashed in Ji Siye's eyes. She turned around and whispered a few words to the few followers beside her. Soon, rumors about Jiang Lige spread like a plague throughout Qianqian Middle School. "Hey, have you heard? Jiang Lige from Class 1 of Senior 3 is actually a country bumpkin from the countryside." "Really? St. Hua is a prestigious school. How did she, a country girl, get in? How else could she have gotten in? She must have used some dirty tricks. I heard she has an ambiguous relationship with a male teacher at the school. She probably got in by sleeping with him. My God, how shameless. She looks so innocent, but I never expected her to be so dirty at heart." The rumors spread like wildfire and became increasingly offensive. In just half a day, Jiang Lige became the subject of discussion and contempt throughout the school. In the corridor, whenever Jiang Lige walked by, the surrounding students would avoid her as if she were a plague, pointing and whispering about her. His eyes were filled with disgust and contempt. Except for Bei Xiaohua. "What nonsense are you spouting? Ligu is not like that at all." Although Bei Xiaohua usually seems timid and submissive, she is quite protective of her own. Even the most subservient and protective behavior is still protecting one's own. Sure enough, those people treated her like she didn't exist. He snorted coldly, rolled his eyes, and walked away. Bei Xiaohua turned her head, her eyes red, and looked at Jiang Lige. "Lige, don't listen to their nonsense. They're just jealous that you're pretty. I believe you're definitely not that kind of person." Jiang Lige looked at Bei Xiaohua, who had stood up for her, and felt a surge of joy. She patted Bei Xiaohua on the shoulder and said in a relaxed tone, "Don't worry, it's just a few flies buzzing around. I don't care." Although she said that, Jiang Lige knew very well what was going on in her heart. Ji Siye was definitely behind this. Evening, at the Ji family villa. Jiang Lige pushed open the door, changed her shoes, and walked into the living room. Tang Wan was sitting on the sofa looking at her phone. As soon as she saw Jiang Lige return, she immediately put down her phone and waved gently. "Lige is back? Are you tired? There's some bird's nest stew in the kitchen. I'll have Wang Ma serve you a bowl." Jiang Lige obediently walked over and sat down. She looked at Tang Wan's gentle and clear face, hesitated for a moment, and tentatively spoke. "Mom, can I ask you something? If anyone at school asks about my background, can I say that I was adopted by the Ji family?" Tang Wan was taken aback, then took her hand with a touch of heartache. Silly child, what's wrong with that? You've always been a member of the Ji family. But why are you suddenly asking about this? Did something unpleasant happen at school? Jiang Lige shook her head, revealing a bright and innocent smile. No, it's just that some classmates at school like to gossip. Don't worry, I can handle things at school myself. I'm not someone to be bullied. She didn't want to put Tang Wan in a difficult position, and she didn't want the Ji family to be bothered by her trivial matters at school. However, Jiang Lige did not notice. Ji Siye, who came home early from get-off work today, stood in the shadows at the corner on the second floor. Ji Siye put one hand in his pocket, his deep eyes looking down at Jiang Lige. Hearing her say, "I can handle this myself," his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. This woman, of all his body, only his mouth is the hardest. It's midnight. In Ji Jinyan's room. This arrogant and domineering rich kid was now lying sprawled on the bed, drooling in his sleep. The door was pushed open from the outside without any politeness. The glaring, incandescent light suddenly turned on, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. Who is it? Staying up so late at night? Are you looking for trouble? Ji Jinyan jumped out of bed in a fit of rage, yelling incoherently with his eyes closed. However, when he finally adjusted to the light and saw the cold-faced Yama standing in front of the bed, he was instantly jolted awake, his soul almost flying out of his body. Big brother? Ji Jinyan swallowed hard, wide awake, and huddled under the covers, shivering. What are you doing in my room in the middle of the night? I haven't caused any trouble lately. Ji Siye's face was so dark it was almost dripping with water. He looked down at his younger brother, his voice as cold as ice. Has anything related to Jiang Lige happened at school recently? Oh. Ji Jinyan was stunned for a moment, then scratched his head somewhat guiltily. Oh, you mean that? Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that people at school are saying she's from the countryside, that she got into Shanghua through dirty tricks, and that she has an inappropriate relationship with a male teacher at the school. As Ji Jinyan was talking, she suddenly felt so cold. He glanced at the air conditioner. It was 26 degrees Celsius. Chapter 39, A Banquet is to be held. Ji Siye's eyes narrowed dangerously. Why didn't you tell your family? Ji Jinyan was startled, shrank back somewhat aggrievedly, and muttered in a low voice. Brother, I'm a grown man, and I don't usually pay attention to girls' gossip, so why would I care so much? Besides, let whoever wants to talk, let them talk. I don't think Jiang Lige cares at all. She doesn't care? Ji Siye's voice sounded like it was covered in ice. Yes. Ji Jinyan spread his hands confidently. She eats and drinks as usual, and even ate 2 bowls of rice at the cafeteria at noon today. She was all smiles with her deskmate. I think she has a very strong mental fortitude, so there's no need to worry about her. Shut up. Ji Siye coldly interrupted him. Looking at his dim-witted younger brother, he had for the first time the urge to send him to Africa to work in the mines. She doesn't care? That's because she's used to surviving in the cracks, and used to using indifference to disguise herself. Why should Ji Siye's people suffer such unwarranted slander and grievances? Sleep. Ji Siye coldly uttered a sentence, turned around, and strode out of the room, slamming the door shut with a deafening roar. Ji Jinyan was left alone on the bed, bewildered in the wind. No, what did he do to deserve this? The next morning, in the Ji family's restaurant, everyone ate their breakfast in silence, and for a moment it felt quite cozy. Jiang Lige lowered her head and drank the millet porridge sip by sip. Ji Jinyan, sporting 2 huge dark circles under her eyes, sat to the side yawning constantly, her eyes occasionally glancing resentfully at Ji Siye. Ji Siye suddenly put down his knife and fork. Dad, Mom. Ji Siye looked up, his voice low. I'm planning to host a banquet for Liga next week. I'll invite all the celebrities in Qianqian, as well as all members of the board of directors of Shanghua Middle School. Upon hearing this, the air at the dining table fell silent for a second. Jiang Lige was drinking porridge when she heard this and choked, coughing until her cheeks turned slightly red. Ahem, a banquet? She looked at Ji Siye with some disbelief. A knowing glint flashed in Mr. Ji's eyes, and he said calmly, I agree. It is indeed time for the people of our Ji family to be formally introduced to those outsiders. Tang Wan immediately raised her hand, her gentle face full of agreement. I agree completely. Our Lige is so beautiful. She should wear the most gorgeous dress and dazzle everyone. Siye, I'm entrusting this matter to you. Make sure you handle it with great fanfare. Seeing her family's nonchalant attitude, Jiang Lige was both amused and exasperated. She tugged at Ji Sie's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, is this really necessary? Doesn't it need to be so big a fuss?" Ji Siye turned his head, his deep and complex gaze falling on her face. His eyes were serious and determined. "It is necessary." Ji Siye parted his thin lips slightly, his voice deep and domineering. "My sister, Ji Siye, only needs to stand in the brightest spot and watch those people bow their heads to you." At that moment, Jiang Lige looked at him, and her heart skipped a beat. Ji Siye made the final decision and set the date for the banquet. She wasn't given a chance to object. Jiang Lige was once again certain of the Ji family's affection for her. It's not just a little bit. As the date of the banquet approached, the school's midterm exams also drew near. In addition to her heavy workload, Jiang Lige also has to deal with her studies every day. They also had to deal with the increasingly rampant rumors and gossip at school. It has to be said that rumors, once they take flight, will proliferate wildly in the shadows. The news of the Ji family's grand banquet spread like wildfire, instantly changing the gossip trend at Qianqian Middle School. Have you heard? The Ji family is hosting a top-tier celebrity banquet next week. They've even invited people from the school's board of directors. Yes, my family was invited too, but I don't know what the theme of this banquet is. Right? My family was invited too. The Ji family hasn't held a banquet in a long time. Why would they suddenly hold one? Who knows? We'll find out when we get there. A group of busybodies gathered together, discussing the theme of the Ji family banquet. However, Ji Siye kept the theme of this banquet a secret. No one knows why the Ji family's crown prince, who had suddenly disappeared for a year and then returned, held a banquet. Hearing these rumors, Ji Siye finally felt much better, as the anger she had been holding in was finally released. In her opinion, her older brother Ji Siye's previous protection of Jiang Lige was just a passing fancy. When it comes to real high society social occasions, someone like Jiang Lige, who is not presentable, is not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the Ji family. Tuesday afternoon, after the third period, Jiang Lige rubbed her slightly sore neck and got up to go to the restroom. The restrooms at St. Hua Middle School are built as luxuriously as a 5-star hotel, with huge marble mirrors reflecting a cold light. Jiang Lige had just walked to the sink to wash her hands when a muffled bang suddenly came from behind her. The heavy wooden door to the bathroom was slammed shut from the outside, and the sound of it being locked could even be heard. Jiang Lige paused, looking in the mirror at the several figures slowly surrounding her. The one leading them was Zhao Chun, whose face was full of gloom. She was Ji Siye's most obedient follower. He was her follower who always did whatever she asked. Zhao Chun was sneering with a malicious grin. "Hey, isn't this our Qianhua's star player?" Zhao Chun crossed his arms and walked step by step behind Jiang Lige. Jiang Lige didn't even turn her head. She simply took out a paper towel and slowly wiped the water stains between her fingers. This dismissive attitude instantly enraged Zhao Chun. Why pretend to be so high and mighty? Zhao Chun snorted coldly and suddenly pulled out a dirty tissue from his pocket that had just been used and was still covered with sticky foundation and lipstick stains. In front of Jiang Lige, she tossed the dirty tissue onto Jiang Lige's clean, white sneakers. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry, my hand slipped." Zhao Chun covered his mouth, feigning a gasp of surprise. Then his expression changed, and he commanded from his superior position. "Hey country bumpkin, pick up my tissue." The two henchmen beside him immediately burst into shrill laughter. Ji Siye leaned against the wall outside the bathroom. Hearing the sounds coming from inside, his eyes were filled with smugness and pleasure. Jiang Lige slowly lowered her head, looking at the disgusting wad of dirty tissue paper on her shoe. Just when Zhao Chun thought Jiang Lige would submit silently like the other bullied students in the past, Jiang Lige slowly raised her head, her face showing no sign of panic. His eyes looked like he was looking at a bunch of idiots. "What are you barking like a dog? You?" Zhao Chun's smile froze on his face instantly, and he screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "You shameless slut. Who are you calling a dog? Whoever answers, I'll yell at them." Chapter 40, I have a bad temper, and I bite. Jiang Lige spoke in a light, airy tone, even with a hint of lazy laughter. This attitude is nothing short of a blatant provocation against them. Zhao Chun's face darkened, and he glared at Jiang Lige through gritted teeth. "Jiang Lige, stop putting on airs. Who do you think you're talking to right now? Don't think that just because you're in Qianhua, you can do whatever you want here. Here, let me tell you, you lowly person are filthy to the core. You don't deserve to stay in Qianhua at all." A follower next to him quickly chimed in. "Exactly. A parasite who got in through illegitimate means dares to be so arrogant? Are you scared? Afraid that you'll be exposed in the midterm exam and kicked out of Shenghua like a stray dog? Faced with the repeated humiliations from the group, Jiang Lige didn't get angry, but laughed instead. She stepped forward, looked directly into her eyes, and said in a sinister tone, "Whether I'm worthy or not is not for you to decide. It doesn't count." Besides, Jiang Lige looked around and clicked her tongue twice. Locking the door from the inside, multiple people against one, verbal abuse and personal attacks. TSK, so this is what they call school bullying. I have to say your methods are so childish that they're laughable. You're asking for it. Zhao Chun was completely enraged by her nonchalant attitude and raised his hand to slap Jiang Lige across the face. However, before her hand could even fall, Jiang Lige's eyes sharpened, and she slightly shifted her body, directly grabbing Zhao Chun's wrist. Don't let Jiang Lige's slightly chubby appearance fool you. But in her previous life, she struggled in the lower rungs of society. To protect herself, the strength in her hands was far beyond what these pampered young ladies could match. Ouch! It hurts. Let go. Zhao Chun let out a scream as his body was twisted and bent over. Jiang Lige gave Zhao Chun a sudden shove, sending him stumbling back several steps and crashing into the door behind him, looking utterly disheveled. The other two henchmen, seeing this, gasped in fright and instinctively tried to rush over to help. "Don't move," she shouted sharply. Those two lackeys really didn't dare to move. "You're a lower-class person, aren't you?" Jiang Lige sneered, her gaze suddenly falling on the corner of the restroom. There was a plastic bucket that the cleaning lady had just used to clean the floor, filled more than halfway with murky, dirty water used for mopping, with a layer of dark foam floating on top. "Since you're so obsessed with cleanliness, yet you keep complaining that others are dirty." Jiang Lige took 2 steps forward and lifted the heavy bucket of dirty water. "Then today, I'll give you upper-class types a good talking to." Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Lige suddenly raised both arms and splashed a whole bucket of dirty water over Zhao Chun and his followers. The crisp sound of splashing water was particularly loud in the enclosed restroom. "Ah!" A piercing scream rang out in the bathroom. Ji Siye, who was outside the door, was startled. But the thought of Jiang Li being tricked by them made her incredibly happy. Inside the door, Zhao Chun was completely soaked. The foundation mixed with eyeliner dripped down her cheeks like a ghost. The other two henchmen were not spared either. They were soaking wet, screaming and jumping around in a sorry state, looking like a few pheasants that had fallen into the water. "Jiang Lige, I'm going to kill you. I'll definitely kill you." Zhao Chun wiped the dirty water off his face, completely breaking down and screaming hysterically. But the phrase, "know when to quit while you're ahead," doesn't exist in Jiang Lige's dictionary. Jiang Lige walked forward expressionlessly. Amidst screams and chaos, she bent down and slowly picked up the wad of dirty tissue paper, soaked with dirty water, from the ground with 2 fingers. She walked up to Zhao Chun, who was still retching and screaming. As Zhao Chun watched Jiang Lige approach like a demon, a hint of fear finally surfaced in his eyes. He retreated while trembling. What do you want to do? Don't come any closer." Jiang Lige gave her no chance to escape. She grabbed Zhao Chun's chin and forced her to open her mouth. Then, to Zhao Chun's horrified gaze, Jiang Lige took a tissue and pretended to stuff it into her mouth. Ugh! Ugh! Zhao Chun bit his lip tightly and refused to open his mouth. He struggled frantically, emitting painful whimpers. Jiang Lige looked down at her, trying to intimidate her. "I picked it up. Do you dare to take it?" This scene completely terrified the 2 henchmen beside him. They bully others at school by virtue of their family background and their large numbers. Where have you ever seen such a ruthless character who is so fearless and precise in his attacks? For a moment, the 2 of them huddled in the corner, looking at Jiang Lige as if she were a madwoman. Outside the door, Ji Siye leaned against the wall, leisurely admiring her newly done French manicure. Hearing the faint screams and splashing sounds coming from inside, a smug, cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. "Jiang Lige, this is what happens when you stir up trouble in the Ji family. I'll make sure you're skinned alive today, or I'm not a Ji." Judging that it was about time, Ji Siye slowly walked to the bathroom door. She yanked the mop that was stuck firmly on the doorknob. "Hey you guys, why are you taking so long to teach this country bumpkin a lesson?" Ji Siye pushed the door open haughtily, complaining in a pretentious tone. However, the moment she saw what was inside the door, the words she was about to say caught in her throat. The chaotic scene in the bathroom left Ji Siye frozen in place. The usually arrogant Zhao Chun was now slumped on the ground in a sorry state. Jiang Lige even grabbed his hair. The other two henchmen were also huddled in the corner, soaked to the bone, shivering and hugging their shoulders. Jiang Lige, who should have been kneeling and begging for mercy, was instead holding a tissue, seemingly about to stuff it into Zhao Chun's mouth. Seeing the door open, Jiang Lige disgustedly shook off the hand that was pinching Zhao Chun's chin. She slowly took a clean wet wipe from her pocket, elegantly wiped her fingers, and then casually tossed it aside. The tissue landed precisely on Zhao Chun's face. Jiang Lige clapped her hands and glanced sideways at the people on the ground. "This is the last time I'm warning you," she said, bending slightly, a hint of malice flashing in her clear eyes. "Don't mess with me again. I have a bad temper, I can bite." As soon as she finished speaking, she deliberately made a fierce yet somewhat cute, whoosh expression at the two lackeys huddled in the corner. The two henchmen trembled with fear. Jiang Lige snorted coldly before walking towards the door. She paused briefly as she passed by Ji Siye, who was standing there dumbfounded. Jiang Lige tilted her head slightly, leaned close to Ji Siye's ear, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, her breath sweet as orchids. "My dear sister, I'm going to teach you a lesson today. This is called lifting a rock only to drop it on your own foot. How does it feel? How does it taste? You." Ji Siye suddenly came to her senses, her pretty face turning deathly pale with anger, her chest heaving violently. Jiang Lige didn't even spare her a glance, shoving her shoulder aside and walking away. "Away! Jiang Lige, you stop right there." From the restroom came Ji Siye's hysterical screams. Chapter 41: Helping a friend argue with someone. Back in the classroom. As soon as Jiang Lige sat down, Bei Xiaoguo, who was standing next to her, keenly sensed that something was wrong. "Lige, are you all right?" Bei Xiaoguo rushed over and took her hand, looking her up and down. "I just heard from people in the next class that Zhao Chun and her friends apparently brought some people to the restroom to ambush you. Is that true? I came looking for you, but I can't find you. Which restroom are you in? Did they bully you? Why didn't you call me?" Seeing Bei Xiaoguo's barrage of questions and her eagerness to fight for her, Jiang Lige's heart softened instantly. She couldn't resist reaching out her finger and pinching Bei Xiaoguo's chubby cheek hard. "What do you want?" Jiang Lige chuckled. "Would you like to come over and wave a little red flag and cheer me on from the sidelines?" "Oh, I'm serious." Bei Xiaoguo slapped her hand away in annoyance, tried to keep a straight face, and waved her two harmless little fists. "I can help you beat someone up. I'm really strong." Jiang Lige looked at her adorable appearance, clearly cowardly but still stubbornly trying to protect herself, and chuckled as she ruffled her hair. "All right, with your skinny arms and legs, you're not suited for rough work like hitting people. You should just stick to being a mascot." Bei Xiaoguo lowered her head in disappointment, looking like a wilted eggplant. "Am I really useless?" She twisted her fingers, muttering sullenly. "I really want to help you." "Oh right. Isn't it that celebrity banquet at the Ji family's? Those people at school make fun of you about it every day. Don't worry, I'll take you with me." However, no sooner had Bei Xiaoguo finished speaking than a piercing sneer came from behind her. "Hey, did I hear that right? Bei Xiaoguo, are you out of your mind?" The one who spoke was Lin Na, who was sitting in the back row and was also one of Ji Siye's lackeys in the class. She crossed her arms, glanced sideways, and looked at Bei Xiaoguo with disdain. A pig-slaughtering girl who runs a slaughterhouse, it's questionable whether she can even get an invitation from the Ji family, yet she dares to boast that she's going to bring a country bumpkin to a top-tier celebrity banquet? It's absolutely laughable. Several nosy female classmates nearby also started laughing and chiming in. Exactly. Doesn't he even know his place? How could Tsinghua University have hired someone who reeks of pigs, dealing with pork every day? He's really lowering the standards of our school. If I were her, I would have been too ashamed to face anyone and would have gone home long ago. How dare she brag here? What an idiot. Hearing these offensive taunts, Bei Xiaoguo's face instantly turned bright red. Although she was timid, she couldn't help but tear up when she heard others insult her family and father. She looked at Jiang Lige and retorted softly, "I can go. I'm not bragging. I saw the Ji family's invitation this morning. It was in my dad's study." "Come on, your father's study?" Lena rolled her eyes and exaggeratedly fanned herself in front of her nose. "Is there a butcher's knife in your father's study? It reeks of pig stench. It's disgusting." "Exactly. Running a slaughterhouse, frankly speaking, isn't it just a nouveau riche meat cellar? What's with the act of being high society?" The surrounding laughter came in waves. Tears finally welled up in her eyes, and Bei Xiaohua bit her lip tightly. She was so aggrieved that she was trembling all over, but she couldn't utter a single word in rebuttal. She was ridiculed since she was a child, and she never expected that this title would follow her into adulthood. Oh, you cried after saying just a few words? How petty. You're not presentable. Lin Na became even more smug upon seeing this. At this moment, Jiang Lige, who had been silent all along, suddenly chuckled softly. The next second, a loud bang instantly shattered the quiet classroom. Jiang Lige stood up expressionlessly, raised her leg, and kicked Lin Na's desk hard. The heavy wooden desk couldn't withstand the force and tipped over to the ground. The designer cosmetics, expensive crystal glasses, textbooks, and test papers on the table were instantly scattered all over the floor and smashed to pieces. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Lina screamed and fell to the ground, chair and all, her face pale. The entire classroom fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed in horror at Jiang Lige, who stood there with one hand on her hip, cold and indifferent. I thought Shenghua was some kind of century-old prestigious school, a noble institution. Jiang Lige looked down at Lin Na from her high position, a mocking smile curving her lips. I've really learned something new today. I never knew Shenghua's admission standards were so low that they could even let animals into study. With the help of her female classmates, Lin Na scrambled to her feet, trembling with anger, and screamed at Jiang Lige. Jiang Lige, who are you calling a beast? Oh. Jiang Lige raised an eyebrow slightly, feigning surprise as she covered her mouth. So these days, even animals can talk back? That's really strange. You fatso. Say that again and see what happens. Lina completely tore off her usual facade of a socialite, roaring with a ferocious expression. Jiang Lige's eyes suddenly turned cold. She took a step forward, and the powerful pressure forced Lin Na to subconsciously take a step back. You're a strange person. You actually like being called a beast? Jiang Lige sneered, her clear voice echoing in the classroom. Fine, since you're so shameless, I'll grant your wish, you beast. You beast. You beast, Lin. Have you heard enough? If not, I can yell a few more times, as much as you want. Someone in the class couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Lina's face instantly turned from white to green, then from green to purple, looking as ugly as a piece of pig liver. You bunch of frogs in a well, you think you're so important just because you have a little bit of money at home. Jiang Lige looked around, her sharp gaze sweeping over everyone who had just spoken up in mockery. Do you even know what a slaughterhouse like Bei Xiaohua's family is like? Stop spouting nonsense. Let me give you a brief introduction today. Bei's group is the largest meat food supply chain giant in Qianqian and even the 3 surrounding provinces. It monopolizes 80% of the city's fresh food cold chain. Jiang Lige snorted coldly, each word ringing with conviction. Let me put this into words. If the Bei family stops supplying all pork, beef, and mutton to the market tomorrow, not one of you will be able to eat a single piece of meat at the dinner table. You self-proclaimed noble upper-class people eat the meat they're provided for every day, and then turn around and complain about them? You eat from the bowl, and then curse them. Is this what you call the upbringing of the wealthy? Wealthy? It's utterly disgusting. You abandoned your parents, you abandoned the families behind you. What are you? You're not even worth as much as rotten cabbage in a garbage dump. His words were powerful and resounding. Chapter 42. The Ji family banquet was held for me. Those young masters and ladies from wealthy families who usually thought they were superior were now blushing with shame, wishing they could disappear into the ground. Now, Jiang Lige said, pointing her index finger directly at Lin Na, her voice as cold as ice. Apologize to Xiaohua immediately. Lin Na bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, but under Jiang Lige's almost murderous gaze, she ultimately couldn't withstand the pressure. I'm sorry, Bei Xiaohua. It's my fault for not knowing how to speak. Lin Na murmured. With Lin Na taking the lead, the other girls who had been egging her on earlier also turned pale and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Xiaohua. We were just joking. Yeah. I didn't expect your family to be so amazing. You're so low-key. Bei Xiaohua, who was just crying, was completely dumbfounded. Her tear tracks were still wet on her face, but she had already raised her head blankly, staring at Jiang Lige, who was standing in front of her with shining eyes. In Bei Xiaohua's eyes, Jiang Lige at this moment seemed to be her savior and her hero. Ever since that day when I kicked over Lin Na's desk in the classroom and publicly tore off the hypocritical masks of those rich young masters and ladies, Jiang Lige became completely famous at Shenghua Middle School. However, In this elite school where people fawn over the powerful and belittle the weak, public opinion will never easily turn in favor of a transfer student with no connections. Within 2 days, the rumors about Jiang Lige took a different turn and spread like wildfire. Have you heard? That Jiang Lige is a complete scoundrel from some poor, remote place. She's incredibly savage. That's right. She kicks the table at the drop of a hat. She's just like an uncultured village woman, so vulgar. Lena was really unlucky to get bitten by this mad dog. I really don't know how the school could admit someone like this. It's really lowering the standards of our Qianghua. In the corridors and on the playground, everywhere I went, there were whispers and disdainful glances. After class, in a quiet corner of the school garden, Bei Xiaohua held Jiang Lige's hand, her eyes red-rimmed, her voice trembling with sobs and guilt. Lige, I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this. If it weren't for you standing up for me, you wouldn't have been talked about like this. I'm used to being laughed at by them. You really shouldn't have offended Lin Na and the others for my sake. Looking at the girl in front of him who was so anxious that she was about to cry, Jiang Lige couldn't help but reach out and pinch her chubby cheeks. He burst out laughing. What nonsense are you thinking about? Jiang Lige raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying a hint of nonchalant arrogance. I taught them a lesson because they were foul-mouthed and deserved a beating, not just because of you. Besides, what's wrong with being a village woman? I never bother with words when I can settle things with my own hands. Look at them now. Besides gossiping behind my back, who dares to mess with me to my face? But Bei Xiaohua sniffed, still feeling a little down. Next week is the Ji family's banquet. Those people make fun of it every day, saying you can't even get close to the banquet entrance. I was thinking of asking my dad to find a way to get you in, but now it seems I'm really useless. Jiang Lige looked at her sincere expression, as if she wanted to tear her heart out, her eyes sparkling, and a mysterious smile appeared on her lips. She bent down slightly, leaned close to Bei Xiaohua's ear, and whispered, Xiaohua, you don't actually need to take me in. Huh? What? Bei Xiaohua opened her eyes wide in confusion. Because, Jiang Lige blinked, a sly glint in her eyes. The Ji family held this banquet specifically for me. Although Jiang Lige is not exactly a saint, and doesn't have many virtues, she is soft-hearted. Seeing how genuinely worried this cute girl was, she still couldn't bear to deceive her. She then told her that she was now the adopted daughter of the Ji family. Then I got a scream from a cute girl. What? Jiang Lige instinctively covered her ears. So surprised, she chuckled. Bei Xiaohua's mouth was wide open, and she nodded frantically. Ligu, you're not kidding me, are you? That top-tier socialite banquet at the Ji family, was it really for you? Absolutely true. Jiang Lige smiled and held up a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. However, this matter needs to be kept secret for now, understand? Bei Xiaohua nodded frantically, her guilt and disappointment instantly replaced by immense excitement and admiration. Oh my god. Ligu, you're amazing. I knew you were something special. Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. I promise not a single word will slip out. Haha, just thinking about the expressions on those people's faces at the banquet next week makes me want to laugh. I'll make them burst out laughing. Seeing Bei Xiaohua stop crying and start smiling, Jiang Lige's mood also brightened up. Then we need to pick out a stunning dress this weekend. Are you free this weekend? Come shopping with me. I'm free. I'm free a million times. Bei Xiaohua nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and the two immediately made an appointment. The weekend arrived in the blink of an eye. Tang Wan elegantly held the black tea, looking tenderly at Jiang Lige who was about to leave, and said with a smile, Lige, it's the weekend today, and Mom happens to be free. How about I take you to Yunshang Haute Couture to pick out a few dresses for the banquet? Jiang Lige smiled a little shyly and replied obediently, Thank you, Mom, but I've already made plans with a friend to go shopping at the China World Trade Center today and pick out a dress. Tang Wan was slightly taken aback, then a relieved and warm smile bloomed on her face. Really? Our Lige has made a close friend so quickly that she can go shopping together? That's wonderful. Go ahead. Go ahead. Girls should go out and have fun with their friends more often. If you don't have enough money, just tell your mom. Okay. Thank you, Mom. Jiang Lige replied sweetly, a warm feeling washing over her. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, her phone suddenly rang once in her bag. Jiang Lige took out her phone and saw a bank text message notification. Your account ending in 8888 received a cross-bank transfer of 1 million yuan at 10:02 a.m. on October 14th. 1 million? Jiang Lige rubbed her eyes to make sure she hadn't misread the string of zeros. She subconsciously looked up at Tang Wan on the sofa. Tang Wan was elegantly flipping through a fashion magazine, her hands empty, clearly not the ones she was turning the pages of. In the Ji family, who else but Ji Siye could casually toss her $1 million without even a word? After receiving Tang Wan's consent, Jiang Lige turned and walked out of the villa. Standing in the sunlight, she looked at the transfer text message, her eyes curving into crescents. She skillfully opened WeChat, tapped on the profile picture labeled Brother, pressed the voice message button, and parted her red lips slightly. Brother, did you transfer the money to me? Chapter 43. Enemies meet on a narrow road. At this moment, at the Lu Group headquarters, in the top-floor president's office, the air pressure inside was so low it was almost solid, and several executives in bespoke suits stood side by side, trembling with fear. My forehead was covered in cold sweat, and I didn't dare to breathe. Behind his desk, Ji Siye stood tall and straight in a black suit, his mature and composed face covered with an unyielding frost. Is this what you produced after 3 sleepless nights? The data is riddled with errors, and the logic is utterly chaotic. If you don't need your brains, you can donate them to someone in need. The Lu family doesn't support idlers. You guys are the first people I've ever met who would ask me to work overtime on the weekend. Several senior executives were so reprimanded that they couldn't lift their heads, their faces turned pale, and they secretly groaned inwardly. Just as the cold air was about to freeze everyone, Ji Siye's personal cell phone on the table suddenly lit up, accompanied by a crisp WeChat notification sound. Ji Siye's originally cold and sharp gaze paused slightly when it swept across the 3 words, Little Fox, on the screen. Ji Siye didn't open it. He simply flipped the phone over and placed it face down on the table without making a sound. He gave the executives, who looked like they were facing a formidable enemy, a cold glance and said in a deep voice, "All right, take it back and recalculate it. I want to see a perfect report Monday morning. Get out." Yes. Thank you, Mr. Ji. The executives, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, hurriedly grabbed the documents and left the office. As they stepped out, they patted their chests, deeply grateful to the savior who had sent the WeChat message. After the office was empty, he calmed his chill, picked up his phone, and opened the voice message that was only a few seconds long. The next second, a girl's sweet, soft voice, brimming with obvious joy, rang out in the quiet, almost imperceptible office. "Brother, did you transfer the money to me?" In an instant, a tenderness, which even he himself did not realize, appeared in the man's deep, icy eyes. Ji Siye leaned back in his leather chair and tapped the voice message again with his long, slender fingers. "Brother, did you transfer the money to me?" A sweet, delicate voice echoed in the empty office. He listened to it 3 times, a slight smile playing on his lips, then slowly typed a word and sent it. The reply came very quickly, almost instantly, and it was still a voice message, this time lasting more than 10 seconds. Ji Siye raised an eyebrow and clicked play. "Brother, why did you suddenly give me so many gold coins? I don't need money. But, wow, I've suddenly become a little rich girl. Thank you, brother, you're so kind." Hearing her say she wasn't short of money, yet her joyful and excited tone was impossible to hide. Ji Siye chuckled softly, his chest trembling slightly. This girl, she'll be a rich woman with just $1 million? His deep-seated protective instincts and subconscious indulgence were amplified to an extreme at this moment. He pressed the voice button, his voice deep and magnetic, carrying a hint of barely perceptible doting. "So you're a rich woman now? Weren't you going to buy a dress? Whatever you like, your brother will pay." In front of the Guamao shopping mall, Jiang Lige held her phone to her ear, listening to Ji Siye's deep voice message, and her mood instantly became extremely pleasant. As for those unpleasant rumors and gossips circulating at school, compared to real money and Ji Siye's unscrupulous support, it's nothing. She can be ruthless and fierce like a wild rose in front of others, but in front of Ji Siye, she doesn't mind being a well-behaved, sweet, and affectionate younger sister. After all, this older brother is really good at making a lot of gold coins. Li Gu, over here. Not far away, Bei Xiaogua, wearing a pink hoodie, was waving excitedly at her. Jiang Lige put away her phone and greeted him with a smile. "Come on, today I'll show you the spending power of a rich woman." The two chatted and laughed all the way up to the luxurious top floor of the China World Trade Center, to Valkyrie, the city's most exclusive high-end bespoke dress shop. However, as the saying goes, enemies often meet on a narrow road. As soon as Jiang Lige and Bei Xiaogua entered the store, they heard a familiar and sweet voice coming from the high-end fashion display area next door. Sister Yueqian, please help me take a look at this dress. My brother is hosting a banquet next week, and I absolutely have to wear my most beautiful gown. I can't let that country bumpkin steal my thunder. Jiang Lige paused slightly and looked up. In the luxurious lounge area not far away, Ji Siye was arm in arm with a woman of elegant temperament and gentle demeanor. Jiang Lige looked up and saw Su Yueqian. Siye, don't talk nonsense. Since Lige is nominally adopted by the Ji family, she is your sister. You should know how to be polite. Su Yueqian's voice was gentle, and her words were generous and appropriate, but a hint of disgust flashed deep in her eyes. TCH, what sister? She's just a nobody. As Ji Siye was complaining, she turned her head and happened to meet Jiang Lige's ambiguous smile. Jiang Lige? What are you doing here, you country bumpkin? Ji Siye screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. At that very moment, their gazes, coincidentally, fell simultaneously on the limited edition deep-sea blue gradient starry dress, shrouded in crystal chandeliers, right in the center of the store. I want this dress. Jiang Lige's eyes lit up as she pointed at the gown and exclaimed. However, Ji Siye slowly walked forward, gently stroking the gorgeous hem of her skirt, a defiant smile playing on her lips. I'm sorry, I was the one who liked this dress first. Jiang Lige looked at Ji Siye's face, which was full of arrogance and smugness, and her thoughts suddenly changed. A sly smile flashed across his eyes. Instead of retaliating directly, she tilted her head slightly. Leaning casually against the display case beside him, he spoke slowly and deliberately in an almost naive yet provocative tone. You saw it first? Then, do you have the money to buy it? This sentence was like lighting a powder keg. Ji Siye was taken aback at first, then burst into sharp laughter as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Haha, I don't have money to buy it. Jiang Lige, are you out of your mind? I should be asking you that, you country bumpkin. How many coins do you have in your pocket? How dare you ask me if I have money to buy it? Buy it. Ji Siye pointed at Jiang Lige, laughing so hard, she almost fell over. She turned to Su Yueqian beside her and said, Sister Yueqian, did you hear that? This country bumpkin actually asked me if I had money. She probably doesn't even know what the threshold of this shop is made of. Su Yueqian stood to the side, a perfectly gentle smile playing on her lips. Unlike Ji Siye, she didn't laugh out loud. Instead, she quietly looked at Jiang Lige, her eyes filled with scrutiny and inquiry. Hearing Ji Siye's sarcasm, Jiang Lige laughed instead of getting angry. Of course she has money. The 1 million yuan that Ji Siye had just transferred was still warm in his WeChat wallet. Chapter 44 Bidding for Dresses. However, she doesn't plan to spend that money on this dress today. Since someone is eager to be taken advantage of, she doesn't mind giving them a push. Ji Siye was still shouting and mocking, pointing at Jiang Lige, but her gaze unconsciously swept over her from head to toe. Then a disdainful sneer returned to his lips. Huh, I forgot. So what if you have money? She crossed her arms and raised her chin even higher. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? This limited edition, size S, is for real socialites and ladies. With your figure, broad shoulders and thick waist, do you even think you can fit into it? Look at your arms and your waist. TSK. You've obviously been doing rough work in the countryside, all that fat. This formal dress is so expensive. Do you even deserve to wear it? Bei Xiaohua, who was standing next to her, was so angry that her face turned red. She immediately stood up to defend her. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Gu has a great figure. You're the one who's big and muscular. Jiang Lige grabbed the impulsive Bei Xiaohua, her face showing no anger whatsoever. Instead, she looked down at her own figure with a serious expression. Actually, she came to the Ji family after suffering from insomnia. With her exercise and diet control, she has already lost weight. She weighed herself yesterday and was only 130 pounds. However, perhaps because the original owner was only 1.6 meters tall, he still looked a bit chubby. But the adjective broad-shouldered and burly is definitely not appropriate. Ji Siye's memory of her was probably still stuck when she first came to the Ji family. Meanwhile, Su Yueqian, who was standing to the side, also began to scrutinize Jiang Lige. I noticed that she had really lost a lot of weight. She already had delicate and beautiful features, and now that she's lost weight, she's even more unforgettable. Su Qingyue's eyes flickered between light and shadow. How come she hadn't noticed before? Jiang Lige has an incredibly alluring face despite her young age. Yeah, At this moment, Jiang Lige murmured to herself, her voice neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for everyone present to hear. It seems a little tight. Her cowardly demeanor instantly satisfied Ji Siye's vanity. At least you have some self-awareness. Ji Siye proudly raised her chin. She turned to Su Yueqian and boasted, Sister Yueqian, see? I told you she couldn't wear this. This kind of clothing is made for people like us. Su Yueqian smiled gently and softly advised, Siye, don't say that. Sister Lige just arrived and is probably still growing. This sounded like an attempt to smooth things over, but everyone could hear the malice in it. Jiang Lige's smile deepened. Great, the fish has taken the bait. Su Yueqian gracefully brushed a stray hair behind her ear, slowly stepped forward, and waved to the somewhat embarrassed saleswoman beside her with a gentle voice, as soft as a spring breeze. Excuse me, how much does this dress cost? The saleswoman could tell from their attire and demeanor that these men were no ordinary people. Especially since Su Yueqian frequently appears in fashion magazines. She immediately perked up and respectfully bowed slightly as she replied, Madam, you have excellent taste. This dress is a limited edition haute couture piece from our brand this season, currently priced at 350,000 renminbi. 350,000. For an average family, this is a considerable sum, enough even to make a down payment on a small apartment. Ji Siye frowned slightly when she heard the price. While 350,000 yuan wasn't unaffordable for her, her allowance was limited. She spent 350,000 yuan on a dress that she would only wear once, and she was bound to get a few words of nagging from her mother when she got home. Before Ji Siye could speak, Bei Xiaohua, who was standing to the side, became anxious. Bei Xiaohua thought Jiang Lige really wanted it. Upon hearing the price and seeing Ji Siye's disdainful attitude, he was immediately filled with anger. She pulled a gold card out of her bag and tried to shove it into the saleswoman's hand. 350,000, right? We'll take it. Swipe the card now. Bei Xiaohua turned her head, took Jiang Lige's hand, and her bright, round eyes were full of determination. Lige, I'll give you this dress. A warm feeling washed over Jiang Lige, and she secretly sighed that this little girl was truly kind-hearted. But she reacted very quickly, and before Ji Siye could even come to her senses, she immediately reached out and pressed down on Bei Xiaohua's hand holding the card. Jiang Lige gently squeezed Bei Xiaohua's hand while winking at her subtly, giving her a reassuring look. Although Bei Xiaohua was a little confused, she still obediently took the card back because of her inexplicable trust in Jiang Lige. Sure enough, when Ji Siye saw Bei Xiaohua take out her card, a flash of jealousy crossed her face, followed by a sarcastic remark. Oh, Bei Xiaohua, you've got quite the nerve. I was wondering why Jiang Lige was so confident. Turns out she brought a portable wallet to pay. But seriously, someone who runs a slaughterhouse and sells pork, even in haute couture, still smells like pig intestines. Doesn't she feel ashamed of her shabby appearance? You dare to send it, but does she dare to wear it? Ji Siye sneered. After saying that, Ji Siye turned around abruptly and loudly ordered the saleswoman. I'll take this dress. Don't waste your breath on those shady characters. Pack it up immediately and send it to the Ji family mansion. The saleswoman's eyes lit up like searchlights the moment she heard the words, Ji family mansion. In City A, the only family that can be referred to as the Ji family is the Ji group, a top-tier wealthy family standing at the very top of the pyramid. Who else could it be? The woman before me is actually the young lady of the Ji family. Okay, Ms. Ji, I'll process your registration right away. May I ask who you are? The saleswoman's voice instantly became so sweet it could drip honey, and her attitude was extremely obsequious. Wait a minute. Jiang Lige spoke slowly. She crossed her arms, a playful smile playing on her lips, and said in a light, airy tone, Ji Siye, since we're buying clothes, there has to be a first-come, first-served order, right? Right? Since everyone likes it, how about the highest bidder wins? Ji Siye laughed as if she'd heard a joke. Highest bidder wins? Jiang Lige, do you even deserve to be compared to me in terms of wealth? Whether we're a good match or not, we'll find out soon enough by trying. Jiang Lige raised an eyebrow and parted her red lips slightly. I'll offer 400,000. You. Ji Siye's expression changed. She didn't expect Jiang Lige to dare to challenge her in public. Vanity and disgust for Jiang Lige instantly overwhelmed her reason, and she screamed, 450,000. 500,000. Jiang Lige said calmly, without even lifting her eyelids. 550,000. Ji Siye gritted her teeth and stared intently at her. 600,000. Jiang Lige remained nonchalant, even casually adjusting her sleeves. The other customers and staff in the store quietly gathered around, watching the battle between the rich heiress and the mysterious girl over the clothes. They all gasped in shock. A dress that cost 350,000 yuan was resold for 600,000 yuan in just a few minutes. Chapter 45. You paid for her, right? Fine beads of sweat had already appeared on Ji Siye's forehead. 600,000 is already beyond the limit of her available funds. If she needs more, she will have to use her trust fund or ask her mother for money. But looking at Jiang Lige's confident and nonchalant demeanor, if she were to admit defeat now, how could she ever hold her head high at Qianqian Middle School again? Especially since Su Yueqian was watching from the side. 700,000. Ji Siye practically shouted, her voice cracking. Jiang Lige looked at Ji Siye's face, which was distorted by jealousy and panic, and sneered inwardly. She knew that Ji Siye was nearing her limit. 800,000. Jiang Lige casually uttered another number, her expression as if she were talking about 80,000 RMB or 80 happy beans. Ji Siye swayed, her face turning pale. 800,000. She looked at Su Yueqian pleadingly, but Su Yueqian only frowned slightly, as if she was thinking about something. I didn't mean to help her. Ji Siye gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Anyway, her second brother would be at the banquet next week, so she could just ask him to pay for her. Her brother loves her so much, he definitely wouldn't let her embarrass herself. 1 million. Ji Siye shouted hysterically, her eyes bloodshot as she glared at Jiang Lige. I'll offer 1 million. Jiang Lige, go ahead and bid if you dare. If you can come up with a price higher than 1 million today, I'll let you have this dress. 1 million. A series of low gasps came from the surrounding area. Bei Xiaowen nervously gripped Jiang Lige's clothes. Jiang Lige, however, sighed softly after hearing the number. The provocation and amusement on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a deep sense of regret and helplessness. Sigh. Jiang Lige shook her head and looked at Ji Siye gently. Since my younger sister likes this dress so much, even spending $1 million on it, how can I, as her older sister, take what she loves? I'll give this dress to you. Ji Siye froze on the spot. She felt as if she had been doused with a bucket of ice water and was completely chilled. She gave in. Jiang Lige is not following us anymore. Uffed. Bei Xiaowen, who was standing to the side, finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. What kind of scheme did Jiang Lige have? Spending $1 million to buy a 350,000 yuan dress. What a fool with all that money. What a philanthropist. Ji Siye overheard someone in the crowd whispering something. You're playing me? Ji Siye finally realized what was happening, pointing at Jiang Lige's face, which went from white to red, and then from red to green, as colorful as a palette. Jiang Lige blinked innocently and spread her hands. Are you that stupid? You only realized I was just teasing you now? Consider it a lesson learned. You paid $1 million for it. You're welcome. The saleswoman standing nearby, holding a POS machine, was also stunned by this incredible turn of events. But her professionalism compelled her to quickly put on her most enthusiastic smile and walk up to Ji Siye. Ms. Ji, would you like to pay by card, Alipay, or WeChat Pay? 1 million. Where is she going to get $1 million to pay the bill? Ji Siye panicked. She looked at Su Yueqian beside her pleadingly, her eyes reddening and her voice trembling with tears. Sister Yueqian. I didn't bring that much money. Su Yueqian's eyes flickered as she watched this scene. She never expected that Jiang Lige, who seemed weak and harmless and only relied on Ji Siye's protection, would be so different. He has such deep cunning. With just a few words, he led that fool Ji Siye into a carefully designed trap. But at this moment, she must maintain her image as a gentle, generous, and understanding person. Su Yueqian sighed softly, stepped forward, and looked at Jiang Lige with some disapproval, her tone carrying a hint of reproach and helplessness. Lige, aren't you being a bit too aggressive? Siye is still young and has a quick temper. This is just a misunderstanding. If you really want this dress, just talk to Siye nicely, and she will definitely give it to you. Why resort to such methods and make everyone unhappy? Upon hearing this, Ji Siye grasped at a straw and immediately seized the opportunity. Yes, that's right. I don't want it anymore. Whoever wants this tattered dress can have it. Jiang Lige, I'll give it to you. Jiang Lige watched the two of them singing in unison with a cold eye. Especially Su Yueqian, with that hypocritical air of being superior, making decisions for others, and acting as a peacemaker. It's a shame she even tried to set her up with her brother. Now it seems she's not even worthy of a single strand of her brother's hair. Jiang Lige's eyes flickered, and suddenly her eyes curved into a smile that was extremely innocent and harmless. She looked at Su Yueqian, her voice so sweet, it was almost cloying. Oh, Yueqian, since you've said it's just a misunderstanding, and you care so much about Cici. Jiang Lige paused deliberately, raising her voice a few decibels to ensure that the surrounding staff and customers could hear her clearly. Then why don't you pay this million for her? Su Yueqian's smile instantly froze on her face. After all, you are going to be the eldest daughter-in-law of the Ji family in the future. Jiang Lige looked at her with a smile, her eyes full of innocence and admiration. Cici will be your sister-in-law in the future. As her sister-in-law, you can't be stingy with buying your own sister a dress, can you? 1 million is just a drop in the ocean for the Su family and the future Mrs. Ji, right? Su Yueqian's eyes flickered slightly. She had truly underestimated her. They even left her hanging high in the air, unable to go up or down. Upon hearing this, Ji Siye's eyes lit up, and she looked at Su Yueqian with anticipation. Sister Yueqian, you. Su Yueqian's face turned extremely ugly in that instant. Of course she has money. But why should she be the one to spend this money? She's not stupid enough to spend 1 million on a mess that Ji Siye made. Moreover, she and Ji Siye are not even officially dating yet, and Jiang Lige has publicly revealed their true identities. If this gets to Ji Siye's ears, given his current bias towards Jiang Lige, who knows what he'll think of her? Su Yueqian stared at Jiang Lige, looking at the girl's fair and delicate face, which was now looking at him with a completely innocent expression. For the first time, she truly felt that Jiang Lige was definitely not as simple as she appeared on the surface. She really can't let her guard down. When Jiang Lige returned to the Ji family, she looked listless. She lowered her head slightly, and her originally bright and lively eyes now appeared somewhat dim. He exuded an indescribable sense of grievance and loneliness. Like a delicate flower broken in a storm, it evokes pity. The atmosphere in the restaurant was quite warm and inviting at dinner time. With a series of steady footsteps, Ji Siye strode into the dining room. He unbuttoned his suit jacket and handed it to the maid. However, when his gaze first fell on the petite figure beside the dining table, his deep black eyes narrowed slightly. Jiang Lige was holding chopsticks, poking at the rice in her bowl absent-mindedly. Ji Siye frowned slightly, keenly sensing that something was wrong with her emotions. Chapter 46, I was bullied. He walked over and sat down next to her. Brother, you're back? She only greeted him perfunctorily. Ji Siye's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Lige's face, and he suddenly asked in a low voice, What's wrong? Don't you like the food? Upon hearing this, everyone at the table paused and turned to look at Jiang Lige. Tang Wan ladled a bowl of soup for her son who had just returned home. Then she put down the soup spoon and asked in a gentle voice, Lige, are you feeling unwell? If you're too tired from schoolwork, tell Mom, and I'll ask you to take a few days off to rest. Jiang Lige's long eyelashes trembled slightly. She bit her lower lip, about to put on a hesitant and forced smile. Before she could even speak, Ji Jian, who was sitting to the side and eating ribs without any manners, suddenly started shouting and yelling. What else could have happened? He got bullied outside. Ji Jian rolled her eyes, wiped her mouth, and snorted loudly. Bully! Ji Siye's voice instantly turned cold. Tang Wan's expression changed, and she hurriedly asked, Li Gu, who bullied you? Jiang Lige chuckled inwardly, but her face betrayed a perfectly timed expression of panic as she hurriedly waved her hands. No, nothing like that. Don't talk nonsense. I'm talking nonsense. Ji Jian has a fiery temper, and he immediately became anxious when he heard Jiang Lige deny it. Jiang Lige, if you're being bullied, just say so. What's there to be ashamed of? You went to the China World Trade Center this afternoon to pick out a dress, and Ji Siye snatched it from you in front of everyone, didn't she? Jiang Lige was taken aback, her brows furrowing slightly, and she said indignantly, How did you know? You were following me? When did you become so gossipy? I'm busy with countless affairs every day. Who has time to follow you? Ji Jian scoffed in annoyance. I don't want to know either. But the gossip group at school is buzzing with it. Everyone at Shenghua High School is saying that you, this country bumpkin, got humiliated by Ji Siye at the dress shop, and even the dress you wanted was snatched away. At this point, Ji Jian glared at Jiang Lige with exasperation, gritting his teeth as he said, You're usually so assertive when you talk back to me. So why do you turn into a coward when you're around GCC? You were humiliated like this in public, and you didn't even utter a sound. You have absolutely no backbone as a member of the Ji family. Jiang Lige's eyes reddened slightly, and she lowered her eyelashes with a touch of self-mockery, murmuring in a very soft, low voice. I was never a member of the Ji family. These words, though spoken softly, resonated deeply with everyone at the table. Smack! Tang Wan slammed her chopsticks heavily on the table in anger. It's Ji Siye again. Tang Wan's elegant face was now filled with anger. The second wife's family is getting more and more outrageous. Tomorrow I'll have your father warn them. Forget it, Mom. Dad's away on a business trip. Don't bother, it's just a dress. Jiang Lige shook her head in disapproval. Ji Siye remained silent. His handsome face was filled with coldness. Seeing that the time was right, Jiang Lige immediately adopted a sensible and considerate demeanor, urgently grabbing Tang Wan's hand and explaining softly. Mom, don't be angry. Actually, it wasn't bullying. I didn't lose out today either, and I embarrassed her too. It's just that the dress was really beautiful, and I felt a little regretful that I couldn't buy it. She sniffed, her voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of coquettishness and grievance. Ji Siye slowly raised his eyes, looking at the girl's clean and delicate face. A fleeting look of possessiveness crossed his deep eyes. How could he allow his sister, whom he was protecting, to do this? Why is he making such a wronged face because of a piece of clothing? You don't need to worry about this. Ji Siye finally spoke slowly. I'll take care of the dress for you. Hearing the man's promise, a glimmer of light flashed in Jiang Lige's eyes, and then she obediently curved her eyes into a smile, like a docile little kitten. Okay, thank you, brother. I'll go upstairs to do my homework now. You guys can eat slowly. After saying that, she got up, lowered her head, and walked upstairs with heavy steps. Even after that slender figure completely disappeared around the corner of the stairs, the temperature in the restaurant remained frighteningly low. Qianqian, Ji Siye said coldly. Brother, I'm here. Qianqian shrank his neck, instantly transforming from a hot-tempered spoiled brat into a docile little lamb. Let me see your phone. Ji Siye's tone was calm and without any ripples, yet it inexplicably sends chills down one's spine. Oh. Qianqian hurriedly handed over the phone with both hands. Second floor, Jiang Lige's bedroom. The door was gently locked from the inside. Almost the instant the door closed, all the grievances, loneliness, and melancholy on Jiang Lige's face vanished without a trace. Instead, a sly, bright, and slightly smug smile appeared on her face. She no longer looked sad at all. Jiang Lige walked briskly to the bedside, sank into the soft bed, grabbed her phone, and skillfully swiped the screen open. On the WeChat interface, Bei Xiaohua's messages kept popping up one after another. Bei Xiaohua. Ligu. I did as you said, using a secondary account to infiltrate the school forum and gossip groups. Bei Xiaohua. Screenshot. Bei Xiaohua. I deliberately exaggerated what happened at Valkyrie this afternoon. I said Ji Siye bullied you, snatched the dress you wanted first, and insulted you and your friend with nasty words. Now the group chat is in an uproar. Bei Xiaohua. Although many people are still criticizing you, quite a few are also speaking up for us, saying that Ji Siye's behavior is too ugly. But why did you do that? Looking at the screenshot sent by Bei Xiaohua, Jiang Lige smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescent moons. Long, slender fingers danced rapidly across the screen. Jiang Lige, you've worked hard, Xiaohua. I'll treat you to a big meal tomorrow. Putting down her phone, Jiang Lige rested her hands behind her head, gazing at the crystal chandelier on the ceiling, her smile deepening. She certainly didn't care about the boring rumors and gossip from Shenghua Middle School, nor did she care whether those people were cursing her or sympathizing with her. All she wanted was a mouthpiece. And Qianqian is the most perfect and natural mouthpiece. This arrogant and gossipy rich kid spends all day glued to his phone, and he's always the first to know if anything happens in the school's group chat. Once Qianqian finds out, it's the same as the entire Ji family finding out. If today, it would be Jiang Lige running back in tears to complain to Tang Wan and Ji Siye, accusing Ji Siye of stealing her clothes. In Ji Siye's eyes, she was nothing more than a spoiled brat who had been wronged and only knew how to complain. It might even seem a bit petty, but now that the story is coming from Qianqian's mouth, the nature of the matter has completely changed. In Ji Siye and Tang Wan's eyes, Jiang Lige had suffered tremendous injustice outside, but chose to silently endure it all to avoid causing trouble for her family. This sensible and heartbreaking image is exactly what she wanted. What the truth is, and whether Ji Siye really stole the clothes, is completely unimportant. Importantly, Ji Siye and Tang Wan now feel a deep sense of guilt and protectiveness towards her. In a place like a wealthy family, where people are devoured without a trace, simply being obedient is not enough to gain a foothold. She must use every available resource to transform Ji Siye and Tang Wan's affection for her into substantial and unbreakable favoritism and protection. Guilt is the best glue. Jiang Lige turned over, hugged the soft blanket, and let out a satisfied sigh. The banquet next week. She was getting more and more excited. Chapter 47: The Third Brother of the Ji Family. Finally, the media has revealed the theme of the Ji family's dinner party. For several days in a row, the news that the Ji family was going to hold a grand banquet for their newly adopted goddaughter caused an instant uproar in the upper-class circles of Beijing. In private conversations among celebrities and wealthy families, everyone was talking about which girl was so lucky to be adopted by the Ji family. At this moment, inside an extremely secluded high-end private beauty salon in the city center, a gentle, fragrant mist rises gently. I'm so angry. Sister Qianqian, look at Jiang Lige's smug face yesterday. Ji Siye lay flat on the beauty bed, letting the beautician apply expensive skincare products to her face. He was grumbling through gritted teeth. Who does she think she is? She's just a country bumpkin living under someone else's roof, yet she dared to laugh at me in public in Valkyrie. And she even made my brother force my mom to pay for me, which resulted in me getting a good scolding. Qianqian, who was sitting on the sofa and elegantly taking a sip of her red tea, simply smiled slightly upon hearing this. All right, Cici, what's the big deal? Is it really worth getting so angry? Qianqian put down her teacup, her voice soft. But a subtle, sinister glint lurked deep within his eyes. She's just a naive country bumpkin who's suddenly climbed up a high branch, so it's understandable that she's a bit arrogant. Siye and Aunt Tang are kind-hearted, and they took her in out of pity, but she really started to think of herself as the legitimate daughter of the Ji family. Hearing this, Ji Siye felt even more indignant on Qianqian's behalf. Sister Qianqian, you are the daughter-in-law that Annie has chosen, and my brother's future wife. My uncle and Annie are actually going to throw a big banquet for that country bumpkin. No way, I absolutely cannot swallow this. Qianqian lowered her eyelashes, concealing the surging jealousy in her eyes. Jiang Lige, a fox spirit who appeared out of nowhere, managed to make Ji Siye, who had lost his memory, make an exception and even move into the Ji family's old mansion. She has been guarding Ji Siye for so many years, but she has never even been able to stay overnight in a guest room in the Ji family. Cici, your aunt and uncle are doing this for the sake of the Ji family's reputation. They can't let outsiders think that the Ji family is mistreating their adopted children. Qianqian retreated as a strategic move, letting out a soft sigh, her tone filled with both grievance and magnanimity. However, all the celebrities in Beijing will be attending the banquet next week. She's just a country bumpkin. How would she know anything about the etiquette of the elite? If she makes a fool of herself at the banquet, it will be her uncle and aunt who will lose face, and then Brother Sai will probably be completely disappointed in her. Upon hearing this, Ji Siye's eyes immediately lit up. She ripped the face mask off, sat up abruptly, and a malicious smile spread across her face. Sister Qianqian, you're right. Doesn't she want to be the center of attention at the banquet? Then we'll grant her wish. I'll make her completely lose face in front of all the celebrities in Beijing, turning her into the biggest laughingstock in the city. Let's see how she'll ever be able to hold her head up again. Qianqian curled her lips slightly, picked up her teacup to cover the cold smile on her lips, and remained noncommittal. What an idiot. The task of charging into battle is naturally left to Ji Siye, who has no brains. All she needs to do is fan the flames from behind. On the tree-lined path of St. Hua Secondary School on Monday morning, Jiang Lige carried a box of hot milk in both hands and walked slowly. She's very pretty, but she's still a bit chubby. So in the morning she insists on only drinking milk and eggs. I'm determined to lose weight no matter what. Even if it's just for the banquet a week later, she wants to look her best. Lige, are you really alright? Ji Siye's words on the forum were really awful. Bei Xiaohua, carrying a backpack, walked beside her with a worried expression. Jiang Lige took a sip of milk, swallowed it, and then turned her head to give Bei Xiaohua a sly smile. The more enthusiastically they criticize now, the more they will cry later. Jiang Lige knew that the banquet next week would definitely not be peaceful, and Ji Siye was probably thinking of some underhanded tricks to deal with her. She sipped her milk, frowning as she thought. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Xiaogua, does Ji Siye have any particularly ardent suitors at school? Oh, Bei Xiaogua was stunned for a moment, clearly not keeping up with Jiang Lige's leap of thought. But she still scratched her head and thought about it seriously. Yes, there are. Jiang Lige hurriedly rubbed her hands together. Tell me about it. Oh, the senior high school student with a sports talent. Also a rich second generation named Lin Yu. His family owns a chain of hotels. He's completely devoted to Ji Siye, sending her flowers and breakfast every day. But Ji Siye finds him vulgar and tasteless and has never given him a kind look. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly asking about this? Jiang Lige's smile deepened. It's nothing. It's just that since this senior Lin is so affectionate, we as his classmates should of course help him out and fulfill his feelings, right? Looking at Jiang Lige's dazzling smile, Bei Xiaogua felt a chill run down her spine for no apparent reason. Silently, I lit a candle for Ji Siye in my heart. However, Ji Siye, who is brainless, is easy to deal with. But Su Yueqian and those awful relatives from the second and third branches of the Ji family. At next week's banquet, they will definitely come one after another to make things difficult for her and laugh at her. Thinking about all this gave Jiang Lige a headache. I couldn't help but raise my hand and rub my temples. Living in a wealthy family isn't as easy as it seems. Even salted fish are being forced to open for business. Evening. Jiang Lige and Ji Jianyan returned home from school together in the Ji family's private nanny van. Jiang Lige, I'm warning you, you better dress presentably for the banquet next week, or you'll embarrass me. Ji Jianyan slapped the back of the car seat and yelled irritably. He's a firecracker. Although he complains about Jiang Lige, ever since she went blind, he gets more anxious than anyone else if he hears anyone saying bad things about her at school. Just don't embarrass yourself. Jiang Lige responded listlessly, opened the car door, and got out. The Ji family's old residence covers a vast area, and the three Ji brothers all live in connected townhouses. They are not far from each other, only a few minutes walk away. However, as soon as the two reached the front gate of their villa, they sensed that something was wrong. A black Mercedes was parked under the streetlights outside the gate. Two figures stood facing each other beside the car. Ji Siye casually put his hands in his pockets, exuding a sense of oppression. Standing in front of him was another young man. The man was impeccably dressed in a suit, his face contorted with rage. Ji Siye, don't think that just because you're now in charge and hold the reins of the Ji family, you can control everything in the Ji family. The man's voice was extremely loud, filled with hysterical questioning. Without the Ji family, what are you? What right do you have to hold back our budget for the Qianqian project? You're clearly using this as a pretext for personal revenge and deliberately targeting me. Chapter 48 Sneaky. Ji Siye remained indifferent in the face of the man's rage and accusations. The budget is being cut because your submitted proposal is riddled with flaws. Ji Siye spoke slowly, his voice low and calm. The Ji family's money is not for paying tuition for fools. You. The man was speechless, his face turning ashen. Before Jiang Lige could react, Ji Jianyan beside her exploded. As Ji Siye's #1 fanatic and ultimate brother-obsessed person, how could Ji Jianyan tolerate someone pointing fingers at his brother and cursing him? Holy crap! Who does he think he is, daring to boss my brother around like that? Ji Jianyan, like a leopard whose tail had been stepped on, charged forward without thinking. Jiang Lige couldn't stop her. Ji Yinsheng. Ji Jianyan rushed between the two and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the man like a firecracker. What right do you have to talk about my brother? You also have the surname Ji, so what makes you so superior? If it weren't for my brother's strong opposition, would you, a good-for-nothing who has been losing money year after year, have been in charge of the Qianqian project? You can't even come up with a good plan, and you come here barking like a dog because you've cut the budget. If you're so capable, then don't use Ji's funds. Go and find investment outside yourself. Ji Jianyan, I am your third brother. Ji Yinsheng was startled by Ji Jianyan rushing towards him. Jiang Lige listened in the back, completely stunned. Ji Yinsheng? It turns out that this man is Ji Yunsheng, the eldest son of the third branch of the Ji family and Ji Siye's cousin. This was also the first time she had met the eldest son of the third branch of the Ji family since she came to the family. I never expected that our first meeting would be such a chaotic and intense battleground. It seems that the conflict between the eldest son of the third wife and Ji Siye is far deeper than she imagined. Cousin, and why should I shut up? This is my front door. You come here to cause trouble, and I can't even say anything? Ji Jian crossed his arms and proudly raised his chin. Ji Yunsheng took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the urge to strangle Ji Jian. He snorted coldly, bypassing Ji Jian and staring at Ji Siye with a chilling gaze. Ji Siye, you must give me a reasonable explanation for the Yungang project. Otherwise, we'll see you at the board meeting. After saying that, Ji Yunsheng turned and left. However, as he passed by Jiang Lige, he paused slightly. Jiang Lige stood there, unsure whether to leave or stay. Meeting Ji Yunsheng's eyes, she awkwardly shrank back, then very unnaturally raised her right hand and weakly shook it twice. Hi. Ji Yunsheng seemed completely unprepared for the presence of this person. He glanced at Jiang Lige. He clearly didn't recognize her. Then, as if he had thought of something, his gaze towards Jiang Lige instantly became incredibly complex, carrying an undisguised contempt and inquiry. Finally, he snorted coldly, said nothing, and bent down to get into the car. The car door slammed shut, and it sped away arrogantly. Ji Jian was left standing there, waving his fist at the back of the car. If you're so capable, then don't run away. All right, stop embarrassing yourself. Ji Siye gave Ji Jian a cold glance. Ji Jian immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, shrugged, and moved to Ji Siye's side with a pitiful expression. Brother, I'm just standing up for you. That guy's words were really awful. Ji Siye ignored him, his deep gaze fixed on Jiang Lige, who was standing not far away, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. He frowned slightly, and his deep voice rang out. Why aren't you home? What are you standing there for? Jiang Lige blinked, immediately wiping away her awkward expression and revealing a well-behaved and ingratiating smile. She skipped and hopped over there. Here we are. Brother, are we having hairy crabs tonight? I'm starving. The atmosphere at the dining table was eerily quiet. Jiang Lige, who had been clamoring to eat hairy crabs, wisely shut her mouth the moment her bottom touched the chair. Ji Siye's face was tense, and his brows were slightly furrowed. However, he didn't touch his chopsticks for a long time, clearly preoccupied. Ji Jian, who was sitting to the side, also ate his meal in a rare, quiet manner. She would steal glances at her own brother every now and then out of the corner of her eye. This meal was eaten in a state of extreme tension. Jiang Lige only drank a few sips of soup while dieting and sighed silently in her heart. She and Ji Jian exchanged a silent glance, and for the first time ever, they saw the same will to survive in each other's eyes. Shut up, eat your food, saving your life is the priority. The meal ended in an eerie silence. After the meal, Ji Siye got up and went straight to the study on the second floor. Jiang Lige blinked as she looked at his somewhat somber figure. She turned and slipped into the kitchen, where she skillfully brewed a pot of pu'er tea. She actually had something important to ask Ji Siye. The banquet is just around the corner next week. What should she, as the adopted daughter, do then? Those two women, Ji Siye and Su Yueqian, will definitely cause trouble at the banquet. She should go to Ji Siye's place beforehand to find out what's going on, so as not to be caught off guard at the last minute. Carrying the tea tray, Jiang Lige walked to the door of the study. Looking at the half-closed door, she hesitated. She stood at the door, pacing back and forth like a little thief, hesitating whether or not she should knock. What if this big shot is in a bad mood right now, and I end up walking right into his trap? Just as she was about to give up, a deep, cold male voice suddenly came from inside the door. What are you doing lurking around the door? Come in. Jiang Lige stiffened and couldn't help but stick out her tongue secretly. Are this man's ears radar-like? She took a deep breath, immediately put on a sweet and harmless smile, pushed the door open with her shoulder, and slowly shuffled inside with the tea tray in her hand. Brother, I noticed you didn't eat much tonight, so I specially brewed you a cup of pu'er tea to help with digestion. Jiang Lige is just like a gentle little lamb. Ji Siye looked up from a pile of complicated documents, his deep black eyes falling on her. Looking at her, I could tell she was secretly plotting something, but she was pretending to be well-behaved. The coldness in his eyes melted almost imperceptibly. Just put it there. Ji Siye closed the file, leaned back in his chair, and crossed his long legs. Speak, what do you want from me? Jiang Lige gently placed the teacup beside him and then sat down in the chair opposite his desk. She rested her chin on her hands, her large, watery eyes scrutinizing Ji Siye's expression without blinking. Seeing that he didn't seem angry, she cautiously began to speak. Brother, is there anything I need to prepare for the banquet next week? Like, should I memorize the list of major wealthy families in Beijing? Or should I learn the complicated social etiquette of the wealthy families? I'm afraid I'll embarrass you and Mom and Dad. Chapter 49. Do you like Suyueqian? Seeing her unusually flustered and worried expression, Ji Siye raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery flashing in his deep eyes. Is it a little too late to be worried about losing face now? Jiang Lige's little scheme was exposed on the spot, and her pretty face blushed slightly. She puffed out her cheeks, somewhat embarrassed and annoyed, and decided to give up in a haughty snort. Even if it's embarrassing, she's still your sister. Her charmingly cheeky demeanor, however, only struck Ji Siye as incredibly lively and adorable. Ji Siye's smile deepened, his eyes filled with indulgence and doting. That's right. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and powerful, carrying a sense of security that inspires unconditional trust. Keep your confidence. At the banquet next week, I will let everyone know that you are my sister, Ji Siye. He looked at her and said each word firmly. With me here, no one will dare to laugh at you, and no one has the right to think you're a disgrace. Jiang Lige's heart skipped a beat at that moment. She looked at the mature and steady man in front of her, a man who seemed capable of holding up the sky for her even if it collapsed. To be honest, at this moment, the sense of security that had been drifting aimlessly in her heart finally became a real feeling. Jiang Lige sniffed, feeling a mix of bittersweet emotions. I wish he really was her brother. She blinked her slightly warm eyes and quickly changed the subject to hide her emotion. Brother, but you seem to be in a bad mood today. Is it because of what third brother Ji said at the door this afternoon? She looked at him cautiously, her tone full of concern. Don't pay attention to him. Ji Qianqian is right. He can't even do a good job on the plan himself. He got his budget cut and then came to you to complain. It's just unreasonable. A cold glint flashed in Ji Siye's eyes. Then he shook his head with amusement. Get angry? He doesn't deserve it. Ji Siye raised his hand and pinched his tired brow, his voice somewhat low. He wouldn't stoop to the level of arguing with a cowardly fool like Ji Yunxing. What truly troubled him was the deeply rotten state of the Ji group. Ji Siye looked at the girl in front of him, who was somewhat clever but still quite simple-minded. Perhaps because he was too tired, he unusually opened up to others and revealed his true feelings. The Ji family may seem to be the most powerful and influential conglomerate in Beijing today, but in reality, its internal management is chaotic. More than half of the management are relatives from the Ji family's collateral branches. It has become a family business that is too big to be controlled. His voice grew colder and colder, carrying a hint of hostility. These so-called elders and cousins, receiving high salaries and dividends from the Ji family, are complacent and lazy, a bunch of parasites who do nothing. 80% of the core technologies and techniques of the Ji family currently rely on imports and licenses from abroad. If things continue like this, the Ji family will eventually be held hostage. If we want the Ji family to go further, we must implement a thorough reform, eliminate the parasites, and develop our own core technologies. Jiang Lige was stunned. Although she didn't understand business, she could still sense the danger involved. So, haven't you tried any reforms before? She couldn't help but ask. Ji Siye's eyes darkened slightly, a hint of pain and confusion surfacing deep within them. I tried. A year ago, before I disappeared and got into trouble, I was already pushing this reform forward by force. But it touched the interests of too many people and was met with strong opposition from almost everyone in the Ji family's senior management and collateral branches. He paused for a moment. Unfortunately, I lost that part of my memory. I can't remember who betrayed me a year ago, causing me to fall into the sea and lose my memory. The air in the study instantly became somewhat heavy. This was the first time she had ever heard Ji Siye say so much. Jiang Lige remembered that Ji Siye lost his memory after being betrayed and fell into the sea, which is how he met the original owner of the body. The person who betrayed him was a member of a collateral branch of the Ji family, but she didn't know exactly who it was. This information is important. She needs to find a way to tell him. She pursed her lips, about to say something. But then I thought, it wouldn't be good if the atmosphere was too heavy. Moreover, she came today with a crucial piece of gossip. No, a crucial piece of information that she wanted to confirm. Jiang Lige's eyes darted around. Then she suddenly leaned forward and asked mysteriously, brother, since you're not angry about third brother's matter, can I ask you a personal question? Ji Siye glanced at her. Ask. Jiang Lige blinked her big eyes, looking at him with an innocent expression. Do you? like Qianqian? The study fell silent instantly. He stared at Jiang Lige, and the vein on his forehead throbbed involuntarily. Jiang Lige. Ji Siye spoke through gritted teeth, his voice seemingly squeezed out from between his teeth. Was your topic change a little abrupt? Looking at her face, which was covered in gossip, Ji Siye's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Is this girl up to something again? Is she trying to push Su Yueqian into his arms again? The mere thought of this possibility ignited a nameless fire within Ji Siye, burning him with agitation. Children should not ask too many questions about adult matters. Ji Siye stood up with a cold face and gave him an unceremonious order to leave. The tea has been served, and the questions have been asked. Now, immediately, go back to your room and go to sleep. Hey, I'm not a child anymore. I was just concerned about you. Jiang Lige still tried to struggle. Ji Siye had already bypassed the desk, grabbed her by the collar, and carried her to the study door like a little chick. Go out. Bang! With a dull slam, the study door closed mercilessly in front of Jiang Lige. Jiang Lige stood in the corridor, her whole body disheveled in the wind. She stared at the closed door, speechless. Why are you being so fierce? Jiang Lige rubbed the back of her neck, which was being pinched, and muttered to herself. What did she do to deserve this? She asked that question out of curiosity, all for her own sake. Su Yueqian will definitely cause trouble for her at the banquet next week. She always needed to figure out Ji Siye's attitude in advance. If Ji Siye really has some feelings for Su Yueqian, then when she retaliates, she should show some mercy and go easy on her. But what if Ji Siye has absolutely no feelings for Su Yueqian? Then I'm sorry, but if that scheming woman dares to provoke her, she will definitely kill her. They tore that fake face to shreds. Honestly, what a waste of my good tea. Jiang Lige scratched her head in frustration, pouted, and walked towards her bedroom. Well, let's just take it one step at a time. With Ji Siye around anyway, she'll see who gets screwed over at next week's banquet. Chapter 50 The Banquet in Progress 1. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was the evening of the banquet. During this week, Jiang Lige really pushed herself to the limit. With a weight of 130 pounds, I managed to lose a full 10 pounds through a combination of scientifically controlled diet and high-intensity strength training. Although the weight loss was only 10 pounds, the addition of shaping and posture training led to a complete transformation in her. Her once slightly rounded chin now has refined lines, and her collarbone contours are clearly visible. In the upstairs lounge, Tang Wan handed her the dress that had just been delivered. Lige, put this on. Your brother specially had it custom-made for you. Jiang Lige smiled broadly. By the way, where's my brother? She came with Tang Wan, and it's been an hour, but she still hasn't seen Ji Siye. He's already here, downstairs. There's no time, so you should change your clothes first. Tang Wan urged her. Jiang Lige happily carried the dress into the room inside the lounge. When the heavy dust bag was pulled open, Jiang Lige's eyes lit up instantly. A champagne-colored tulle halter dress. The dress featured puff sleeves and layers of airy chiffon, cleverly concealing the little bit of flesh remaining on her upper arms. On the contrary, it made her forearms appear even more slender and delicate. The halter design perfectly showcased her delicate collarbones and fair, jade-like, straight shoulders. Jiang Lige loved it to bits. After she changed her clothes, she came out of the room. It turned around gently. The champagne-colored skirt flares out like tiny starlight, and the waistline is cinched extremely narrow. Mom, is it pretty? Jiang Lige didn't notice that Tang Wan had already left. She was completely absorbed in her own beauty. Nice. Ji Siye, dressed in a black suit, leaned against the doorway, his eyes filled with amazement. The girl before me was as beautiful as a champagne-colored rose quietly blooming in the dark night. She had shed her previous awkwardness and naivety. At this moment, her eyes were filled with captivating charm and radiance. It's as if she was born to be a rose, pampered and raised like this. Yet, that light gauze dress shrouded her in a layer of innocent naivety. His eyes darkened. It suits you perfectly. Jiang Lige paused in her circling steps and looked at Ji Siye. She blinked, a hint of barely concealed smugness in her voice. Brother, you're here. Her voice is always so bright and full of life. Ji Siye's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. His fingers, hanging at his sides, tightened slightly, as if he were subconsciously trying to avoid eye contact. It was a possessive desire, an instinctive urge to hide her away and prevent anyone from seeing her. But he knew he couldn't do that. Ji Siye slowly walked forward, his tall figure instantly enveloping her. He reached out and very naturally straightened the slightly crooked thin straps on her shoulders. Stand still and don't move. Ji Siye lowered his eyelids. She gently instructed, your skirt is too long. When you go down the stairs later, hold me tight, okay? Jiang Lige tilted her head back, her fox-like eyes sparkling with laughter. I know, brother. Meanwhile, at Warner Estate, as Beijing's most exclusive private estate, it was brightly lit and filled with luxury cars tonight. Inside the banquet hall, glasses clinked and toasts were exchanged. Almost half of Beijing's high society had arrived, and everyone was whispering among themselves. Have you heard? The Ji family is going to officially announce the adoption of a goddaughter tonight. Whose daughter is so lucky? To have two powerful figures from the Ji family personally host this banquet, she'll be able to do whatever she wants in the capital from now on. Who knows? The secrecy was handled so well that not a single word was leaked. In a corner of the banquet hall, Ji Siye, wearing that starry sky dress, had her face contorted in a grimace. Siye, what's the background of that woman the Ji family is going to adopt tonight? You must know something about it, right? Several of Ji Siye's usual heiresses, who usually fawned over her at school, gathered around and started asking questions all at once. Yeah, Siye, can you give us a hint? Upon hearing this, Ji Siye's temper flared up instantly, and she interrupted sharply. How should I know? Some random pheasant that popped up out of nowhere doesn't deserve my attention. My uncle and aunt are just too soft-hearted. They bring home any Tom, Dick, or Harry. The henchmen exchanged glances, then immediately chimed in, seemingly oblivious to the prevailing sentiment. That's right. No matter how much they adopt, there's still an outsider who can't be brought into the public eye. How can they compare to you, Siye, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Ji family? That's right. Even if a fake phoenix flies to a high branch, it will never become a real phoenix. As they were talking, one of the followers, with sharp eyes, spotted Bei Xiao was standing by the dessert table, happily eating a macaron. Hey, isn't that Bei Xiao? Her family owns a slaughterhouse. How dare they bring in an invitation? Another lackey sneered and said provocatively, Bei Xiao boasted before that she would bring that country bumpkin Jiang Lige along. So how come she's all alone eating here now? Ji Siye was even angrier when she heard Jiang Lige's name, and the thought of her stealing the spotlight made her even angrier. Leave me alone, she said, then turned and left. The young ladies looked at each other, their faces clearly showing their displeasure at being humiliated by Ji Siye. Lin Na was still leading the charge. She was incorrigible, always picking on the weak. They marched over in a large entourage. Bei Xiao, where is Jiang Lige? Lina looked at Bei Xiao, her tone full of sarcasm. Didn't you say you were going to bring her to broaden her horizons? What? Did she get kicked out by the security guards like a beggar before she even got to the gates of Warner Manor? Bei Xiao swallowed the macaron in her mouth and glanced at Lin Na sideways. He said meaningfully, she arrived a long time ago. You arrived a long time ago? One of the henchmen chuckled. Where is he? Is he washing dishes in the kitchen, or wearing a uniform and serving champagne? Ha ha ha, a country bumpkin like her doesn't even deserve to be in a place like this. Bei Xiao, stop trying to glorify her. Lina crossed her arms, raised her chin high, and looked at him with utter contempt. Bei Xiao, I advise you to mind your own business today. Tonight is the Ji family's home turf. If that Jiang Lige dares to show up here, I will definitely teach her what it means to humiliate herself. I will make her crawl out crying. Faced with the group's sarcasm, Bei Xiao looked at them with the same eyes one would use to look at someone mentally challenged for the first time. Her smile was extremely radiant. Sure. You. Lina felt like she had punched cotton and was about to retaliate. Suddenly, the lights in the entire banquet hall went out. The noisy discussion abruptly stopped. Everyone looked towards the stage in the banquet hall without prior arrangement. Uncle Ji and his wife Tang, one had somehow already stepped onto the stage. Uncle Ji was dressed in a formal suit, exuding an air of authority without being angry. Tang one stood beside him, wearing a dark green cheongsam, elegant and graceful. Ji's father walked to the microphone and looked around the entire room. A steady and powerful voice slowly rang out. Thank you all for coming to Warner Manor tonight to witness the joyous occasion of the Ji family. Chapter 51 The Banquet in Progress 2. As everyone knows, my biggest regret in this life is that I, Ji, was not able to have a daughter. And today, this regret has finally been fulfilled. Father Ji paused, a rare, gentle smile appearing on his face. Just recently, my wife and I officially adopted a daughter. From now on, She will be the apple of our Ji family's eye, my own daughter. The audience was completely silent. Now let's welcome Jiang Lige. Jiang Lige? The moment they heard that name, the people who had just been mocking Jiang Lige were instantly struck dumb. Jiang Lige? How could it be Jiang Lige? Lina muttered to herself, her face turning deathly pale in an instant. Her henchmen were also completely dumbfounded. Just then, a golden spotlight shone instantly on the spiral staircase on the second floor. Bathed in light, Jiang Lige, arm in arm with Ji Siye, slowly walked down, lifting her skirt. The girl was breathtakingly beautiful. A champagne-colored tulle dress shimmered under the lights. She slightly raised her chin, her delicate face radiating a confident and radiant smile. She quietly took Ji Siye's arm and gracefully walked down the spiral staircase, step by step. The man beside her was even more aloof and distant. Bei Xiaowu looked at the colorful and dazzling socialites and smiled so hard her eyes disappeared. She knew it. Jiang Lige had been here for a while, but she didn't believe her. That night, Jiang Lige really stole the show. Oh my, Mrs. Ji, your daughter is so beautiful. She looks like she stepped out of a painting. Indeed. Just look at her demeanor. She's clearly blessed. Mr. Ji is so lucky to have such a sister. A tidal wave of praise poured in. Jiang Lige wore an impeccable, obedient smile, but her mind was perfectly clear. 9 out of 10 of these praises are directed at the prestigious reputation of the Ji family. But so what? As long as it makes me feel good. As they were socializing, several business tycoons in suits, holding wine glasses, strode towards them, clearly heading towards Ji Siye. Ji Siye frowned slightly, somewhat impatient, but he couldn't avoid it. He lowered his head slightly, his tall body leaning towards Jiang Lige. I have to go over there for a bit. Ji Siye gently rubbed the back of her head with his large hand. Stay close to your mother and don't wander off. Jiang Lige replied sweetly. Don't worry, brother. That one word, brother, made Ji Siye's Adam's apple bob. He gave her a deep look before turning and leaving. As soon as Ji Siye left, Tang Wan smiled and took Jiang Lige's hand. Come on, Lige, Mom will take you to meet people. From now on, no one in Beijing will look down on you. Thank you, Mom. Jiang Lige leaned softly against Tang Wan. The two had only taken a few steps when a white figure gracefully blocked their way. Sui Weqian held a glass of champagne in her hand, smiling gently. But a fleeting hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. On what grounds? She was the one who was betrothed to Ji Siye since childhood. Why did Ji Siye, after losing his memory, refuse to even look at her, yet shower all his tenderness and affection on this wild girl? Congratulations, little sister Lige, Suyu said gently, her red lips slightly parted. His words, however, were laced with barbs. From now on, you are the Ji family's adopted daughter. Siye values loyalty and righteousness the most, and he will definitely take extra care of you in the future. However, you must be understanding of him, as he is usually very busy with work. These words implied a hostess bestowing charity upon an outsider who was living under someone else's roof. Jiang Lige raised an eyebrow slightly, and her smile deepened. When it comes to acting, she's never been afraid of anyone. Thank you for your concern, Sister Su. Jiang Lige tilted her head, her tone innocent and naive. However, no matter how busy my brother is, he always personally supervises my exercise and helps me with my posture every night. He always says that he can never spoil his little sister enough. But Sister Su, why are you alone tonight? Your brother just went out for a social event and didn't have time to look after you. Please don't be angry with your brother. Su Yueqian's smile froze for a second. She took a deep breath and was about to speak when a cacophony of voices suddenly erupted from nearby. Oh, so what kind of rich young lady is she? In the end, she's just a country bumpkin. Second Aunt Zhaoyaru raised her voice and spoke loudly to the several wealthy ladies around her. Who knows what underhanded tricks she used to bewitch my older brother and sister-in-law. My sister-in-law is too soft-hearted. She'll bring any Tom, Dick, or Harry into our home. Standing next to Zhaoyaru, her third aunt chimed in, the two of them singing in unison, their voices so loud they seemed afraid no one would hear them. The surrounding guests all turned to look. Tang Wan's face instantly darkened. Just as she was about to step forward, Jiang Lige grabbed her hand. Mom, don't be angry. Jiang Lige gently shook her head, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. It's not worth it. Arguing with her in public would only lower your status. But we can't let them talk about you like that. Tang Wan looked at her with heartache. Don't worry, Mom. I'm fine. Jiang Lige said she was fine, but she had already taken a glass of red wine from the tray of a passing waiter. "Mom, I'll go say hello." She walked gracefully toward Zhao Yaru. Zhao Yaru was talking animatedly and didn't notice anyone behind her. Oops! With a gasp, Jiang Lige slipped and fell forward, losing her balance. The entire glass of red wine was spilled onto Zhao Yaru's dress without a single drop being spilled. "Ah! My clothes!" Zhao Yaru screamed. The white dress was instantly stained red, sticking to her body in a sticky mess, making her look extremely disheveled. "I'm sorry. Second aunt, I'm so sorry." Jiang Lige's face was full of panic. Her eyes instantly reddened, and she looked like she was about to cry. "I lost my balance just now? I really didn't mean to. What am I going to do? This dress is so expensive." The ladies nearby quickly stepped back, afraid of getting wine stains on their skin. Upon seeing this, Annie shrieked, "Jiang Lige, did you do this on purpose? You ill-mannered brat." "Third aunt, I really didn't mean it." Jiang Lige's tears fell down her face. She sniffed and hurriedly said to Zhao Yaru, "Second aunt, why don't you go upstairs and change? Mom prepared a few more dresses in the lounge, one of which is dark purple and looks particularly elegant. It's a perfect match for your temperament." Zhao Yaru was trembling with anger, but looking at her wet clothes, she felt incredibly embarrassed in the banquet hall filled with distinguished guests. She glared at Jiang Lige through gritted teeth. "Just you wait. I'm not done with you today." Jiang Lige watched as Zhao Yaru turned and left in a fit of rage. Then he winked at a waiter not far away. "Madam Ji, I'll take you upstairs." The waiter immediately stepped forward to lead the way. Chapter 52. You've come to recognize your relatives? The moment she turned around, the tears in her eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a triumphant, wicked smile. Inside the lounge, a waiter handed Zhao Yaru the deep purple, heavily embroidered dress. After changing into the clothes, Zhao Yaru looked at herself in the mirror. The dress was indeed luxurious, and the purple color gave it an air of elegance. She immediately became smug and snorted. She knows what's good for her. When Zhao Yaru swaggered back into the banquet hall, she looked like a proud peacock. However, before she could even show off for 2 minutes, a low gasp suddenly came from the other side of the banquet hall. "My God, isn't that Mrs. Chun? Why are Madame Zhao and Madame Chun wearing the exact same clothes?" Zhao Yaru followed everyone's gaze, and her face turned deathly pale. The most distinguished guest tonight, Mrs. Chun, the wife of the top official in Beijing, is standing not far away, wearing an identical dark purple dress. Zhao Yaru has a tall figure and wore that dress with a sense of sophistication. Madame Chun, who was somewhat overweight and wearing heavy makeup, looked like an overripe eggplant in this dress, both rustic and comical. But no one dared to say a word. It's not scary to wear the same clothes as someone else. It's embarrassing if you look worse. What's more, she wore the same outfit as the wife of a high-ranking official, making the other woman look like a customer looking at a bad product. Madame Chen's face immediately darkened, and she gave Zhao Yaru a cold glance. "I really can't afford to attend the Ji family's banquet." Madame Chun snorted coldly, placed her wine glass on the table, and turned to leave. Madame Chun, please let me explain." Ji Feng, the second uncle of the Ji family, was just about to try to get closer to her when he saw this scene, and he was so frightened that his soul almost flew out of his body. He grabbed Zhao Yaru, dragged her to a secluded corner, and launched into a tirade of abuse. "You spendthrift old woman. You're good for nothing but ruining things. The project I was almost finalizing has been ruined by your clothes. Get out. Get home right now." Zhao Yaru was driven away crying. Auntie witnessed the whole thing and shrank back in fright. Not far away, Bei Xiaohua quietly gave Jiang Lige a thumbs up. Jiang Lige, holding the juice, winked at Bei Xiaohua, concealing her accomplishment. However, Ji Siye watched helplessly as her mother lost face in front of everyone. The hatred in his heart erupted instantly. "Jiang Lige, you forced me to do this." Ji Siye gritted her teeth and turned to walk towards the gate. At this moment, the atmosphere in the banquet hall returned to its lively state. Not long after, suddenly, the door was pushed open with a loud bang. The loud noise instantly silenced the entire banquet hall. Ji Siye walked in with her head held high and her chest puffed out. Behind her followed 2 middle-aged men and women who seemed out of place. The 2 men were wearing old clothes stained with mud, had dark skin, and nervously clutched the hem of their clothes. Ji Siye strode up to Jiang Lige, pointed at the couple behind her, and shouted, "I just saw this couple at the manor gate. They said they were looking for you, that they were your parents. Do you think they are? These words caused an uproar among the guests. What? Biological parents? Why are you dressed like that? Are you a migrant worker? Ji Siye's face twisted with pleasure as she glared fiercely at Jiang Lige, raising her voice. Jiang Lige, I never expected that you would disown your own parents in order to curry favor with the Ji family and live a life of wealth and luxury. Everyone paused for a moment, then turned to look. All eyes fell on the unusual migrant worker couple, then shifted to Jiang Lige. Oh my God, what's going on? It really is their biological parents coming to our door. Humph. The Ji family's adopted daughter who was all high and mighty just now turns out to be a gold digger who disowns his own parents? Whispers spread like wildfire. Tang Wan's face darkened instantly. She stepped forward and shielded Jiang Lige behind her. He swept his imposing gaze over the uneasy couple and said coldly, Who are you? This is a private dinner for the Ji family. What are the security guards doing? Letting just anyone in. Seeing this, Ji Siye hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Tang Wan's arm, advising her with a for-your-own-good expression. Aunt, you mustn't be fooled by her. I heard them crying at the gate with my own ears. Jiang Lige is a vain liar. In order to stay in the Ji family and enjoy wealth and luxury, she even threw away her own parents like trash. If you continue to protect her, she will completely disgrace our Ji family. Tang Wan was so angry that her chest heaved violently. Ji Siye, shut up. Do you think I don't know what kind of person Li Gu is? Mom. Jiang Lige gently tugged at Tang Wan's sleeve from behind. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Her face was full of sorrow and forbearance. Mom, please don't blame Siye. My biological parents are indeed dead. I admit that being able to stand here today, to be a daughter of the Ji family, and to live such a life of wealth and luxury that I could never have dreamed of, is the greatest fortune of my life. I am also very grateful to the Ji family for everything they have given me. But no matter how despicable I am, I will never disown my biological parents. These words were spoken with heartfelt sincerity. Upon hearing this, Ji Siye seemed to have found a huge loophole. Pointing at Jiang Lige's nose, she screamed and incited the crowd. Listen to this, everyone. She admitted it herself. She's a gold digger. Jiang Lige, stop pretending to be pitiful and putting on an act. Your parents are standing right here, and you're actually cursing them to die? Have you no shame? Public opinion began to waver again. After all, the couple did look too much like working people from the bottom of society. In the dramas of wealthy families, the story of disdain for poor parents is always the most eye-catching. Just as Ji Siye was smugly waiting to see Jiang Lige's reputation ruined, Jiang Lige seemed to have made up her mind about something. She walked step by step toward the dark-skinned, thin, and cramped migrant worker couple. Look at me. Jiang Lige's voice was soft, but firm. The couple flinched and instinctively looked up at her. Take a closer look at me. Jiang Lige took a step closer. Am I your daughter? Am I? Ji Siye crossed her arms, a twisted and smug smirk on her face, waiting for the couple to point out the culprit. Of course, we are your own parents. How could we not recognize our own daughter? The woman spoke in a trembling voice, not at all like she was talking to her daughter. She looked more like a prisoner being interrogated. Is that so? Jiang Lige's voice wasn't loud, but she took another step forward with great momentum. Jiang Lige, are you even human? How could you scare your own parents like this just to curry favor with the Ji family? Seeing that something was wrong, Ji Siye quickly walked in front of the two and stopped Jiang Lige. Jiang Lige ignored her, tilted her head, and smiled at the couple. I advise you to think carefully. I don't know if the person who brought you here told you that defamation can lead to a lawsuit. Jiang Lige, you should stop. Before Ji Siye could finish speaking, the next second, Chapter 53, let her make a scene, let her. Suddenly, the woman pulled the man next to her to kneel down with a thump. No, miss, you are not our daughter. We don't know you at all, the woman cried out, her voice trembling with sobs. What? Ji Siye's smile froze instantly. The guests were also in an uproar. The sudden plot twist left everyone wide-eyed. They all showed excited expressions, as if they were watching a good show. What nonsense are you talking about? Ji Siye panicked completely, disregarding her socialite image, and rushed forward screaming. That's not what you said at the door. You accepted my... No, you clearly said she was your unfilial daughter. Why are you refusing to acknowledge her now? Did she threaten you? Miss Ji, please let us go. The man, his face contorted with grief, kowtowed and shouted loudly, as if afraid no one would hear him. It's Miss Ji. She found us at the film studio yesterday, and offered to give each of us 10,000 yuan to perform a play here today. She made us publicly curse this Ms. Jiang as an unfilial daughter, saying that as long as we performed well, she would give us a final payment of 50,000 yuan afterward. We were just extras. We really didn't know this was illegal. We're not acting anymore, and we don't want the money. The entire banquet hall erupted in chaos. My God, Ji Siye actually directed and acted in this herself? TSK, they actually hired extras to ruin someone's reputation? Ji Siye's face turned from deathly pale to a deep purplish red. She screamed and pointed at the two extras, cursing, "When did I hire you? How dare you slander me? And, believe me, Jiang Lige bribed them to frame me." However, with the facts laid bare, who would still believe her hysterical sophistry? Tang Wan's face was icy cold. She waved her hand, summoning the manor's bodyguards, and coldly ordered, "Take these two people who disrupted the banquet away. As for who was behind it all, let the police find out." "Yes, madam." The bodyguards acted swiftly, grabbing the two wailing extras and carrying them out. "Aunt, it really wasn't me. It was Jiang Lige." Ji Siye was still jumping up and down and screaming. Before she could finish speaking, a pink spotlight suddenly shone on the stage in the center of the banquet hall. Immediately afterwards, a deafening burst of romantic saxophone music resounded throughout the entire hall. Attracted by this sudden turn of events, everyone turned to look. In the center of the stage stood Lin Yu, the young master of the Lin family and Lin Na's older brother. She is holding a bouquet of bright red roses and standing in front of the microphone. Shout loudly into the microphone. "Cici, I know you've been wrong today, but I don't care. In my heart, you'll always be the purest and most beautiful little princess. Today, I want to confess my love to you. Ji Siye, I love you. Be my girlfriend." On the big screen, they even started playing various heavily edited photos of Ji Siye that they had collected from who knows where, paired with cheesy pickup line effects, which was simply unbearable to watch. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but burst out laughing. Immediately afterwards, suppressed laughter, mockery, and whispers rose and fell. Ji Siye just lost face because her conspiracy was exposed. Now, being subjected to this cheesy, public execution-like confession by this spoiled brat in front of elders and the city's elite, she felt all the blood rushing to her head. "Lin Yu, shut up, you idiot. Get out." Ji Siye was both ashamed and angry, and completely broke down, screaming hysterically. Lin Yu thought she was shy, and knelt down on one knee in front of her with deep affection. Tang Wan couldn't stand it anymore. The Ji family had been utterly disgraced by this idiot today. With a cold face, she ordered the butler beside her. "Isn't this humiliating enough? Take Miss Siye away immediately and send her back to the second branch of the family. Tell the second brother that if he can't discipline his daughter, the second branch of the family will no longer be allowed to participate in any of the Ji family's activities." "Yes." The butler immediately stepped forward and, ignoring Ji Siye's struggles and screams, forcibly dragged her out of the banquet hall. Jiang Lige stood in the center of the crowd, watching Ji Siye's disheveled figure leave. A triumphant and radiant smile curled at the corners of her lips. Let's go back to one day ago. Jiang Lige had long known that with Ji Siye's brainless and vengeful nature, she would definitely cause trouble at the banquet. Therefore, she had already instructed Bei Xiaobo to have someone secretly keep an eye on Ji Siye. Sure enough, Ji Siye secretly went to the film studio and contacted two temporary extras. Upon learning this news, Jiang Lige led her men and ambushed the extras on their way home that very night. In the cold alley, Jiang Lige directly displayed 10 times the amount in cash, as well as the Ji family's powerful influence in Beijing. Those two extras were just people struggling to survive. They had never seen anything like this before. He was immediately terrified and obediently switched sides, agreeing to play the double agent. As for Lin Yu, this hot-tempered, innocent, and brainless rich kid has always had unrealistic fantasies about Ji Siye. Jiang Lige then had Bei Xiaobo send Lin Yu an anonymous email, implying that Ji Siye preferred high-profile, dramatic romantic confessions. This Ji family banquet was the perfect opportunity. Lin Yu, with his pig brain whose IQ fluctuates with his mood, was indeed easily fooled. To use someone else's knife to kill someone, or to use someone else's flowers to present a Buddha. Jiang Lige won this round decisively. Meanwhile, at the carved railing on the second floor of the banquet hall, his tall and upright figure stood quietly. Ji Siye had one hand in his pocket and the other holding a glass of red wine. His deep, dark eyes pierced through the noisy crowd and landed precisely on the girl downstairs who was secretly chuckling. From beginning to end, he stood on high ground, taking in everything that happened downstairs. From Jiang Lige's strategic retreat to the extras' last-minute defection, and then to Lin Yu's comical entrance. He lost his memory, but his inherent control and keenness remained undiminished. He saw through it all at a glance. It was all Jiang Lige's doing. TSK. See, your newly adopted sister is really someone who doesn't like to suffer losses. Aunt Jianrua, dressed in a custom-made black gown and exuding charm, walked up to him in high heels. She elegantly swirled the champagne glass in her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with amusement and admiration. Look at these methods, manipulating that girl from the second wife's family like a puppet. Aren't you afraid she'll use these ideas against you later? Ji Ruoan didn't finish her sentence. Ji Siye withdrew his gaze, tilted his head slightly, and drank the red wine in his glass in one gulp. A cool liquid rolled down his sexy Adam's apple, and his cold face softened at that moment. Ji Siye looked down at the girl who shone brightly in the crowd below, his thin lips slightly parted. Let her make a scene if she wants to. Even if the sky falls, he'll hold it up for her. The farce at Warner Manor quickly became the hottest gossip at St. Hua High School. Those wealthy young ladies and gentlemen who used to keep their distance from Jiang Lige, afraid of being associated with her poor, rural heir, have now made a complete 180-degree turn in their attitude. They all tried different ways to get closer to Jiang Lige. During recess, Jiang Lige's desk was surrounded by people. It's true that you really need money. Jiang Lige sighed again. What are you all doing gathered here? Don't you need to study? Ji Siye, her face dark, slammed the book in her hand onto the table. Chapter 54, A Clumsy Trap. Upon seeing this, everyone immediately dispersed. Everyone knows that Ji Siye has a bad temper, and since they don't want to offend the Ji family, they can only swallow their anger towards her. Ji Siye snorted coldly and said sarcastically, "A petty person who has gotten his way." Jiang Lige pretended not to hear, thinking that the lesson she had been given before was enough for her to reflect on. I'll let it go for now. Anyway, she got what she wanted. At least she's much more settled at school now. No one dares to openly cause trouble anymore. But Ji Siye didn't think that way at all. The humiliation at the banquet became an indelible stain on her reputation. She placed all her resentment on Jiang Lige. As the final exams approached, hatred resurfaced in Ji Siye's dark heart. For a prestigious century-old university like Shenghua, academic integrity is a red line. Once crossed, there's no saving them. The atmosphere at St. Hua Secondary School was tense a week before the exam. Jiang Lige and Bei Xiaoguo spent every day in the library frantically doing practice problems. But besides the exam, Jiang Lige didn't forget something else. Late at night, in the study of the Ji family villa, Ji Siye leaned back wearily in his chair, his long, slender fingers pinching his brow. The work he had been working on since losing his memory was piling up. There is also an undercurrent surging within the Ji group. Suddenly the door was gently pushed open, and Jiang Lige, carrying a cup of hot milk, slipped in like a soft, cuddly cat. "Brother, have a glass of milk." She put down the glass and rested her hands on the desk. A pair of bright, watery eyes looked at him. Ji Siye opened his eyes, a barely perceptible hint of tenderness flashing across his deep, dark pupils. "Why aren't you asleep yet? Don't you have an exam tomorrow?" "Brother, I'm worried about you." Jiang Lige bit her lower lip, her voice soft and tentative. "The thing about you falling into the sea and losing your memory, do you really think it was just an accident? I always feel that someone is manipulating things behind the scenes." Ji Siye raised his head, stared at Jiang Lige, and said in a slightly cold tone, "Jiang Lige, these things are none of your concern. Focus on your final exams. If you fail, you're not going anywhere during winter break." "I'm just concerned about my long-term meal ticket," Jiang Lige muttered softly. Seeing his serious expression, she wisely kept quiet. She knew in her heart that although Ji Siye had lost his memory, his keen senses remained undiminished. He's definitely already investigating. He just doesn't want to involve her. But Jiang Lige was unwilling to be just a useless person. If Ji Siye, her powerful backer, falls, her life of luxury will come to an end. She secretly made up her mind that once the winter vacation arrived, she would relentlessly pursue and infiltrate Ji Siye's side. Help him find the traitor within the Ji family who betrayed him. However, before she could even make plans for her winter break, the exam hall betrayed her first. Friday afternoon, the last math exam. The examination room was very quiet. The invigilators walked back and forth in the corridor and aisle with their hands behind their backs. Jiang Lige was intently staring at the last, most challenging question. Just then, a very faint rustling sound of clothing came from behind. Immediately afterwards, a white crumpled piece of paper rolled precisely to Jiang Lige's feet. Jiang Lige paused, her pen poised. She didn't lower her head, but her keen senses had already alerted her to something amiss. There are 10 minutes left until the end of the exam. A voice suddenly rang out in the quiet examination room. Teacher, I'm reporting someone. Someone is cheating. This sound, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, instantly shattered the silence of the examination room. All the students who were engrossed in their work looked up. All eyes turned to the source of the sound. Sitting in the back row, Li Ming pointed righteously at Jiang Lige's seat. Teacher, I saw Jiang Lige throw the paper full of formulas on the ground with my own eyes. She cheated. The entire examination room erupted in chaos. Oh my God, Jiang Lige cheated? Is it true? Isn't she the Ji family's adopted daughter? How could she do something like this? TCH, someone who came from the countryside is just someone who came from the countryside. They're hopeless. They'll use any means necessary to get good grades. Whispers filled the air. The proctor's face instantly darkened. Qianqian Middle School has zero tolerance for cheating. He quickly walked to Jiang Lige's desk, bent down, and picked up the conclusive evidence note from her feet. Upon unfolding it, one finds it densely covered with mathematical formulas and simplified steps for the last two major problems, all written in black pen. Jiang Lige. The proctor, holding the slip of paper, was ashen-faced, his voice trembling with suppressed anger. How do you explain this? The handwriting may not be yours, but the item is right under your feet. Someone specifically mentioned seeing you accept the note by name. What else can you say? Jiang Lige slowly stood up. She looked at the note full of formulas, then glanced at the smug look on Li Ming's face not far away, and the gloating looks from his classmates. She gave a cold, curt smile. A poorly executed trap. Jiang Lige, Li Ming, you two, come with me to the disciplinary office. The proctor, his face ashen, snatched the exam paper from Jiang Lige's desk, his tone so stern it was as if he had already sentenced Jiang Lige to death. I knew it. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. He doesn't work hard usually, and his true colors are revealed in exams. This is terrible. Qianqian University will expel anyone who cheats. The Ji family has lost face big time. Li Ming followed behind the proctor, and as she passed Jiang Lige, she provocatively raised her chin, her eyes filled with the smug satisfaction of a successful scheme. Jiang Lige didn't even spare her a second glance. She slowly and methodically packed up her pencil case. It was a poorly made trap, but people were still eager to jump in. The Academic Affairs Office. Smack. Director Chun of the Academic Affairs Office slammed his hand on the table. She stared down at Jiang Lige. Jiang Lige, you have some nerve. Qianqian University is a century-old prestigious institution where academic integrity is a red line. How dare you openly cheat on the final exam? We have witnesses and physical evidence to prove it. What else do you have to say? Jiang Lige stood in front of the desk, her expression calmer than that of a student accused of cheating. She spoke calmly. Director Chun, without asking any questions, without checking the surveillance footage, and without even listening to my explanation, you've already convicted me. When did Qianqian Middle School become so efficient? Explain? Li Ming saw you throw the note with her own eyes. The note was right under your feet. What excuse do you have? Director Chen sneered, his eyes full of disdain. I've seen plenty of country bumpkins like you, all vain and willing to do anything for grades. No need for further explanation. Just give her a major demerit and a public reprimand. Jiang Lige laughed in exasperation. This was a case of convicting her without even investigating anything. She keenly noticed the urgency in Director Chen's eyes. Something's not right. Even if it is cheating, the school's standard procedure is to first verify, notify the parents, and then hold a meeting to discuss it. Chapter 55 False Accusation of Cheating. The fact that Director Chun was in such a hurry to issue a punishment clearly indicates that someone was putting pressure on her behind the scenes, wanting to completely ruin her reputation at Qianqian before the die was cast. Director Chun looked at Jiang Lige, feeling quite guilty himself. However, most of her husband's company's business was dependent on the second branch of the Ji family, namely Ji Siye's father, Ji Feng. Even though she knew it was wrong, she had no choice but to do it anyway. Seeing that they didn't follow the rules, Jiang Lige was too lazy to pretend to be a good student with them. Jiang Lige lowered her eyes and calmly took out her phone from her pocket. What are you doing? This is the Academic Affairs Office. Put your phone away. Director Chen shouted sternly. Jiang Lige ignored her completely and skillfully dialed the PIN number. The phone rang only once before it was answered. Hello. A deep male voice came through the receiver. Jiang Lige took a deep breath. Her previously calm and pretty face instantly fell, her eyes reddened, and tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, someone is trying to frame me for cheating. They didn't even bother to explain, and now they want to punish me. I'm so scared. On the other end of the phone, Ji Siye, who was sitting in the back seat of the car with his eyes closed listening to his assistant's work report, suddenly opened his eyes. Where is it? At the school's administration office. Jiang Lige sniffed, her voice soft and sweet like a wronged little bun. Wait for me. The call was disconnected. Director Chen was stunned for a moment when he saw Jiang Lige's series of actions. Then he laughed out loud, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Pretending. Jiang Lige, let me tell you, it won't matter who you bring today. At Shenghua, cheating is a capital offense. Does your brother think he's above the school's rules and regulations? Li Ming chimed in, her tone sarcastic. Exactly. Instead of admitting their mistakes, they go to their parents to complain. They're shameless. Jiang Lige put away her phone, a slight smile playing on her lips. How could they not know Ji Siye's power in the capital? Director Chen, I hope you'll still be this energetic half an hour from now. Half an hour, no more, no less. With a screeching sound of brakes, a row of identical black Maybachs suddenly stopped in front of Shenghua Middle School. The car doors opened in unison, and dozens of bodyguards dressed in black suits and sunglasses quickly got out, standing solemnly on both sides. Immediately afterwards, the car door was opened by the assistant. Ji Siye's face remained expressionless. Behind him followed 5 men and women, all dressed in suits and carrying briefcases. That was the Ji Group's formidable legal team, a force to be reckoned with in the business world. Normally appearing only in court for multi-billion-dollar commercial disputes, he was suddenly pulled into a high school campus by a single phone call from Ji Siye. Mr. Ji, Mr. Ji. A passing teacher recognized the person and was so startled that he almost dropped his lesson plan. Ji Siye, with unwavering eyes and an overwhelming momentum, headed straight for the teaching office. The wooden door to the dean's office was kicked open by a bodyguard. The loud noise startled Director Chen and Li Ming inside the room. Director Chen was about to slam his fist on the table and yell, "Who's so rude?" when he looked up and froze on the spot, his face turning ashen. Elder brother. The moment Jiang Lige saw Ji Siye, she rushed into his arms like a gust of wind. She buried her head in his chest, her voice muffled, trembling with a strong sob. Brother, they threatened me. They said I cheated and they'd expel me without investigating. They even said I'm ill-mannered. I really didn't cheat. The note wasn't mine. Ji Siye reached out and hugged the soft body in his arms. With his other hand, he gently stroked her slightly messy long hair. Ji Siye's eyes darkened completely. He lowered his head, his voice gentler and more restrained than ever before. Don't be afraid. Your brother is here. Jiang Lige snuggled against Ji Siye, her heart filled with joy. With such a powerful backer, there's no harm in not using him. Anyone can tattle. Ji Siye raised his head, his cold, icy eyes fixed on Director Chen, his voice low and dangerous. Is it you who wants to punish my sister? Director Chen never expected that Jiang Lige would bring Ji Siye here. President Ji, this is all a misunderstanding. Director Chen's legs trembled, and he even stuttered. Ji Siye snorted coldly, not even bothering to say another word to her, and slightly turned his head to acknowledge her. The lead lawyer behind him immediately stepped forward with a smile, took out a business card from his pocket, and elegantly handed it over. Hello, Director Chen. I am Ms. Jiang Lige's lawyer. Regarding your school's alleged defamation and violation of regulations without verifying the facts. Regarding the matter of Ms. Jiang being mistreated by her students and suffering severe emotional distress, we will formally file a lawsuit on behalf of Ms. Jiang against your esteemed school and the relevant responsible parties. The lawyer adjusted his glasses, his smile warm, yet every word dripping with venom. In addition, we will also submit a complaint to the Education Bureau, requesting a reassessment of your school's academic integrity. By the way, I will also have someone investigate whether Director Chen's building materials company has any recent tax irregularities. Director Chen swayed violently and nearly fell over. She never expected that Jiang Lige would flip the table so easily, showing no mercy whatsoever. Li Ming, standing to the side, turned deathly pale and huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. President Ji, please let me explain. We were just following the rules. The proctor panicked, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Call your principal here. Ji Siyue's expression was cold, his large hand still tightly holding Jiang Lige, as if he were protecting some rare treasure. By this time, the area outside the office had been crowded with students and teachers who had come to watch the spectacle. I'll go call the principal, a quick-witted student shouted from the crowd and ran off in a flash. Ji Siye lowered his head as if no one else was around, looking at the little girl in his arms whose eyes were red from crying. Actually, they were red from rubbing. He gently wiped away the tear stains from the corners of her eyes with his slender fingers. His tone was full of tenderness. Weren't you usually so capable? Now you know how to cry. Jiang Lige sobbed, clutching his tie with a wronged expression. They ganged up on me because there were more of them, and they even used the school's reputation to pressure me. Brother, am I really embarrassing you? Nonsense. Ji Siye frowned slightly, his voice low. It's none of anyone else's business to tell the Ji family what to do. A short while later, the principal of Qianqian Middle School rushed in, covered in sweat. President Ji, it's such a great honor to have you here. I'm so sorry I didn't greet you properly. The principal wiped away cold sweat as soon as he entered the door, bowing and scraping to Ji Siye. Although Shenghua is a prestigious school, the sponsorship fees and research funds that the Ji Group provides to the school every year are astronomical figures, not to mention Ji Siye's terrifying influence in the business world. Principal Wang, Ji Siye said coldly, it seems that the atmosphere at Qianqian Middle School needs a serious overhaul. Chapter 56 Punishment. My sister was falsely accused of cheating at your school, and she's even facing immediate disciplinary action. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for this? Yes. We will definitely deal with this seriously. The principal glared at Director Chen. I wish I could fire this troublemaker on the spot. Principal, the innocent will clear themselves. Jiang Lige peeked out from Ji Siye's arms, her voice still a little hoarse, but unusually firm. I demand that the exam room surveillance footage be retrieved on the spot. Since Li Ming said she saw me accept the note with her own eyes, the surveillance footage must have captured it very clearly. Upon hearing the word surveillance, Li Ming, who was already on the verge of collapse, completely panicked. She was acting under Ji Siye's orders, thinking she could easily expel Jiang Lige from the school. They never expected to attract the attention of Ji Siye, a powerful figure, and they certainly didn't expect Jiang Lige to be so assertive, directly demanding to access the surveillance footage. No need. Li Ming screamed, waving her hands frantically. Principal, President Ji, I must have seen wrong. Yes, I must have seen wrong. Jiang Lige didn't cheat. I was just too nervous and mistook someone else's note for hers. I'm sorry, I was wrong. She explained incoherently, and tears finally started falling in a steady stream. Jiang Lige looked at Li Ming, who was about to wet herself in fear, and a hint of mockery flashed in her eyes. She tugged at Ji Siye's sleeve, feigning magnanimity yet also a hint of fear, and whispered, Brother, how about we just let it go? Li Ming might have really just misjudged. Winter break is coming up soon, and I don't want to waste everyone's time because of this. The more sensible and generous she is, the more despicable the school and Li Ming seem, and the more Ji Siye's anger will burn. As expected, Ji Siye's tone was icy. Never mind. He gave Li Ming and Director Chen a cold look. I don't have such a good temper. Ji Siye looked up at the principal, his voice as cold as ice. Check the surveillance footage. The principal dared not utter a word of no and immediately ordered the technicians behind him. Quick, pull up the surveillance video from the senior class's exam room. Right now? Immediately. Within 2 minutes, a technician rushed in with a laptop and projected the image onto the office's large screen. The picture is very clear. 10 minutes before the end of the exam, Jiang Lige was writing intently with her head down. Li Ming, who was sitting diagonally behind her, furtively took out a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket and, taking advantage of the moment when the proctor turned around, accurately threw it at Jiang Lige's feet. Then, Li Ming couldn't wait to stand up and shout, Someone is cheating. The truth has come out. Director Chen's face was ashen, and she slumped into a chair. She knew that her career and her husband's company were completely over. Li Ming was so frightened that she burst into tears and collapsed to the ground. Ji Siye coldly watched this scene, took Jiang Lige's hand, and looked down at the principal. Principal Wang, the facts are clear. He framed a classmate and colluded with the dean of students to illegally punish students. The century-old reputation of Qianqian Middle School should not be ruined by such a black sheep. Don't worry, Mr. Ji. I will definitely handle this seriously. Director Chun will be suspended from his duties immediately for investigation, and Li Ming will receive a major demerit and a public reprimand. The principal wiped away his cold sweat and made a series of assurances. I don't want to see them at school when the next semester starts. After saying this, Ji Siye took Jiang Lige's hand and strode out of the office. Jiang Lige secretly glanced at the tense profile of the man beside her and couldn't help but smile slightly. This is a surefire way to make money. The school's efficiency increased dramatically after Ji Siye put pressure on it. Within a day, an official notice was posted on the website of Qianqian Middle School. Director Qin was dismissed from his post for serious violations of professional ethics and improper handling of students. Li Ming was given a major demerit and placed on probation at the school. Anyone with eyes could see that this was no different from being expelled directly. The news had already spread throughout the entire St. Hua High School. Who doesn't know that Li Ming is Ji Siye's dog? The one who truly wanted to kill Jiang Lige from behind was Ji Siye. However, Ji Siye targeted Director Chun and Li Ming, but he didn't punish Ji Siye in any substantial way. Jiang Lige sat in the car on her way back to the Ji family mansion, resting her chin on her hand and watching the street scene rushing past the window. A barely perceptible hint of annoyance flashed in her bright, fox-like eyes. She was very dissatisfied. What's so special about Ji Siye? Lift it high, then put it down gently? Just because Ji Siye also has the surname Ji, even if she throws mud at him, Ji Siye will still try to smooth things over for the sake of the so-called family reputation and sibling relationship. That stubborn dog of a man, all he's got is his mouth, Jiang Lige cursed inwardly. Before we knew it, winter vacation had officially begun. Winter arrived suddenly and fiercely in Beijing. Overnight, heavy snow blanketed the entire city. Jiang Lige returned from school on the last day. As soon as she stepped out of the nanny van, before she could even stand properly, she bumped into Ji Siye, who had been waiting for her. Ji Siye was dressed in a fur coat, with a smug yet sarcastic smile on her face. "Oh, isn't this our family's newly adopted daughter?" Ji Siye, her high heels crunching on the snow, slowly blocked Jiang Lige's path. Jiang Lige stopped, raised an eyebrow, and said nothing. Seeing that she remained silent, Ji Siye assumed she was feeling guilty. She immediately took a step closer, lowered her voice, and said provocatively, "Jiang Lige, do you think you've won just because you sent Li Ming and Director Chen away? Let me tell you, so what if my brother knows I was behind it? I am the legitimate young lady of the Ji family, and you are just an outsider living under someone else's roof. My brother wouldn't even touch a hair on my head, do you understand?" Jiang Lige looked at her smug face and was about to speak when a loud bang suddenly came from behind her. Ji Qianqian slammed the car door shut, put one hand in his pocket, and strode over with a cold, handsome face. He was already flamboyant in appearance, and now that his face had darkened, his aura as a hot-tempered spoiled brat was even more uncontrollable. "I thought it was some dog barking wildly at the Ji family's gate, but it turns out to be you, Ji Siye." Ji Qianqian was scathing and merciless from the moment she opened her mouth. He glanced at Ji Siye sideways, patted his ear with a look of disgust. "In this freezing weather, instead of staying home and huddling up, you come here to show off your already meager intelligence? What? Didn't you embarrass yourself enough at the banquet last time? Do you want to put on another show at the gate?" Ji Qianqian. Ji Siye screamed angrily, pointing her finger at Ji Qianqian's nose and yelling, "Are you out of your mind? Whose side are you on? I'm your cousin. Who does Jiang Lige think she is? How dare you side with an outsider and help her to insult me?" Chapter 57, Going to the company for an internship. "Outsider." Ji Qianqian sneered, taking a step in front of Jiang Lige and shielding her behind him. "Jiang Lige was brought back by my brother himself. My parents have accepted her, and she's my sister. But you're always up to your dirty tricks behind my back. I'm ashamed of you. My brother just doesn't want to deal with you. Do you really think you're some kind of treasure? If you dare to come here spewing nonsense again, believe me, I'll throw you into the frozen artificial lake behind here right now to wash your brain." You actually want to hit me for her sake?" Ji Siye pointed at Ji Qianqian, then looked at the innocent-looking Jiang Lige, trembling with anger. You ganged up on me. When Grandma comes back, I'm going to tell her everything, and you'll be sorry. Go on, hurry up and go." Ji Jian crossed her arms and rolled her eyes dismissively. While you're at it, I'll also report all the scum you've been up to at school. Let's see if Grandma will spank you first, or your dad. Ji Jian. Jiang Lige. You just wait. Ji Siye was no match for Ji Jian's sharp tongue, and was so angry that she stomped her feet, tears streaming down her face. Finally, she covered her face and ran back to the second wife's courtyard crying. Watching Ji Siye's disheveled escape, Jiang Lige couldn't help but burst out laughing. She peeked out from behind Ji Jian and stretched out a small, fair hand. Ji Jian gave a haughty snort, but still very cooperatively extended her hand and gave her a big high five. Thanks. Jiang Lige smiled. Call me Brother Nian. Ji Jian turned his face awkwardly, his ear tips turning slightly red, and said stubbornly, I just can't stand her stupidity. It's definitely not to help you. Don't flatter yourself. Yes, Brother Nian is awesome. Jiang Lige stroked his fur gently, feeling warm inside. This winter break has officially begun. As temperatures plummeted, the snowfall in Beijing intensified. Jiang Lige looked out the window at the vast expanse of white, her mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. The fact that Ji Siye fell into the sea and lost his memory is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. If she wants to find out the truth of what happened back then and uncover the mastermind behind the near-death experience of Ji Siye, she must delve into the core of the Ji group. Jian, winter vacation is so long. It's so boring to stay at home every day. In the living room, Jiang Lige moved closer to Ji Jian, who was playing games on his tablet, and smiled like a mischievous little fox. How about we go and intern at Big Brother's company? Let's experience social life in advance. Ji Jian didn't even look up, his fingers flying across the screen. Internship? Are you out of your mind? My winter break belongs to the powder snow and hot springs of Switzerland. Who wants to play house with you at the company? Go by yourself. I'm not doing this kind of hard labor. Having failed to win over allies, Jiang Lige pouted, realizing she would have to conquer that iceberg alone. At 9 o'clock in the evening, warm lights shone in Ji Siye's study, and the air was filled with the faint scent of sandalwood. Ji Siye was sitting behind his desk, intently looking at a multinational cooperation proposal. The door was gently pushed open, and Jiang Lige quietly slipped in, carrying a steaming cup of black tea. Brother, you must be tired from work. Have some tea to warm your stomach. Her voice was sickeningly sweet. She gently placed the black tea on the table, leaned against the desk, and stared at him with her big eyes. Ji Siye looked up at the unusually quiet girl, a hint of helplessness flashing in his deep eyes. Tell me, what trouble have you gotten into this time? Look at what you're saying. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Jiang Lige pouted aggrievedly, then put her hands together and leaned forward. Brother, I want to intern at your company. Ji Siye paused slightly in his teacup, lifted his eyelids to look at her, and said in an unquestionable tone, No, you're only a senior in high school. Your task during winter break is to rest and study. The company is not a place for you to play around. I'm not joking, I'm serious. Jiang Lige panicked, reaching out to grab his suit sleeve and gently shaking it, her voice soft and sweet as she pleaded. Brother, please let me go. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. I just want to learn more. Besides, and being cooped up at home all day, I'm going to get moldy. You're so amazing, with you watching over me. I can learn so many things I can't learn in school. Okay, brother. She deliberately elongated the last syllable of brother. The trembling sound at the end of the note was like a feather, scratching at Ji Siye's heart again and again. Ji Siye looked at her pretty face, which was slightly flushed from being coquettish, and his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. This kind of unguarded intimacy can easily shatter his proud self-control. But he forcefully suppressed the strange emotions in his heart. His face hardened, and he adopted a parental authority. No, the company has its rules. You are too young and not suitable. Seeing that a direct attack wouldn't work, Jiang Lige's eyes lit up, and she immediately used her trump card. Turn around and leave. The Ji family's living room. Ji's mother, Tang Wan, was elegantly sipping her flower tea, while Jiang Lige, like a wronged little wife, pitifully nestled beside Tang Wan. While massaging her shoulders, he muttered under his breath, Mom, look at my brother. I just wanted to take advantage of the winter break to go to the company and learn more, but my brother thinks I'm too young and says that it's silly for me to go to the company. Does he think I'm stupid and will embarrass him? Tang Wan looked at the soft and sweet little girl in her arms and felt a pang of heartache. Seeing how ambitious she is now, how could I not support her? Sai, this is where you're wrong. Tang Wan looked up at Ji Siye, who had just come downstairs, her tone gentle. It's a good thing that Lige wants to learn. It's rare to see someone with such ambition. Besides, with her right under your nose, what are you worried about? Do you think you, as her older brother, are afraid your sister will steal your job? Ji Siye stood at the top of the stairs, watching the two women singing in unison. Jiang Lige hid behind Tang Wan and secretly stuck out her tongue at him, her face full of smugness. Well, this girl has completely figured out his weakness now. She's even brought up his mother. Ji Siye rubbed his temples, looking a bit of a headache. After a long silence, he finally sighed in resignation. Going to the company is fine. Jiang Lige's eyes lit up instantly. However, Ji Siye immediately followed up with a cold, hard condition, but no special treatment. No private office, no special privileges. You'll start as the lowest-ranking assistant in the president's office, clocking in on time every day, and having your salary deducted for being late. If you don't perform well, you can come back anytime. No problem. Thank you, boss. Long live the boss. Jiang Lige was afraid he would change his mind, so she nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ji Siye looked at her excited expression, and an indulgent smile appeared on his lips, but he quickly covered it up with a cough. All right, don't get too excited. Be on time tomorrow morning. Chapter 58 Little Assistant. The following morning, the heavy snow in Beijing cleared up. The headquarters building of the Ji Group soars into the clouds. Jiang Lige followed the HR lady to complete the onboarding procedures. Throughout the journey, she was constantly being pointed at and whispered about. Look, isn't that her? Yes, that's her. I heard she didn't even go through the regular recruitment process. She was specially approved to get in. Tisk, President's office assistant? That sounds nice, but everyone knows she's the younger sister that President Ji personally brought back. She's not here to work. She's clearly a rich family's little princess here to experience life and go on a secret visit. Jiang Lige didn't care at all. She wore a polite and innocent smile, but her mind was perfectly clear. The way these people looked at her was a mixture of curiosity, awe, and a curious anticipation of seeing what would happen next. In their eyes, she was just a nepotism case who got in by virtue of her connection with Ji Siye. But she didn't care. She's not really here to work. After successfully completing the onboarding process, she was taken to the president's office. However, precisely because of this special status, the attitude of the entire president's office towards her is also quite subtle. Miss Jiang. Oh no, Assistant Jiang. This is Mr. Ji's schedule for today. Ji Siye's special assistant, Lin Feng, respectfully handed her the documents. Actually, you don't need to go to so much trouble. If you need anything, just tell your secretary to do it. Jiang Lige took the fully packed schedule, blinked, and said in a sweet voice, Assistant Lin, just call me Lige. I'm here for an internship, so please don't be shy with me. Feel free to assign me any dirty or tiring work. Lin Feng chuckled twice and nodded in agreement. As a result, Jiang Lige's morning of internship became incredibly boring. She had originally planned to use her work as an excuse to gain more access to the company's core secrets, or to visit the archives or finance department. Who knows, we might find some clues about Ji Siye's amnesia after falling into the sea back then. But as a result, Lin Feng treated her like an ancestor, taking her everywhere he went. Assistant Jiang, this is a high-level strategic development meeting. You can just sit here and take notes. You don't need to speak. Assistant Jiang, this is a video conference with the German representatives. If you are tired, there is a lounge next door. Assistant Jiang, this cup of hand-ground coffee was specially ordered by President Ji. Would you like to try it and see if the temperature is suitable? For the entire morning, Jiang Lige acted like a delicate mascot, following Lin Feng as he moved between the various conference rooms. In her notebook, besides a few drawings of blank-minded little turtles, not a single useful word was written down. Forget about investigating the mastermind behind it all. Even when she goes to the restroom alone, she's followed by two secretaries ready to hand her tissues at any moment. At noon, the lunch break bell finally rang. Jiang Lige practically floated into Ji Siye's CEO office. As soon as she entered the room, she collapsed onto the sofa without any regard for her image, sinking into it completely. Are you tired? Behind his desk, Ji Siye was closing the documents in his hand. He looked up at the little girl sprawled on the sofa, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his deep eyes, and a slight upturn at the corners of his lips. Who was it this morning who so confidently promised me that they would never complain about the hardship or fatigue? And they can't even handle it on the first day? Jiang Lige didn't even bother to lift her eyelids, and hummed weakly. Who said I can't stand the hardship of work? I'm starving. She rubbed her slightly deflated belly and complained pitifully. Brother, are your Ji family meetings made of bound feet? They're so long and smelly. I feel like my stomach has already started to digest itself. Listening to her soft, coquettish complaints, Ji Siye stood up with amusement and strode over to the sofa. He looked down at her, his eyes filled with the indulgence and doting affection that he himself was unaware of, and glanced at his watch. All right, lunch is on its way. Just wait 5 more minutes. Upon hearing that there was food, Jiang Lige instantly regained her energy. She sat up abruptly from the sofa, clasped her hands together, and her bright, foxy eyes were full of admiration. Thank you, brother. Ji Siye shook his head helplessly. Ji Yunsheng arrived before lunch. A loud bang. The office door was violently pushed open and slammed against the wall with a loud bang. Jiang Lige was startled and instinctively looked over. Ji Yunsheng, dressed in a suit and tie, burst in looking anxious. Ji Siye? What do you mean? As soon as Ji Yunsheng entered, he went berserk and slammed his hand on Ji Siye's desk. Last time you blocked my Yungang project budget, and this time you're blocking my additional funding for that new energy development project again? I've been preparing for that project for half a year. You just say you won't approve it, and that's it? Do you really think you can make all the decisions for the Ji Group all by yourself? Faced with Ji Yunsheng's hysteria, Ji Siye's expression didn't even change. Get out. Ji Siye's voice was full of pressure. He didn't want to lose his temper in front of Jiang Lige. Why should I leave? If you don't approve the funds today, I'm not done with you. Ji Yunsheng's face was twisted in a ferocious grimace. Ji Siye gave a cold laugh, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Ji Yunsheng, how dare you talk about the Yungang project? That project has been found to have problems by the relevant departments. Have you come up with a solution? And let's talk about your new energy project. The project proposal is full of loopholes, and you haven't even done the most basic risk assessment. Do you know that the best new energy battery manufacturer on the market right now is Lambua? What do you have to compete with Lambua? They have a mature R&D team. What do you have? The Ji family's money is for investment, not for you to fill a bottomless pit or squander on frivolous spending. If you want funds, bring a qualified plan. Otherwise, you won't get a single penny. You. Ji Yunsheng trembled with rage, glaring at Ji Siye with eyes full of resentment. Ji Siye, don't think that just because you're in this position now, you can rest easy for the rest of your life. You're nothing but. He seemed to want to say something, but swallowed it back, only managing a cold laugh through gritted teeth. Fine, you're ruthless. We'll see. You've cut my budget today, don't regret it later. After uttering this threatening remark, Ji Yunsheng kicked the nearby trash can and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The office fell into a deathly silence instantly. Ji Siye stood still, his deep eyes swirling with unsettling emotions. He raised his hand and rubbed his throbbing temples wearily. After losing his memory at sea, his body has almost recovered, but the high-intensity work and the constant infighting within his family still left him feeling somewhat exhausted. Jiang Lige looked at Ji Siye's slightly tired profile, but a storm raged in my heart. Ji Yunsheng's look just now was terrifying. Moreover, his parting words, "Don't regret it," sounded like a harbinger of some conspiracy succeeding. Brother. Jiang Lige stepped forward, cautiously probing. Chapter 59, The Empress Dowager returns to the palace. This third brother is too arrogant and presumptuous, isn't he? She swallowed hard, and, mustering her courage, lowered her voice and said, You said, when you fell into the sea and almost lost your life, could it be that he was behind it? After all, if something happened to you, the power of the Ji Group would fall into their hands. Ji Siye suddenly turned around, his gentle expression vanishing completely. Jiang Lige. He called her by her full name. You're not allowed to say those kinds of things again. Not a single word. Do you understand? Ji Siye's tone was more serious and forceful than ever before. It's more like a warning. Company matters and the Ji family's affairs are not as simple as you think. Don't pry into things that aren't your business, and keep your mouth shut about things that aren't your concern. Jiang Lige was startled by his serious appearance. Her eyes reddened slightly, and she bit her lower lip with a hint of grievance. Ji Siye's heart softened when he saw her delicate, tearful appearance. But he remained cold and said, Did you understand? Answer me. How could he not know that Ji Yunsheng was a suspect? But it's just suspicion. Ji Yunsheng is too ambitious and doesn't have the brains for that. This season, there are many people, both inside and outside his family, who want to bring him down. That's why he absolutely couldn't let this little girl get involved. She was too naive and weak. The Ji family's murky waters could easily drag her into their vortex. His only bottom line was to protect her intact under his wings and not let her be tainted by any bloodshed or violence. "Oh, I see." Jiang Lige sniffed and responded in a soft, sweet voice. "All right, go wash your hands and get ready to eat." Seeing that she was obedient, Ji Siye's expression softened, and he turned around to organize the documents on the table. However, from an angle that Ji Siye cannot see, Jiang Lige's slightly lowered eyes showed no trace of grievance or fear. Of course, she knew that Ji Siye was so fierce and strict in order to protect her and not want her to be in danger. But he didn't know. Jiang Lige was no longer some delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse. Moreover, she had the script in her hands. Since Ji Siye wouldn't let her investigate openly, so she investigated quietly. Jiang Lige spent half a month loitering around the company without making any progress. As the year draws to a close, company employees are beginning to take holidays. Her investigation has also stalled. Time flew by, and it was already the 26th day of the 12th lunar month. This should be a time when every household is decorating with lanterns and colorful decorations, preparing to welcome the spring festival. But today, the atmosphere at the Ji family villa is very oppressive. Because today, Madame Ji, who has been living a vegetarian life and chanting Buddhist prayers on the mountain, is going back to her old house. Everyone in the Ji family must go back to welcome them. "Jiang Lige, I'm warning you." In a corner at the end of the corridor, Qianqian pulled Jiang Lige over. This arrogant second-generation rich kid, who is usually fearless and easily angered, now had his hair neatly combed down in front of his forehead. He wore a plain, dark-colored coat. He warned her in a low voice. "When you get to the old house, you'd better behave yourself. My grandmother is known for being old-fashioned, serious, and strict about rules. No one in the family is afraid of her." Jiang Lige blinked, looking at him with amusement. "Even you're afraid?" "Nonsense." Qianqian rolled her eyes. "My grandma hates scheming, irresponsible women the most. You better not do anything reckless. If she scolds you, just listen obediently and don't talk back. Otherwise, even my brother can't protect you." Seeing Qianqian's tense and fearful expression, Jiang Lige couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. But why couldn't she remember that the Ji family had an old lady? Could it be that it wasn't written in the original plot? But seeing the Ji family's serious preparations, she still felt it was a bit exaggerated. Just then, the sound of high heels came from the hall. Tang Wan came down from upstairs. Tang Wan, who is usually elegant, gentle, and calm, wore an extremely simple cheongsam today, which was unprecedented for her. Although she wore exquisite makeup, the lingering anxiety and tension between her brows could not be concealed. "Li Gu, come here." Tang Wan waved to Jiang Lige. Jiang Lige walked over obediently and took Tang Wan's arm. "Mom." Tang Wan gently patted the back of her hand. She earnestly advised, "When you get to the old house, observe more and speak less. Grandma is very strict and doesn't tolerate any dissent. If she says anything unpleasant, don't take it to heart, and definitely don't argue with her. Mom's here for you, so listen to her, okay?" Jiang Lige's heart skipped a beat. She looked up and clearly saw a trace of fear in Tang Wan's eyes. That's the daughter-in-law's instinctive fear of her domineering mother-in-law, accumulated over decades. Even a matriarch like Tang Wan, a member of a wealthy family, was so wary when she mentioned that mother-in-law. One can imagine just how powerful and authoritative that old lady must be. Jiang Lige subconsciously turned her head to look at Ji Siye, who was standing to the side. His face didn't reveal much emotion. Yet, a deep, dark gaze also held an unyielding solemnity. Noticing the girl's uneasy yet inquisitive gaze, Ji Siye strode over to her side with a steady pace. He reached out his large, warm hand and gently patted Jiang Lige's fluffy head. "Don't be afraid." His deep voice was like a calming pill, instantly soothing the restlessness in Jiang Lige's heart. "I'm here for you." Jiang Lige looked up and nodded obediently. "Yes, I understand, brother." But she couldn't help but secretly complain to herself. The way this old lady is making her return is like the Empress Dowager returning to the palace. So, Jiang Lige is going to play the role of little swallow who might be dragged out and beaten at any moment? At 10 a.m., the Ji family's convoy drove in a grand procession toward the Ji family's old residence in the suburbs. The old house is located at the foot of Beishan Mountain. Rather than being an old house, it is more like a large, antique-style private garden. The white snow covering the white walls and black tiles, the upturned eaves, exudes a sense of weight and solemnity accumulated over the years. A number of servants were already standing outside the towering gate, waiting. Almost simultaneously, the cars of the eldest son's family, the second son's family, and the third son's family all stopped outside the old house. Since it was morning and the old lady was still on her way back from the mountain, the people from each household had to get out of the car and wait inside. We'll be staying at the old house until after the Lunar New Year, so everyone brought a lot of luggage. The car doors opened one after another. Jiang Lige followed Ji Siye out of the car, but as soon as she stood still, she was shocked by what she saw. It's the same as getting off the bus. As soon as the second Uncle Ji Feng, the second Aunt Zhao Yuru, and the flamboyantly dressed Ji Siye appeared, the servants of the old house rushed over. Second Master, Second Madam, Miss Siye, you've finally arrived. Chapter 60 Judging People by Their Eyes. Oh dear, it's cold today. Quickly hand over your luggage to us. The old lady instructed us to turn on the underfloor heating in your room at full blast. The servants, their faces full of flattery, rushed to fetch the luggage from the RV, showering them with concern and affection, their obsequiousness making them seem like they were worshipping them. On the other side, the third branch of the family also got out of the car and were similarly surrounded by a group of servants, walking inside with a retinue of people. On the other hand, look at their main branch of the family. He stood there, cold and deserted in the snow. Forget about showing concern or asking after their well-being. The servants didn't even glance in their direction. Occasionally, a few people would make eye contact, but they would quickly lower their heads and carry their luggage for the second and third bedrooms inside. Jiang Lige was completely stunned. This is a blatant slap in the face. Ji's father is the current head of the Ji family, and Ji Siye is the president of the Ji group. Outside, everyone who sees them must bow and respectfully call them President Ji. But in this old Ji family mansion, how dare these servants give their master a hard time? This is absolutely absurd. Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. A sharp and sarcastic voice broke the silence. Zhao Yuru, dressed in a mink coat and adorned with jewels, swayed over. A smug smile graced her face as she scanned the members of the main branch of the family, finally settling on Tang Wan. He said in a strange and sarcastic tone, "The servants at the old house are just too filial. They know that the old lady usually dotes on our Cici and Fengji the most, so as soon as they heard that we had arrived, they rushed to serve us." She paused, then gave a faint sigh. "Sister-in-law, the people in your main branch are always capable. You can take your time carrying these luggage yourselves, no rush. We'll go inside and warm up first. It's really cold outside." Zhao Yuru seemed very confident. That confidence allowed her to openly mock and ridicule Ji's father, the head of the Ji family. Tang Wan's body trembled slightly, and her face turned a little pale, but her years of upbringing made her simply clutch her bag tightly and remain silent. Father Ji remained silent, his face grim and his eyes deep. This strange restraint made Jiang Lige, who was standing to the side, feel furious. But when she looked up, she met Ji Siye's cool gaze. She immediately fell silent. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Ji Qianqian kicked a pebble hard from the roadside. This has to happen every year, isn't it annoying? Ji Qianqian was a firecracker who could be easily provoked. How could he stand such humiliation? He snorted coldly, put his hands in his pockets, and strode towards the gate of the old house. As he passed by Zhao Yuru, instead of avoiding her, he deliberately straightened his shoulders and rammed into her hard. Ouch! Zhao Yuru gasped in surprise, staggered from the impact. Fortunately, the maid next to her reacted quickly and caught her. Ji Qianqian, you brat, don't you have any manners? After regaining her footing, Zhao Yuru was furious, her face flushed red. Pointing at Ji Qianqian's retreating figure, she cursed, "Sister-in-law, look at the good son you've raised. He's nothing but an ill-mannered wild child." Ji Qianqian didn't even turn his head, but simply swung his fist in the air, displaying extreme arrogance. Jiang Lige felt increasingly uneasy watching this scene. She tugged at Ji Siye's sleeve, lowered her voice, and asked in a tone only the two of them could hear, "Brother, what's going on? Aren't Dad and Mom the ones in charge of the Ji family? Why are the servants here, daring to treat you like this?" Ji Siye's face was cold, and his thin lips were pressed into a straight line. Upon hearing the little girl's question, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes, but he did not answer immediately. Tang Wan sighed, gently patting Jiang Lige's hand, her voice tinged with weariness and helplessness. "Never mind, Lige. Let's go inside first, it's cold." Ji's father also said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Seeing that they were all unwilling to say more, Jiang Lige knew that this must involve a deeper feud within the Ji family. She sensibly didn't ask any more questions, but simply nodded obediently. Okay, I'll listen to Mom. But a hint of coldness flashed in her slightly lowered eyelids. Servants are always mindful of their master's mood and treat others accordingly. These servants dared to treat the eldest son's family so disrespectfully, and even the second son's family dared to blatantly provoke them. This only proves one thing. The soon-to-be married old lady is extremely biased towards the second and third wives. She even harbored deep hostility towards the first wife's family. Jiang Lige took a deep breath, which made her feel much more awake. It seems this year is destined to be anything but peaceful. But so what? Jiang Lige is not someone who can be easily manipulated. She had no choice but to follow Tang Wan into the old house. Before even entering the main house, Ji Siye's high-pitched and spoiled commanding voice could be heard from the hall. The hall. Hey, be gentle. That's my brand new limited edition bag. Can you afford to pay for it if you break it? Also, bring me my hand warmer. And while you're at it, go check the kitchen to see if the bird's nest soup I specifically asked for is on. Ji Siye, like a proud peacock, gestured wildly in the hall. Turning her head, Ji Siye saw the main family members walk in, and her expression instantly changed. She crossed her arms and stood in front of Jiang Lige. His eyes were full of disdain and provocation. She looked Jiang Lige up and down and sneered. Jiang Lige, I advise you to keep a low profile once you're in this family. Don't think that just because your aunt protects you outside, you can just walk right in here. My grandmother hates shady characters and people of dubious origin the most. When she comes back this evening and finds out you're an unregistered resident, she'll definitely kick you out first. Our Ji family won't tolerate an outsider like you during the new year. Ji Siye spoke with great pride, her tail practically wagging in the air. Jiang Lige looked at her expressionlessly, as if she were watching a clown. However, before Jiang Lige could speak, a tall and imposing figure silently pressed down on her. Ji Siye directly shielded Jiang Lige behind him. He looked down at Ji Siye, his voice cold and icy. Yeah. Ji Siye trembled, her previous arrogance instantly vanishing by more than half. She subconsciously took a step back. Be big, brother. It seems you haven't learned the rules of the old house thoroughly enough. Ji Siyue's thin lips parted slightly, but the words he uttered were devoid of any warmth. Should I send you to the ancestral hall to kneel down now and have a good review of what the hierarchy of elders and juniors means? Upon hearing the words, kneel in the ancestral hall, Ji Siye's face turned deathly pale. The Ji family's ancestral rules are extremely strict. If you were to kneel in that cold ancestral hall for a whole night, you'd be half dead. She looked at Zhao Yaru, who had just stepped forward, as if pleading for help. Seeing her beloved daughter's discomfiture, Zhao Yaru quickly smiled apologetically and pulled Ji Siye aside.